Chapter 487. Carrington Training Base. The sun is just right, and laughter fills the training ground as the players enjoy a rare moment of relaxation. The Champions League qualification is almost secured, the league position remains strong, and the upcoming FA Cup opponents are Derby County and Norwich. If all goes well, Manchester United can easily defeat their rivals. The club's higher-ups have demanded that Mourinho win at least 3 trophies this season. As for why it's 3 and not a potential quadruple, it's because the Champions League carries a significant level of uncertainty. Even the optimistic executives dare not imagine a grand slam at this point. Lin, any news over there? Ronaldo casually asked while pressing his leg, pretending to be indifferent. Lin Mo turned with a playful smile, finding Ronaldo's seemingly unconcerned demeanor amusing. He deliberately feigned ignorance. Huh? Where? What news? Ronaldo's expression stiffened, and he awkwardly lowered his head. Didn't we just come back from over there? His voice trailed off, curiosity compelling him to ask. Seeing Ronaldo like this, Lin Mo decided not to tease him further. Recalling the insider information his father shared with him yesterday, he candidly said to Ronaldo, "Actually, I'm not too sure. One rumor says that guy is definitely leaving Barcelona, and another says the Barcelona executives want him to take a 65 pay cut and then renew his contract according to the 11th contract. But I think these rumors aren't very reliable. You should ask Mendes. That guy has more connections than I do." Chapter 488. Messi likely to join Manchester City. European defeat has made Messi determined to leave. He has the right to terminate his contract at the end of the season. Reunion of mentor and disciple. Guardiola makes a night visit to Barcelona. Rainy night talks. Messi formally requests to terminate his contract with Barcelona. At this point, there was no need for Ronaldo to consult anyone further, as the meeting between Messi and Guardiola had already been leaked by the media. Originally, this miraculous event would have taken some time to be exposed. After all, many people were locked down at home to avoid the virus, which gave Guardiola and Messi the opportunity to meet. But now, with Guardiola's plane landing, the news quickly broke. Many of Messi's friends, acquaintances, and teammates all came to ask him about the truth of this matter. It's no joke. This is Messi and Ronaldo. If both were to leave La Liga simultaneously, it would undoubtedly be a massive blow to the league's visibility and commercial value. While the impact on Real Madrid and Barcelona might be limited, the other La Liga clubs that benefited from Messi and Ronaldo's positive promotion would certainly feel the pinch. Barcelona's official statement quickly denied that they had received Messi's request to terminate his contract and stated that they were in talks with Messi's team. Chapter 489. After Manchester United eliminated Barcelona with a staggering aggregate score of 11-2, the streets of Manchester erupted in celebration. Bars throughout the city were filled with jubilant Manchester United fans raising their glasses in joy. The last time there was such a celebration was after last year's Champions League victory, but now, the mindset of Manchester United fans had gradually changed. We have Lin Mo, we still have Ronaldo, and we also have the lovable old man, the great Jose. Victory is beckoning us, and our opponents tremble at Old Trafford. We also have the strong Harry. His magic can make opponents stumble. La 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 la. The red of Manchester began to spread across Europe. Amidst the chaotic songs, tipsy red noses, fans linking arms filled the entire city. It seemed as if Manchester was submerged in a sea of happiness. But not all Mancunians were joyful, because on this day, Manchester City lost. After losing 1-2 to Paris Saint-Germain in the first leg, City only needed a 1-0 win at home to advance. That year, the Champions League had not yet undergone restructuring, and the away goals rule still determined the outcome of ties. Chapter 490. Just as all media attention was focused on Messi and Barcelona, Manchester United defeated Norwich in the FA Cup, successfully advancing to the semi-finals. Their semi-final opponent would be Chelsea, and this match would take place after the winner of the match between Manchester United and Real Madrid-Liverpool. But to say Manchester United was unaffected would be false. At the training base, every day, you could hear the young players discussing what would happen if Messi came to Manchester City. It could be said that the entire Manchester would become the center of world football. What does it mean for a city to have both Messi and Ronaldo? Oh no, it should be said that it's a city having Lin Mo, Messi, and Ronaldo all at once. Influenced by everyone, Ronaldo didn't even bother to care about the match between Real Madrid and Liverpool that night. Lin, do you really think he will come? For some reason, Ronaldo felt the closest person to him in this Manchester United squad was Lin Mo. His teammates had long since gotten used to this. After all, the number 7 on Ronaldo was destined to belong to Lin Mo one day. Lin Mo looked at the concerned Ronaldo and realized he didn't remember this part. But ever since he woke up from his dream, the world line that was once in his dream had long since changed. Now it seemed that Messi really might join Manchester City. Chapter 491. In the away dressing room at Anfield, Mourinho was equally excited. Do you know what question they asked me? Everyone shook their heads. They didn't understand what was happening, but they could see that the boss didn't seem happy. These fools. It seems to them that our championship is less important than Messi's transfer. Guardiola can invite Messi, so why can't I? Mourinho's voice grew louder as he pointed at Ronaldo. We already have the best player on this planet. After that, he pointed to Lin Mo and the future best player on this planet. But none of this matters. Ronaldo's eyes lit up, but Mourinho's last sentence left him puzzled. The other players looked either excited or downcast. In their eyes, the boss seemed to place too much importance on Ronaldo and Lin Mo. What about them? But Mourinho's final sentence left them completely baffled about what he really wanted to say. In my opinion, football cannot be solved by just one genius. If Messi is the best player on this planet, then why did we win against Barcelona? Chapter 492. Beep. With the referee's whistle, the 204th Manchester Derby officially began. Old James glanced at the starting lineup and quickly introduced it. Today, both Liverpool and Manchester United lined up in the same 4-3-3 formation. The home team, Liverpool, donned their traditional red jerseys and attacked from left to right, with starting goalkeeper Alisson and the backline from left to right being Alexander-Arnold, Gomez, Van Dijk, and Robertson. In midfield, the trio consisted of Chamberlain, Henderson, and Wijnaldum. The front line featured the Red Arrow trio, the Egyptian Pharaoh Salah, the elegant Firmino, and Maine. Old James excitedly introduced Firmino but was poked by Old Jong, and he didn't shout the final title. He awkwardly thanked Old Jong and continued to introduce Manchester United's starting lineup. Manchester United is wearing their away white jerseys today, attacking from right to left, with starting goalkeeper De Gea, left back Luke Shaw, right back Wan-Bissaka, and the center back pairing of Maguire and his brother-in-law. In midfield, Kenny continues to partner with Rodri as the double pivot, and today Tonali has been added as Mourinho deployed a three-man midfield. Up front, we have the familiar trio of Lin Mo, Ronaldo, and Lukaku. Chapter 493. Just before the match was about to restart, Klopp, who pretended to leave casually from the fourth official, suddenly looked back. His eyes narrowed, and his pupils suddenly constricted. A mouthful of big white teeth left a slightly cruel smile. Indeed, Mourinho was still staring at him, fixated on him. Klopp didn't care about the FA or any other nonsense. All he wanted was victory, just the championship. The sky over Anfield had always had someone gazing at the land they loved and their beloved team. The Kop stand to the south, the Anfield Road stand to the north, and the Daglish stand on the east side. All the fans that were watching him. Tonight, the Liverpool players on the field were not fighting alone. Originally bending down to slowly walk back to the home team's bench, Klopp suddenly straightened his body. His hands raised high. Roar. Deafening. Klopp's smile began to shine brightly as he lifted his head, and his hands went up again. Roar. 2 strikes. At this moment, the focus of the entire crowd was no longer on the field, but on that bearded, middle-aged man standing on the sidelines. This vibrant legend of Liverpool, Jurgen Klopp. Chapter 494. Henderson slowly woke up. At the moment he jumped up, he felt as if he had returned to the year he was 25. That year, the captain's armband of Liverpool was officially worn on his arm. Hey, I am the captain of Liverpool. Henderson looked at the swaying figure in front of him, one hand on the ground, the other reaching out. Soon, with the help of his teammates, Henderson stood up first, although he didn't look good. Henderson, you have blood on your head. Chamberlain wanted to come up and wipe it for him, but was blocked by Henderson. That's not my blood, it's the opponent's. But the team doctors still came up to check on him. After all, if he was injured, it was necessary to leave the field for treatment. Clap, clap, clap. The fans at Anfield saw their captain stand up first, with blood on his head, and they all applauded him. Meanwhile, the other Liverpool players felt their blood boiling again. Over there, Lin Mo looked at the cut on Tonali's forehead and felt a bit sorry, but that was the result of a header contest, not a malicious foul. Lin, quickly help me see if I have any scars. If the girls don't like me, then I really lose big. Chapter 495. Who do you think is the core of Liverpool? Giggs asked Ferdinand, who was sitting next to him in the stands at Anfield. Today, in this inconspicuous corner, almost all members of Manchester United's class of '92 were present. Ferdinand and Cantona were also there to witness the birth of Manchester United's new league champion. Facing Giggs' sudden question, Ferdinand was a bit puzzled. He thought for a moment and answered, Salah. But he quickly shook his head in self-denial. No, it should be Van Dijk. With him, Liverpool's defense is like two different teams. Giggs shook his head, looking at the celebrating Liverpool players and the roaring stadium. He tilted his head and pointed to the man standing just outside the penalty area, constantly rallying the fans. Jordan Henderson is the one. Huh. This time, not only was Ferdinand surprised, even Scholes raised his eyebrows in astonishment, but he quickly nodded and smiled, seemingly agreeing with this statement. See, Liverpool's midfield is supported by Henderson. After he leaves, Liverpool will have a period of growing pains, Giggs asserted. Chapter 496 Lin Montag. The opportunity has come. Manchester United's counterattack. Ronaldo's astonishing leap wasn't used in the penalty area, but to save the ball. When that pass was made, De Gea knew it might go out of bounds. But he still wanted to give it a try. Having been at Manchester United for so many years and practicing passing for so long, according to the technical coach, it was said that he didn't have the talent for long passes. You're like Wan-Bissaka. Letting the ball drop from the air to find someone is less practical than flying over to find it yourself. These were the exact words of the technical coach. Back to the point, Lin Mo completed his start the moment De Gea made the pass. From the moment the ball took off to when it landed, Lin Mo made the transition from midfield to the front. From defense to offense, Lin Mo's acceleration in the open space caught Robertson off guard. Trying to catch up, he couldn't grab Lin Mo's shirt at all. In the footage, one of the glorious Liverpool duo, Robertson, actually fell to the ground. Klopp's heart sank. Lin Mo was out of control. Indeed, at this moment, Lin Mo was what Klopp had asked the Liverpool players about before the match. The Lin Mo after the start. Chapter 497. Liverpool fans hadn't been happy for long when Manchester United equalized in a flash. At this moment, the fourth official raised the board indicating 6 minutes of stoppage time on the sidelines. The critical moment had arrived. Both sides had rewritten the score in the last moments of the first half. So in the next 6 minutes, if either side broke this restored balance again, they would have absolute initiative in the second half. Defend. Steady, control the rhythm. The camera suddenly lowered, brushing past Mourinho and Klopp in front of them, close to the grass. At this moment, both managers chose to be conservative, raising the white flag. However, the momentum of both teams was evident. It wouldn't stop just because the managers said so. In the 47th minute of the match, Salah couldn't hold back, actively dropping back to receive the ball and break through, causing Luke Shaw to foul. Anthony Taylor's whistle seemed to have an automatic sensor, sounding particularly timely. At the same time, a yellow card accompanied the foul. Mourinho spat directly on the sidelines. The referees in the Premier League need a pay raise. They can't keep being such bastards. Other staff members could only raise their eyebrows in helplessness. Chapter 498. Carragher and Neville, Old James and Old John. The live commentary teams from England and Huaxia were analyzing the tactical arrangements for both sides in the second half, but hadn't considered the completely different emotions of the players. From the moment Anthony Taylor blew the whistle to start the match, the decisive battle had already begun. In the 46th minute of the match, Liverpool launched an attack from the right wing. Arnold actively advanced with the ball, while Wijnaldum and Salah formed an attacking triangle with him on the flank. The midfield players quickly pushed forward, and with only Van Dijk remaining in defense, Liverpool was essentially all-out attacking. Kenny's cover was very timely. Just as Salah was about to shake off Luke Shaw, he decisively appeared to intercept the ball. At that moment, Salah had already found himself in the vacant area of the penalty box. That was close. Kenny would definitely be within 5 meters of Salah. Old James's commentary was the most insightful, while Carragher beside him merely stood up, almost ready to celebrate. A minute later, Lukaku was elbowed in the ribs while tussling with Van Dijk, rolling on the ground in pain. Lin Mo had never seen a pig weighing over 200 pounds scream, but today he witnessed Lukaku at 200 pounds doing just that. Chapter 499. Gary, is it because of Lin Mo that Manchester United has achieved today? Or is it because of Mourinho? After the match, Liverpool fans at Anfield gradually dispersed, leaving behind many Kop fans who were unwilling to accept the result, still standing there in tears. Neville had long been celebrating in the commentary box, and as he watched Carragher emerge from his sorrow, he slowly gathered his emotions and began to think. Both, perhaps. Neville returned to his seat, observing Henderson and the players lined up beside the Kop, apologizing and taking their bow, bidding farewell to the 1920 season. Think about this question seriously. Carragher's gaze seemed a bit vacant, as if he had thought of something. Seeing this, Neville felt that his answer was a bit hasty. On the pitch, Mourinho and Klopp were still exchanging thoughts. It was rare that they didn't just exchange simple greetings at the end of the match like in other games. Indeed, at this moment, Mourinho might be the savior of Manchester United, but isn't Klopp as well? No one can deny Klopp's achievements at Liverpool. Since the post-Dalglish era, that formidable Liverpool has shed countless tears in this small Anfield. Chapter 500. Good evening, dear viewers, and welcome to the 36th round of the 2019-20 Premier League season. Today's match features Manchester United at home against Crystal Palace. As you all know, prior to this match, Manchester United had achieved a remarkable record of 31 wins and 4 draws, accumulating 97 points, leading second-place Liverpool by a whopping 7 points. If they win this match, Manchester United will clinch the Premier League title 2 rounds early. Previously, Manchester United had a total of 20 top-flight league titles, while Liverpool had 19. Winning this match would extend Manchester United's lead in the number of league titles over Liverpool. Yes, don't underestimate the difference between these two trophies. That represents the gap between Manchester United and Liverpool since Ferguson's retirement. Last year, Liverpool returned to the top of the Premier League in record-breaking fashion, narrowing the championship gap with Manchester United to just 1. If it weren't for Manchester United's reliance on Lin Mo and Ronaldo's goals in the last match, Liverpool might have truly caught up with Manchester United's league title count. Now back to the point. Let us see if Manchester United can lift the trophy again at Old Trafford. Chapter 501. We got Lin, then we got win. Old Trafford had new captain Lin. Lin, then we got win. Whatever the Premier League or Champions League, we all got win. We know we deserve it. We know we are determined to win it. La 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 la. We are Manchester United. La 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 la. We will fight to win them all. La 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 la. Because we have Captain Lin. Chapter 502. After clinching the league title 2 rounds early, Manchester United's reputation soared. The return of Manchester United to the pinnacle became an inspirational story, and countless influencers began to ride the wave of Manchester United's popularity. From 7th in the league to champions, Manchester United took a full 7 years. After watching football for 20 years, last night, Manchester United made me cry. How the fallen Manchester United gradually returned to the top. From Lin Mo joining to Manchester United reclaiming the title. Manchester United only did the following few things, but the fans were not buying it. They just looked at the photos and sighed. They say they're a 7-year itch. And Manchester United has finally made it. Thinking back to when I secretly watched Manchester United play as a child, I never worried about not winning championships. Winning was a common occurrence. Now, winning a league title is such an emotional event. Those upstairs should stop showing off. It's not easy for Manchester United to achieve what they have now. Even when Ferguson was amazing, he didn't win the Champions League consecutively. Now there's a chance. The Lin Mo in the photos with Ronaldo looks so handsome. And yes, Lukaku also looks good. The celebration among Manchester United fans was not over, and the club immediately announced Carrington Training Ground will be expanded and renovated, with a total investment expected to exceed $50 million. Chapter 503. No, Manchester United is definitely not, or rather, Mourinho is not. Everyone knows about the industrialization of modern football, but when we watch Manchester United play, it doesn't feel that way at all. The 3 defensive midfielder setup is an adaptive tactical evolution that emerged under Mourinho's conservative counterattacking tactics in the early 21st century, but it has nothing to do with industrialization. We can see that Manchester United's matches look effortless. You heard it right. I'm using effortless to describe Manchester United's football, because they have very few ineffective passes. It's not the endless sideways passing, applying tactics formulaically, looking for the opponent's weaknesses, and then having fixed players make fixed passes. This is the basic form of industrialization. But for some teams, I won't name names, you'll find that their attacks could almost be said to be carved out of several molds. And that is truly scary. Just 2 days before the match between Manchester United and Real Madrid, Leeds United coach Bielsa, as a newly promoted team that had already locked in a Premier League spot, made such remarks in an interview. At that time, he had no idea that his comments would instantly set the entire football world ablaze. Chapter 504. The next day, which is the day the Champions League semi-finals begin, a large crowd wearing red jerseys once again appeared from all corners of the city. This time, there is no need for any fan organization to come forward and call for it, the treble champions. Such an enticing title has already driven Manchester United fans crazy. This is the second best achievement in the history of Manchester United. What? You want to ask which year was Manchester United's best year? No. I will only tell you that it was on the day of Sir Busby's 90th birthday. On that day, Solskjaer's last-minute goal secured Manchester United's historic treble and created the classic Ferguson time. But why is it said that today's Manchester United can only be considered the second-best achievement in history? Because they still have two FA Cup opponents to deal with, and the domestic cup champions do not include the Carabao Cup. In the red tide of this city, many Manchester City fans can only watch gloomily from their windows as their rivals' fans gather joyfully towards Old Trafford, even though today's opponent is the formidable Real Madrid, a model of modern industrial football in media reports. Outside the stadium, countless journalists have flocked in, and the heat of this match has completely surpassed that of another match. Atletico against Paris Saint-Germain. Chapter 505, Zhuang TV. Zhuang TV. Here we are bringing you the UEFA Champions League semi-final of the 2019-20 season, featuring Manchester United against Real Madrid. I am today's special host, Lao Zhan. I am your Little Ma. Little Ma's soft voice gradually wakes up the fans who have been waiting in front of the TV and were almost falling asleep, having waited from 12 o'clock until 2:45 a.m. During that time, apart from the goddess in Douyin, there was nothing to keep them awake. What? You say you have to finish your homework at home to get permission to watch the game? Brother, what a joke. After finishing your homework, do you still have the energy to watch the game? Not to mention being as holy as a nun. Just the dizziness and heavy eyelids would be difficult for ordinary people to overcome. You see, you're still young. As long as you finish washing the clothes and mopping the floor, then your position in this family will be secured. Back to the point. Fans in Huaxia have already raised their glasses and lit a cigarette, starting the happiest 2 hours of the week. On screen, both teams' players slowly enter the field to the passionate voice of the live DJ. Chapter 506, on the field. The match between Real Madrid and Manchester United has been a stalemate since the first minute. The intensity of the match has exceeded everyone's expectations, even more suffocating than the last double red match. What kind of story will unfold when Ceremony Midfield meets Manchester United's Iron Gate? There's a song we all know called Pear Blossom Fragrance. As a theme song exclusively for World 3, Hazard, Pear Blossom Fragrance is well known in Huaxia. Just like now, the man who is highly anticipated by the Real Madrid fans is facing Kante. Yes, it's not Lin Mo marking him, at least offensively. The only attribute Mourinho recognizes about Lin Mo is his proactive nature. At this moment, he stands next to Kante, watching Hazard play Chin Wang Raoju. However, after suffering a right ankle fracture and being sidelined for 67 days on December 5th last year, and then suffering a serious injury with a right fibula fracture again in February, his right leg is almost useless after being out for more than 4 months. The returning Hazard is no longer the same as before. Even his weight has unconsciously increased significantly. Those who don't know might think he is a smaller version of Lukaku. Amid the expectations of Real Madrid fans, the BGM of Pear Blossom Fragrance suddenly stops, and Lin Mo, while advancing with the ball, inexplicably twists his head. Chapter 507. Ashley, are you leaving at the end of this season? This is not someone else asking Ashley Young, but a question he encountered the morning before yesterday when signing autographs for fans at Carrington's entrance. Looking at the child in front of him, struggling to lift his head, who looked to be no more than 10 years old, Ashley Young smiled and squatted down to meet him at eye level. At the end of this season, my contract with Manchester United will expire. Do you understand what a contract means? It means I have an agreement with Manchester United, which will end at the end of this season. He reached out and touched the boy's head, smiling. However, in his smile, there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. I know what a contract means. The boy initially shouted very loudly, but soon his voice became barely audible. Can't you not leave? Huh? Ashley Young was a bit confused. This child looked like he had seen many Manchester United matches, so why did he? He looked up at the child's mother, but she also had an awkward expression, trying to act as if she was leaving it to Ashley Young to explain to the child. So what should Ashley Young do? Ma'am, you also don't want her child to not follow his style. Chapter 508. Unfortunately, Ashley's contract is expiring at the end of the season, but I believe his form could still allow him to play in the Premier League, just not as a starter. After Mourinho finished celebrating, he still praised Ashley Young's breakthrough. Without him, this attack would probably not have been so easy. The overlapping runs of the fullbacks, Lin Mo's inward cut, combined with the crossing of Ronaldo and Shaw, this attack is actually not complex. It's just that the positional changes of key players are somewhat unexpected. But what is truly surprising is Ashley Young. The game continues, but no matter how Manchester United changes, Real Madrid never exposes a flaw. Low block defense? What exactly does Zidane want? At this moment, not only is Mourinho a bit confused, but others are also puzzled. Ferguson had just mentioned to Solskjaer the story of when Ashley Young first came to Manchester United. That kid at that time had Manchester City and Liverpool wanting him, jokingly. That was Manchester United. As soon as he heard our name, he immediately gave up on Manchester City and Liverpool, which was of course the right choice. I didn't talk to him about football. We mostly talked about horse racing and wine, because I just told him that at Manchester United, you have to challenge yourself every day. This is Real Madrid. Chapter 509. Rodrigo's goal helped Real Madrid equalize the score. And now both sides are back on the same starting line. The first half has been going on for 43 minutes. With Manchester United holding 63 possession and Real Madrid only 37, yet the score is 1-1. It's hard to imagine that Mourinho's team is controlling the initiative while the opponent is being passively beaten. So far, Real Madrid has only had 3 shots, with one hitting the frame, but it's this one shot that equalized the score. In fact, before that, Rodrigo had 0 dribbles. No need for Lao Jean to continue introducing. Just looking at the expressions of Manchester United fans at the scene captured by the director. Everyone knows they look as if they've eaten shit. Online fans are equally disgusted. Just this one shot. Just fucking one shot. I can't tell who is Real Madrid and who is Manchester United. If I didn't look at the team names or jersey colors, I would rather believe that the club with 37 possession and 1 shot on target is Manchester United. How will this football history be written? Mourinho's football dominated Real Madrid for 43 minutes, only to be equalized with 1 kick? Is this some wild history? I've read a lot of wild histories, but this is my first time hearing such a ridiculous one. Chapter 510. Lin Mo didn't know what was happening on the other side, but he felt that the Real Madrid players seemed a bit relaxed. When the Real Madrid players wanted to high-five Cristiano Ronaldo, they noticed his expression was extremely serious. What's with that firm gaze? Frenchman Mendy and Benzema frowned. What's wrong with Ronaldo? Why is he not relaxed at all? It's just a game. What is most important? Freedom. Holmansi. Helashachio. What a strange person. He must have been influenced by the Chinese player Lin Mo. How could such a rigid country understand these things? As both teams walked onto the pitch, the familiar deafening noise once again filled every player's nerves. Clearly, compared to the relaxed Real Madrid, the Manchester United players looked a bit tense. It seems that during halftime, Jose put in a lot of effort. Ferguson appeared completely unconcerned. If luck were to make a team champion, then it was God's arrangement. But Ferguson believed that Manchester United was returning to the Manchester United of yesteryear, the one that could create miracles in the dying moments of the finals. But as both teams took their positions, the relaxation of the Real Madrid players instantly vanished. Manchester United's lineup changed. Oh no, Manchester United's formation changed. Chapter 511. All right, 2-1. Thanks to veteran Ashley Young's goal, they took the lead again. Crazy Manchester United, crazy offense, crazy goals. It was truly a mad attempt. I can assure everyone that this is the craziest and most successful attack I have ever seen. How could the Real Madrid players be so unprepared against such an overt attack? It's simply unbelievable. Rashford, after getting past Benzema, was almost at the edge of the penalty area without any resistance. And Lin Mo's slip was simply genius. If he had touched the ball even slightly, Ashley Young following up would never have been able to receive it. A perfect connection. This is not something ordinary dribbling or skills can compare to. What is it? As LeBron asked, Little Horse cooperatively responded. Hey, then what is it? The pretentious LeBron was very happy. He laughed loudly and said, awareness. The awareness Lin Mo displayed is something many players cannot achieve. Why do many talented players have good skills but ultimately fade into the crowd? Little Horse responded again. Oh, I get it. Their team awareness is lacking. So many times individual performances are outstanding, but the team performance is unsatisfactory. Chapter 512. After winning the match 2-1, Manchester United had become the biggest favorite in this Champions League. Almost all media were praising Mourinho and Manchester United's success, with various news and reports constantly recapping. From an obscure Belgian youth training player to Manchester United's key player, what has Lin Mo experienced? An aging veteran becomes a key piece for Manchester United. Returning from a serious injury, I am still the strongest left back of Manchester United. This is an inspirational story. Let us look at Ronaldo's journey home. He is the outcast of the era, yet the savior of Manchester United. Mourinho's road to rejuvenation. Such reports flooded the public discourse almost overnight, with fans discussing them enthusiastically. Nearly every fan's conversations over meals were about these topics. Did you know? Ashley Young actually rejected Liverpool and Manchester City back in the day. I tell you, Ronaldo could have not returned, but the Juventus locker room was just too terrifying. You know what? I'll tell you, Lin Mo was already the captain when he was in Belgian youth training. At tables worldwide, in cafes and classrooms, you could almost hear discussions about Manchester United everywhere. Chapter 5:13. 4 days later, Manchester United faced Chelsea in the FA Cup semi-finals. Chelsea, having lost Hazard, had risen again in the second half of the season, going from a string of losses at the start of the season to an unbeaten streak of 12 matches. So far, they had successfully climbed from 12th place in the league to the top 4. Meanwhile, Leicester City, which was originally in contention for the Champions League, had fallen to 5th place, trailing by 4 points with only 2 league matches remaining, making next season's Champions League seem unlikely. The only hope might be Manchester United winning the cup. The FA Cup semi-finals are different from other cup competitions, as they're always played as a single round. This means that if you make a mistake in one match, you will be directly eliminated. Before the 5th round, if the match ends in a tie after 90 minutes, a replay is needed. Therefore, to avoid the FA Cup matches affecting the League and Champions League, many teams do not go all out in the FA Cup. Because once it ends in a draw, such a match with no benefits could worsen the already congested schedule. This has led to many weaker teams often pulling off miracles in the FA Cup. Of course, many times, strong teams will take it more seriously in the semi-finals. Just like today. Chapter 5:14. The fans in the stands became restless with Giroud's shot. The historic red-blue battle is always spectacular. However, in the past 2 years, the transition between offense and defense has been relatively quick, with Manchester United's decline and Chelsea's instability. They once had a strong spirit, but now, looking back, those iron-willed men are now standing on the sidelines as coaches. There are 2 of them. Zuma is not Terry, and Rudiger is not Carvalho. Today's Chelsea, as introduced by LeBron, has begun to favor a 3-back formation under Lampard's coaching. This allows Marcos Alonso and Reece James to move closer to midfield to strengthen the attack. Up front, there is also Lampard's favorite new blue trident of Pulisic, Giroud, and Mount. However, just because this lineup has succeeded in the league this season does not mean they will find success against Manchester United. In the 11th minute of the match, Lampard was awakened when Lin Mo jumped the ball over Jorginho to Tonali. Chelsea's defense had little room for maneuver. As Azpilicueta glanced at Rashford, and without hesitation, he tangled up with him. This left Tonali with one less man in front of him. With a quick pass, Zuma directly led the retreat. Chapter 5:15. Mason. Wait a moment, feign a run to the bottom. We will cooperate with your forward insertion, pushing their defense back. Before the kickoff, Lin Mo found Greenwood to give instructions, gesturing with his hands. Then you cut inside, shoot near corner, low drive. Greenwood nodded continuously. He absolutely would not waste such an important opportunity. Even though he always had his pride, the man in front of him was the captain who could make Ronaldo obedient. This Caballero is 38 years old, slow to react, stiff, and gets up slowly. Grealish's eyes lit up indeed. No wonder the boss included so many long-range shots in the tactical training before the match. The game quickly began, and Chelsea's attack was still the same as before, pushing forward through the wings to pressure the opponent's defense. Rudiger and Azpilicueta advanced to the defensive midfielder positions, freeing Jorginho and Kovacic. This tactic was indeed effective, but today Manchester United was already prepared. With a call from Lin Mo, 2 fierce dogs rushed towards the wings. Tonali took the left, and McNeil took the right. Behind Lin Mo, there is also the unyielding Canty. Chapter 5:16. After a brief treatment, Grealish finally recovered. However, after getting up, Grealish's eyes were a bit red. He could have been taken off the pitch due to the previous foul. It's important to note that this is a crucial time for Manchester United in their title chase. The FA Cup final and the Champions League final are in mid to late May, and if he were to get injured, he would definitely miss these 2 key matches. Lin, you have to help me, Grealish said to Lin Mo while standing over the free kick. Lin Mo thought for a moment and whispered a few words in his ear. The free kick was in a good position, about 30 meters from the right side of the front court, a great opportunity for a direct shot. Although Chelsea was one man down, they still formed a wall of 4 players. Soon, Manchester United's free kick was taken. To everyone's surprise, Lin Mo did not choose to shoot directly, but passed the ball to the left. Don't worry about wasting the opportunity. It's all up to you now. Grealish faced off against Reece James. This bold move surprised everyone. Wasn't this wasting a chance directly? But for Lin Mo, it was more important to give Grealish a chance to regain his confidence. Chapter 5:17. If you ask what impact Ronaldo has had on the team since his comeback, Messi fans will tell you. Support Ronaldo to start every match and play the full 90 minutes. Manchester United fans will tell you it's best to rotate him in and don't let him play in unimportant matches. Ronaldo fans will tell you, I support him as long as it's not a 3 a.m. match. But clearly, the attitude of the Manchester United players on the field changed after seeing Ronaldo come on. Regardless of how outside fans evaluate Ronaldo, the professional attitude he demonstrates within the club is undoubtedly a model for everyone to learn from. He shows young players what qualities a professional athlete should possess. Not only discipline, but also the right attitude in training and enthusiasm during matches. Most importantly, despite having 5 Ballon d'Or awards, Ronaldo has no airs during training and is willing to take on the biggest responsibilities on the pitch. For instance now, McNeil's pass was a bit heavy, but Ronaldo, who had just come on, showed no hesitation and sprinted after the ball without delay. He turned back and gave a thumbs up to McNeil's pass. McNeil, on the other hand, felt a bit embarrassed and raised his hand in apology. Chapter 5:18. Terrifying Manchester United, terrifying Lin Mo. Manchester United is on the verge of a quadruple this season. 1 step into the FA Cup final. Half a step into the Champions League final. The skies of Europe are starting to turn red. The terrifying Red Dynasty returns. After Ferguson, Manchester United welcomes a new era. Lin Mo has become a Ballon d'Or contender, with 30 goals and 30 assists this year, and is likely to win the quadruple. They just haven't counted the matches at the end of June yet. It's not that they don't want to, but they can't even imagine what it would be like if the European Championship. The scene shifted back to the locker room, where Mourinho announced a 3-day holiday under the eager eyes of everyone. Don't think about it. You already had 1 day off plus the 2 days you've earned. That makes 3 days off. Go enjoy yourselves, but I have one request. Mourinho raised his right hand, drawing everyone's attention to it, and said with a serious expression, no excessive drinking. If I find out, you can forget about appearing at the Bernabeu or Wembley. Everyone immediately felt a chill. This was the first time the boss had threatened them in such a serious tone. Yes, threatened. Since Mourinho took over at Carrington, he hadn't threatened the players like this. Chapter 5:19. Manchester United has its own strengths, and Inter Milan has its own. Lin Mo always understood that even if Lukaku had stayed at Manchester United, he would never be the core or the number 1 option. Maguire on the defense line was practically Southgate's favorite son in the England national team, while Kenny in midfield was coveted by both the French national team's coach Deschamps and other club managers. Nowadays, Rodri, pointed out by Mourinho, has gradually shown more comprehensive potential but needs more experience in the Premier League. The young Tonali will surely become one of Italy's midfield cores in the future. And then there's Bruno Fernandes, who is striving to become Manchester United's midfield core. Not to mention Rashford in the front line. His positioning with Ronaldo and Lukaku at Manchester United is indeed awkward, neither here nor there. Lin Mo looked at Lukaku seriously and said, if you want to be the core, why would I stop you? Upon hearing Lin Mo express his true thoughts, Lukaku could no longer hold back. He covered his face with his hands, leaning on the bar, his shoulders shaking. Chapter 5:20. Thierry Henry. What do you think of today's match? In the Sky Sports studio, the host sitting next to Ferdinand was the first to ask. Henry just shook his head and grimaced, looking somewhat helpless. Well, I share the same view as everyone else. It seems Manchester United has a high chance of winning. They haven't lost a game this season. That's terrifying. This response surprised the host and Ferdinand. They thought Henry would say something else to create suspense in the match. However, Ferdinand felt uneasy as he listened. Real Madrid is still very strong, and this is at the Bernabeu. Players tend to perform better in a familiar environment. Henry's mouth curled into a slight smile, but his tone remained unchanged. Oh no, look at this season's Manchester United. They are nearly unstoppable in attack. Whether in the front or back, Mourinho's management is impeccable. What is so strange about a team like this winning? The more Ferdinand listened, the more wrong it felt. But Henry didn't give him a chance, continuing, I believe that with Lin Mo's ability tearing apart Real Madrid's left defense line is not a problem, especially since they also have Ronaldo, once the best player of Real Madrid. Chapter 5:21. Incredible. As the entire crowd of fans stood up, the players from both teams turned their gaze towards the man with pursed lips and slightly red eyes. If Old Trafford was the place where his dream was born, then the Bernabeu was where it took flight. Today, Vinicius, who had the rare chance to start, looked at Cristiano Ronaldo, who was being cheered by the entire Bernabeu, with envy in his eyes. I also want to become a man like that in the future. Others also showed friendly smiles, with Mourinho standing on the sidelines applauding, looking kind. Only Zidane clapped with a forced smile, feeling dissatisfied with such a scene. It was true that Ronaldo was one of Real Madrid's legendary players. But how could they compete like this? This brief interlude quickly passed, and both sides naturally took their positions after the ceremony ended. In the Sky Sports studio, the host began to introduce the starting lineups for today. Wow, this is the treatment of a club legend. Who can say that Real Madrid lacks warmth? Okay, let's take a look at today's starting lineups before the match begins. First, attacking from left to right in their traditional white jerseys is Real Madrid. Today's coach Zidane still set up a 4-3-3 formation, but there were significant changes in the starting personnel. Chapter 5:22. Lin Mo saw that his teammate was entangled, while Casemiro was coming at him head-on. At this moment, he had two choices: either get past Casemiro and continue pushing the ball forward, or choose to play it safe and pass back like many defensive midfielders do. However, he recalled the reports his father had shown him before the match. No defensive midfielders in the Premier League. Lin Mo hailed as a king. In the kind of attacking match in the Premier League, Lin Mo has the upper hand. Today, whether in the middle or on the wing, Lin Mo can't gain an advantage. Lin Mo knew that it wasn't their fault because of the English media's excessive praise. He had clearly become the first among the post-00s generation of players. With such a claim, it would naturally provoke dissatisfaction from fans of other players. And these attacks were insignificant to him. But Lin Mo knew that if he retreated today, those news headlines would change too. I said all of this is just the brainless fans of your Huaxiao Water Army, hyping it up. Lin Mo is just a system player, achieving this only under Mourinho. As expected, the league ranking of Espanyol is his true achievement. Oh, where's the promised one-man team? Just passing back to rely on teammates, right? Sai, a Huaxiao player, forcefully hyped up to be the third in the world. That person said it right before. This is Lin Dayu, Chapter 5:23. On the field, seeing Lin Mo almost single-handedly take on the entire Real Madrid midfield. Not only Rodri, but even Kanté felt their blood boiling. At 168 centimeters tall, he almost ran out the speed of Suarez. Just as Lin Mo faced Ramos, two figures appeared on both sides at the same time. Rodri and Kanté exchanged smiles. We can't let the captain take all the glory. At this moment, the situation flipped. Originally, it was Lin Mo challenging the ceremony midfield. Now it became Ramos taking on Manchester United's dream trident. Indeed, this new title was just shouted out by Ferdinand. Left? Right? Or would Lin Mo take it on himself? Even though Ramos' strength was still on par with his prime, he had never faced one against three. At this moment, the synergy of the treble-winning defense was showcased as Carvajal and Marcelo rushed towards Ramos. Behind them, Modric and Kroos, who had been cleanly bypassed, quickly returned to the flanks to assist in defense. In a flash, Real Madrid switched to a defensive setup, but it was too late. Lin Mo flicked the ball outward with his right foot, passing between Ramos and the following Marcelo, sending it in a beautiful arc to Cristiano Ronaldo's feet. Chapter 5:24. Do you know the biggest difference between Real Madrid and Manchester United? Ferguson looked at Vinicius charging towards Ashley Young and said to David Gill. His old partner was already accustomed to Ferguson's self-questioning and answering style, but he still cooperatively thought for a moment before replying. The coaches on both sides? Ferguson shook his head with a smile, watching Vinicius and Ashley Young racing side by side, both unwilling to give way as they approached the baseline. Because we have Lin Mo and Ronaldo? David Gill waved his arms, celebrating Ashley Young's beautiful defense while answering. Ferguson shook his head again, but this time his smile faded a bit, as the young man's rising figure bore some resemblance to the Ronaldo of his day. In his line of sight, Vinicius, who failed to overpower Ashley Young, rolled out of bounds with him, and he looked at the assistant referee awarding a goal kick to Manchester United. Wanted to complain about something, but suddenly he suppressed his emotions, dropped his hands, wiped his nose, glanced at Ashley Young, and turned to leave. This was not his style. Previously, the media often reported on Vinicius complaining about referees, the pitch, and passes. Chapter 525, Go on, Lukaku. The rarely starting Lukaku knew when Lin Mo passed the ball that his brother was creating an opportunity for him. He promised me. Yes, he promised me. Lukaku gritted his teeth, feeling his body's speed increasing, as the shackles on his shoulders and waist seemed to be unable to hold him back any longer. Lin Mo promised me, but I also promised him. The scene flashed back to that day in the bar, with Lukaku drunkenly resting one hand on Lin Mo's shoulder and the other on Kaya's, allowing the couple to send him to Erica's car. Lin Mo, as long as you pass the ball, I, Lukaku, will definitely receive it, no matter when. He pointed at Lin Mo, repeating word for word, no matter when. Well, that time is now. With a muffled grunt, Militao could no longer withstand a rhino like Lukaku, and his body fell back to the ground. Behind him was Real Madrid's penalty area. A clear chance. Suddenly, a clear chance. Zidane, with his arms crossed on the sidelines, almost choked himself. Until Lukaku charged into the penalty area with the ball, he still couldn't understand how this ball transformed from a central play into a clear chance. Chapter 526, Don't Rush. When playing against Real Madrid, you have to wait until after 70 minutes. Henry watched as Real Madrid kept trying to attack, but always returned empty-handed, and began to comfort the fans in front of the TV. Of course, this was also the host's instruction. If it were a one-sided match, what would happen to the ratings? Ferdinand couldn't help but frown when he heard this quip, recalling that during Real Madrid's 3 consecutive championships, they had never had it easy. Just take the 2017 Champions League final as an example. 60 minutes in, Real Madrid was only leading 1-0, but after 60 minutes, they grew stronger, scoring 3 goals to defeat Juventus. In the first leg of the semifinals against Atletico Madrid, Real Madrid scored 2 goals in the 70th minute, establishing a 3-0 lead on the path to advancement. In the quarterfinals against Bayern, after falling behind by 1 goal, Real Madrid started to push again after the 70th minute. In the 70th minute, Cristiano Ronaldo scored. In the 104th minute, Ronaldo scored again. In the 109th minute, Ronaldo scored once more. In the 112th minute, Asensio also found the net. And this is just a snapshot since 2016, because on a day in July 2016, a bald man brought another bald man into the Valdebebas training complex, and this man had a loud name. Chapter 527, Oh no. At this moment, Lin Mo, who was standing outside the penalty area, saw the ball pass by Cruz and knew something bad was about to happen. He immediately turned his head to the left, where the far post was already empty. Even Wan-Bissaka moved with the team's formation to the other side, and there, a white figure rushed in from outside the penalty area. The passing Cruz squinted. This is the only chance. If you can't score again, you don't deserve to be on the field. Accompanied by the excited gasps of the fans, the once great Bale appeared in front of the ball, receiving the pass in the vacant space at the edge of the penalty area. Just like he had scored from this angle countless times before, his left foot swung as if pouring all his grievances from this season into the shot. Bang! At this moment, De Gea could only reach out, but the ball was too fast. Whoosh! Just before the end of the first half, this former Welsh genius finally scored a goal. It was also his last goal for Real Madrid. Without an excited celebration, Bale simply bent down at the corner flag, raising his right arm to draw the final curtain, which eventually fell on his chest. Many people were in tears. This was the great Bale bidding farewell to them. Chapter 528 In the Bernabeu away team's locker room, Mourinho stood at the entrance of the unfamiliar corridor, welcoming each returning player. Good job, Lin. Mourinho extended his hand to high-five Lin Mo and patted his back to encourage him. As your wish, boss. Lin Mo turned to wink at Mourinho. Get in quickly. You little rascal. Mourinho pretended to kick Lin Mo with his foot, looking in a good mood. Cristiano, there are no mirrors here. Are you still used to it? Facing Mourinho's outstretched hand, Ronaldo smiled and high-fived back. I've outgrown the age of needing to motivate myself before every game, boss. Mourinho saw that there was no pretense in Ronaldo's eyes and also laughed as he patted his back. I'll send you one later. He can hang it in the Manchester United locker room for a few more years. Ronaldo paused his steps, but quickly turned his back to Mourinho, waving his hand to indicate that he had received the club's sincerity. That's right, just before this match, the board had decided to confirm Ronaldo's future at Manchester United, re-signing a long-term contract until he retires. Considering the commercial value Ronaldo brings, The club was weighing the structure of image rights and salary to ensure this signing would be a win-win. Chapter 529. 2 minutes later, Real Madrid launched another attack, pressing Ashley Young hard. There was no chance for him to catch his breath. Under the repeated assaults from Carvajal and Vinicius, Ashley Young appeared to be gradually struggling. Kanté was moving back and forth between the center and the wing, also showing signs of fatigue. One more, Ashley Young told himself, taking heavy steps, desperately charging out a distance to make a tackle. But the referee's whistle sounded at that moment. Foul? Vinicius got up from the sidelines, brushing off his backside, showing no signs of fatigue at all. However, Ashley Young lay on the ground, panting heavily, unable to get up. Boss, if you don't substitute me soon, I want to be able to hold on. Looking at Mourinho, who was making substitution arrangements, Ashley Young let out a sigh. At that moment, something unexpected happened. Luke Shaw, who had changed clothes on the sidelines, was told he could not come on. WEF? Mourinho got anxious and was about to rush over to find the fourth official. But the match had already started. Ashley Young was a bit surprised. Why hasn't there been a substitution? He struggled to get up, watching as Real Madrid's tactical free kick came to this side again. That Vinicius, who had team managed to pass him all match, appeared once more, leaving only bitterness at the corner of Ashley Young's mouth. Chapter 530. Turning his head, Tonali's expression changed, and he unleashed his full power. Come on, is that all you've got? In the distance, Ronaldo and Lin Mo turned their heads in unison, scratching their heads deliberately, slowly walking away. It was just too embarrassing to watch. No matter how passionate the players were, they weren't that kind of fool. But others didn't think so. At least Trippier shouted under pressure. Then Wan-Bissaka followed, and the goofy Kanté shouted as well. In an instant, Manchester United's momentum surged, and they began to engage in a fierce physical battle with Real Madrid. 2 minutes later, Lin Mo dropped back to receive the ball, but before he could turn around, he felt his balance suddenly lost and fell forward. The impact he felt on his back was so fast that he couldn't react in time. After he got up, Casemiro slowly retreated with an innocent look. 1 minute later, Manchester United's retaliation came. Today's goal hero Bale was sent off the pitch along with the ball. However, after falling to the ground, Bale held his ankle and couldn't get up for a long time. Zidane cursed under his breath on the sidelines. And after considering Rodrigo and Hazard, he eventually pointed to Rodrigo. He made adjustments, moving Vinicius to the left wing. Chapter 531. Lin, what a beautiful tackle. Tonali, like a lively kid, appeared in front of Lin Mo, pulling him up and raising an eyebrow to ask, "How is it? Feeling refreshed?" Hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile. "You brat, stop talking nonsense and go back to defend." "Ha ha, just watch my performance." Tonali's lively demeanor completely influenced Lin Mo. Who is this kid? Anyway, the match had been going on for 76 minutes, with only 14 minutes left in such an intense game. Yet the Real Madrid players still ran as if it were the beginning of the second half. The stamina of the veterans seemed not to have declined at all due to the departure of Puyol. At this moment, any mistake from either side could change the course of the match. After Lin Mo joined, Manchester United's defense had clearly stepped up a level. Lin, left side. Block his passing route. Lin, ahead. Just keep up. Don't go for the steal. Kanté occasionally reminds Lin Mo to constantly change his position. Sometimes he has to focus on Cruz's passes, and other times he has to run alongside Modric for several meters before doubling back. Chapter 532. Manchester United successfully defeats Real Madrid to advance to the Champions League final, while the other match's score is officially announced. Paris Saint-Germain once again defeats Atletico Madrid, with an aggregate score of 3-1, advancing to the final. Thus, the two teams in the Champions League final are officially determined. Manchester United versus Paris Saint-Germain. According to the grouping rules, Manchester United will be the home team in the final, wearing their traditional red jerseys at the Estadio da Luz in Lisbon. This is good news for Manchester United, as there are many Portuguese players in the team. From coach Mourinho to Cristiano Ronaldo, Bruno Fernandes, and Dalot. There have been rumors that Manchester United has a little Portuguese group. However, Cristiano Ronaldo himself does not know when Bruno Fernandes and Dalot started enjoying eating chicken breast with him. But the focus of the final is not just here. Most reporters rush to Paris Saint-Germain to interview Pogba. What are your thoughts on facing your old club Manchester United in the final? There were rumors back then that the club chose Mourinho over you, which is why you were sold to Paris. Is that true? I heard that Lin Mo's arrival changed everything that summer. What are your thoughts on him? Chapter 533. Marcus Lin Mo puts his arm around Rashford's neck, looking a bit sad. You may not know, but Lukaku might not be playing with me next season. Rashford's eyes widen in disbelief. He cannot understand why anyone would want to leave Manchester United now. He turns to Mourinho, his eyes filled with disbelief, wondering if Lin Mo is joking. What did you say? Lukaku is leaving? Lin Montag notes. Rashford then looks at Ashley Young, his eyes full of doubt. He still doesn't believe Lukaku is leaving. Really? Why would he leave? Ashley Young licks his lips helplessly, sighs, and slightly nods. Only a few captains and the coach know about this right now. Lukaku has a bigger stage next season. You both are in similar situations. But Lukaku's roots in Manchester United aren't deep. If he doesn't leave, he will never be the core. So he must find his own path in football. Rashford is stunned. He never considered this issue. But you are different. You came up through Manchester United's youth system. Do you remember that essay you wrote 12 years ago? Saying your dream was to serve Manchester United? Remember? Lin Mo pats his shoulder, speaking in a low tone. Chapter 534. Yes, a more important responsibility. Mourinho hands the tactical board, which was set aside, to Rashford. Next season, Greenwood will be appearing more often in the forward position. You two have a good relationship, but you have more experience than he does, so I hope you can help him improve. Lin Mo listens to this. In terms like CPU and KTV unconsciously float through his mind. It must be said that Mourinho has changed a lot in these 2 years. He not only inspires the veterans' last potential, but is also gradually getting used to communicating with young players. Young players like Rashford are at a confusing stage in their careers. One misstep could lead to becoming the next Marshall, the next Ali, or the next Balotelli. Clearly, Mourinho has prepared a lot for this. When Rashford hears that he is responsible for mentoring Greenwood, he suddenly feels needed. Of course, I wasn't completely at ease handing a young player like Greenwood to you at first. But Lin Mo and Ashley Young told me you have the ability and responsibility to do this well. Chapter 535. Champions League Final Preview. Manchester United squad is complete. Speculation on starting 11. Manchester United arrives in Lisbon. Portuguese fans welcome and block traffic. Le Parisien. Neymar supports Pogba. Champions League is the best stage to prove oneself. Guardiola. Either team could win, but if the parade is in Manchester, I might not be happy. Cruz. How do I see it? I would choose to watch at home. Reporters line up as Ferguson and others appear in Lisbon. Manchester United executives turn out. 92 class Portugal reunites. Has your youth returned? Giggs and old friends once again get drunk in Lisbon. Manchester United's tradition may affect team performance. A flood of reports surrounds this Champions League final. In this season's top 5 leagues, apart from the Premier League, La Liga, and Serie A still have some suspense, while the Bundesliga and Ligue 1 are almost unchanged. Paris Saint-Germain, in terms of both financial power and strength, has already surpassed a level in Ligue 1. Especially with Neymar and Pogba, their strength has long crushed many traditional Ligue 1 powerhouses. Not to mention the French supercar overshadowed by Pogba and Neymar, the Prince of France. Chapter 536. Oldley holds flowers in his left hand and groceries in his right, knocking on his own door. Oh, you remember today is May 20th. Good for you. His wife reproaches him as she takes the flowers from his hand, examining them from left to right, seemingly searching for the best angle for a photo. Daddy, hug. His daughter, holding a pencil, runs over with open arms, smiling and wanting a warm hug. Oldley finally smiles, lifting his daughter. Look, Daddy bought your favorite June yellow crab today. Although it's not big, they're all plump. Wow, Daddy is the best. Seeing the kiss his daughter gives him, Oldley's heart blooms with joy. After putting down his daughter, he heads into the kitchen to get busy. By this time, it is already 6:25 p.m. While working, Oldley watches his wife take photos with the flowers before sitting on the sofa to edit her social media posts for the day. Phew. Although his wife didn't say it today, he is still glad he bought them. After finishing dinner, Oldley finally wants to discuss with his wife. Honey, tonight, can you help the kids with their homework? The teacher called again about Nwan's exam results. His wife doesn't look up and directly arranges it. Chapter 537. Lin, that guy is watching you. Do you want me to give him a little something later? The usually low-key Rodri whispers in Lin Mo's ear. Lin Mo turns his head and meets Pogba's hateful gaze. It doesn't make sense. What grudge do I have against him? Lin Mo has always found Pogba's unwarranted hatred a bit hard to understand. I think it could work. Can he? Even more low-key than Rodri, rarely speaks, showing no concern for the fact that the other is his national team teammate. In Candy's view, Lin Mo is simply a model player, serious in training, hardworking on the field, and only has one girlfriend off the field. The most important thing is that while Lin Mo doesn't appear to live frugally, he never indulges in wastefulness. This earns Kante's goodwill, who has lived by scavenging since childhood. Compared to Pogba, despite lifting the World Cup together in 2018, he has never been fond of such players. Lin Mo turned around in surprise. But he asked your national team teammate, a fellow Frenchman. Kante pursed his lips and nodded silently. Yeah, no need to add money. At this moment, the staff ahead waved their hands, signaling everyone to enter. Lin Mo didn't enter immediately. Instead, he turned around and patted his head twice. Chapter 538. After the ball was intercepted, Kante didn't pass immediately because two players stood beside Lin Mo, Herrera and Marquinhos. As Kante advanced with the ball, the others seemed indifferent, but Mbappe and Pogba immediately shouted, "Get up, block him." What is going on? Di Maria was slowly retreating, showing no intention to defend actively. Neymar was jogging leisurely, while only Pogba and Mbappe appeared very proactive. But soon, they realized the seriousness of the situation. The 168 centimeters tall Kante was incredibly fast with the ball. Yes, you could say he was unstable or lacked technical skills, but damn, he was fast. Lin Mo naturally understood and began to move to evade the interference from Marquinhos and Herrera. Seeing that his teammates showed no intention of helping, Herrera, who was positioned further back, was the first to leave Lin Mo and move forward to block. But at that moment, Lin Mo didn't advance. Instead, he made a withdrawal. As a defender, Marquinhos could no longer pursue, and Lin Mo immediately got the chance to receive the ball in space. The football quickly came to his feet. At this moment, Tuchel's eyelids twitched. He sensed something bad was about to happen. Chapter 539, with Cristiano Ronaldo scoring. The match gradually reached its climax. Yes, although the game had just started for a short while, the fervent atmosphere indicated that the match was about to peak. Whether it was Di Maria, Neymar, or Pogba, who was standing there with clenched fists, they all began to feel increasingly heated. Meanwhile, Mbappe on the flank looked at Lin Mo returning to the center with a complex expression. Are you avoiding me? The crowd celebrating Manchester United quickly returned to their half. Excited, Ronaldo couldn't help but raise his fists and swing his elbows downward. That's the feeling. It was clear he had found his rhythm. After the celebration, Lin Mo became calmer, recalling the previous scene in his mind, shaking his head slightly. Still didn't pass well. Almost got intercepted. I could use a bit more power. Anyway, Marcus is fast. The players on the field showed varying performances, but the reactions from netizens were polarized. Wherever there was a Manchester United match, there would be a fan army, and someone had already started posting on Instagram. It looks offside. Chapter 540. By the 20th minute, under the pressure of falling behind and failing in attacks, the players of Paris Saint-Germain gradually regained their composure and began to show their sharp edge under Herrera's coordination. This time, after Mbappe's attack on the flank was blocked by two players, he passed the ball to Neymar, who easily evaded the interceptions from Lin Mo and Rodri, passing the ball back to Herrera. Soon, the football reached Di Maria's feet, and PSG's attack completed a transition from left to right. Although it wasn't very smooth, after completing such a transition, not only the Paris fans watching the game, but even Tuchel on the sidelines breathed a sigh of relief. During this period, whether it was Mbappe, Neymar, or Pogba, if any of them attempted to go solo, this attack would have failed again. Di Maria, known as the Vice King of the Pampas, Manchester's run and gun, Argentina's championship fuse, not yet obtained, Real Madrid's angel wings, the golden assist from Messi and Ronaldo. The backbone of the national team and club, a winger who walks with one foot and dribbles with the other. If his wing capability is compared to Ashley Young, even the most critical Red Devils fans would have to admit that their own dark four Heavenly Kings member Ashley Young was indeed not as good as him. Chapter 541. Damn. Fuck. Putain. Caramba. Malka. You mooter. At this moment, everyone watching the game around the world had only one thought. Lin Mo, you're being too showy. 1 second, like Jordan trying to score against the opponent. The next second, he suddenly burst past Neymar completely. It was both arrogant and frustrating. Lin Mo made a simple change of direction and acceleration, directly leaving Neymar behind. The simplest actions often require the most primal strength. Lin Mo's dribbling left Neymar completely unreactive, which directly led to Pogba, who was behind, failing to turn in time and encountering the already accelerated Lin Mo. He dribbled past 2 players. The atmosphere on the scene suddenly became heated, and many people's corners of their mouths began to twitch in response to Lin Mo's earlier gesture. Damn, he really pulled it off. Another thought simultaneously emerged in people's minds. In their view, Lin Mo had already crossed the center circle, and Neymar, halfway through his chase, gave up, leaving only Pogba still pursuing. However, Lin Mo seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, just as Marquinhos and Pogba were about to sandwich him. He suddenly stopped. Chapter 542. Back in the locker room, Manchester United players immediately started teasing each other. Kaku, the winning goal in the Champions League final. Should we go to the nightclub to celebrate? Lin, I feel Neymar is not that impressive. Your gesture to signal for another goal was simply too cool. Exactly. I was dumbfounded over there. Who says they're scoring, and they score? Lin Mo raised his head, signaling everyone not to forget about the goal-scoring brother. When the big brother spoke, everyone naturally cooperated. Bro, your positioning is incredible. Faria, who was organizing the tactical board, felt he couldn't bear to look. The atmosphere in the Manchester United locker room seemed to have been off since the beginning of the month. Laughter and joy filled the Manchester United locker room, while the situation at PSG was completely different. We should pass the ball more and cooperate, rather than putting on a show. Pogba sat there expressionless, not knowing to whom he was saying this. Yes, we should have less personal grudges and focus more on team honor. Neymar leaned back, slowly slumping in his seat, staring at the ceiling, and murmured. Chapter 543. Di Maria flicked the ball with his heel, and the football obediently stopped at his feet. However, from a distance, Mbappe snorted. Is there still time to play tricks at this moment? But Di Maria's playing style is just like that. He suddenly accelerates along the sideline, seemingly having seen through Ashley Young's inability to stop him. What he doesn't understand is why, even after all this, Mourinho still hasn't substituted this guy. What he doesn't know is that while everyone is teasing Lin Mo, Ashley Young has taken the initiative to find Mourinho. Boss, don't substitute me in the second half. Huh? Mourinho looks at the breathless Ashley Young with some confusion. Your physical condition. I'm Fine. Ashley Young's eyes begin to firm up. I know you want to replace me with Wan-Bissaka. After all, that Argentine really has something. Mourinho leans against the wall of the corridor and gestures for the staff to block the reporters. You continue. He turns back to Ashley Young and says, Boss, I can defend against him, but I only have 20 minutes, and in these 20 minutes, a 1T can serve any energy. Chapter 544. From 0 to 1 to 1 to 1, then to 1 to 2, and now 1 to 3. The mentality of the Paris players can no longer hold. I said all this fancy stuff is useless. Why has the team Mourinho made any substitutions? This is clearly premeditated. Mbappe curses as he walks back, very dissatisfied with Di Maria's selfishness and also extremely unhappy with the paper-thin defense. Pogba is also there, hands on his hips, watching Di Maria retreat with red eyes. Is it going to be like this again? Crying in the final? The attitude of the two is so obvious that even their French teammates begin to harbor some hostility towards Di Maria. Losing possession leading to a goal. Such a crucial goal. 1 to 2, the Paris players still have confidence. But facing Mourinho's team at 1 to 3, their confidence drops sharply. Substitution, it must be done. Before Di Maria could explode against Ashley Young, he was substituted by Verratti. Paredes was also substituted for the 191 centimeters tall Choupo-Moting. Thus, Paris's formation changed to 4-1-2-3, with Neymar moving to the right, and one of the 3 midfielders, Herrera, slightly retreating. However, with this formation change by Tuchel, Wan-Bissaka was dumbfounded, wondering if he would still get a chance to play. Chapter 545. At the sound of the whistle, Lin Mo's vision blurred. Countless golden flashes descended from the sky, and a giant red gate slowly appeared before him. Before Lin Mo could react, he found himself at Old Trafford. Lin Mo looked at the blurred sky and the empty stadium, not understanding what had happened. But soon, a shadowy figure slowly appeared on one side of the podium. A noticeably overweight middle-aged man appeared, dressed in a tailored suit, wearing a cotton linen hat, and sporting his signature bushy beard. Lin Mo felt as if the man nodded at him, seemingly indicating some form of recognition. Soon, a second shadow began to appear. His attire was similar to the first man, but a bit slimmer. The same hat evolved from a rolled edge to a straight edge, and the bushy beard was replaced by a tidier style. Again, Lin Mo felt as if the man was signaling to him. The third shadow quickly appeared. This time, Lin Mo was no longer unfamiliar. He exclaimed in surprise, "Sir Matt Busby?" The figure smiled and slowly raised his hand to greet Lin Mo. Chapter 546. After a noisy awards ceremony, Lin Mo was pushed onto the stage by the crowd. Looking at the countless people vying for the coveted Champions League trophy, Lin Mo lifted it, slowly walking to the front of the crowd amidst his teammates' excited and expectant gazes. In the distance, Ferguson and others had already arrived at the sidelines, accompanied by the class of '92, who had once lifted the trophy together with him. Look, Lin Mo is ready to lift the trophy. At this moment, Lin Mo lifted the Champions League trophy on behalf of Manchester United. Manchester United is the champion. Old Jan's voice was firm, as if reciting a party oath. And the fans who had been waiting in front of the television celebrated exuberantly again, watching Lin Mo finally lift the Champions League trophy. Old Lee in the bar also hugged his sons to celebrate. The people here seemed to have forgotten that the time had almost reached 5:30 in the morning, and the sky outside was already beginning to lighten. A new day had arrived, and Old Lee's wife had already gotten up to prepare breakfast. After all, they had to leave at 7:20 to take their daughter to school, and with kids moving so slowly, they had to get up early. She got up and reached out to touch the person beside her pillow, only to find the other side of the bed empty. And she sat up. Chapter 547. Hurry up. This is only the 307th time, and you can't do it? This is just the beginning. It's training your anticipation skills. The unpredictable ball path requires you to observe the opponent's eyes, body, foot shape, and passing habits. Stop that ball. Lin Mo, what are you doing? What is the point of extending your foot? Are you a wooden post? Do you usually just wait in place to receive the ball? Move your feet. Spread your thighs. Get moving. WEF? It's not about running around randomly. It's about moving according to the passing route. My God, can you defend? Just stop calling him Lin Mo. Call him Chow Rita instead. Interestingly, Maldini spent a year with Lin's father and actually learned Chinese. He said that when he returns to his own time, he must show off. At this moment, Lin Mo was already sprawled on the ground, far more exhausted than in one-on-one situations against Maldini. Maldini walked over to Lin Mo, who was lying on the ground, looking down at him. If you don't want to become Manchester United's fatal weakness, forcing your teammates to cover for your gaps, then train hard. I don't have much time. There are still 693 interceptions left in training. You figure it out. After saying that, Maldini directly walked towards the sidelines. Chapter 548. Just as Lin Mo was training hard behind closed doors, the outside world had already changed the direction of public opinion. The light of Huaxia. Lin Mo leads the team to win the Champions League twice, inseparable from the rise of Huaxia. Brazilian president. I often watch the Huaxia Football League, and I never miss Lin Mo's matches. Famous Serbian song If Serbia Were as Strong as Huaxia adapted. If the Serbian national team had Lin Mo, discussing Lin Mo's important role in Manchester United's revival. Lin Mo or Ronaldo? I choose Lin Mo. He is the true core of Manchester United. Huaxia's Emperor Star. Lin Mo's legendary career at Manchester United. New era forward. Lin Mo. Huaxia is Huaxia. Huaxia football is Huaxia football. Lin Mo is Lin Mo. What you don't know about Huaxia. Unveiling the mysterious Eastern power. Lin Mo's hometown. All of these occurred while Lin Mo was unaware and after leading his team to consecutive Champions League victories. The public opinion across Europe underwent a huge change. Under overwhelming promotion, the mysterious East once again sparked curiosity throughout the Western world. Unexpectedly at this time, China had actually launched a 144-hour visa-free policy in advance, opening its arms to the entire Western world. Chapter 549 dada. When the weary Lin Mo was supported by Erica back home, a light voice rang out as the door opened. Huh? Lin Mo raised his head and saw Kaya's gentle smile, welcoming him with open arms under the warm light, while Erica suddenly disappeared with a whoosh. In the dusk, the young couple embraced each other so passionately, so youthfully, so French. The clouds in the sky seemed to blush shyly, quietly leaning back. After a long time, Lin Mo looked at Kaya with a spoiling expression. Why did you suddenly come back from London? Kaya figned anger. Her beautiful big eyes looking at Lin Mo with a fierce cuteness. I already messaged you. It's a holiday. Do you understand? Lin Mo immediately became flustered and started searching for his phone, but he couldn't find it after checking his pants pocket and clothes. Just then, a hand suddenly appeared next to him, slowly handing over the phone. Hey, Erica. The sudden appearance of Erica almost startled Lin Mo. While Kaya leaned against the door with her arms crossed, her figure looking even more magnificent under the pressure. Ahem. Facing Kaya, who was watching him leisurely, Lin Mo felt a bit embarrassed to directly check the chat history. He scratched his head and said, somewhat shyly, recently, I have special training arrangements with Coach Paul, so. Chapter 550, everyone understands their tasks, right? Lin Mo stood at the corridor, gathering a group of teammates for final reminders. With only Lukaku still scratching the back of his neck behind, Cristiano Ronaldo nodded with satisfaction. No problem, I support you. With him leading, Rashford and others also nodded silently. Just the day before yesterday, the transfer turmoil of Lukaku to Inter Milan had already spread throughout the team. In perfect tacit agreement, not a single player in the group spoke. It was as if no one dared to bring up the topic. Although Tonali and Maguire had privately asked Lin Mo if it was true, Lin Mo was not evasive and admitted it generously. Lukaku's transfer fee had not been finalized. The price difference between both sides was too large, and the new boss was not easy to deal with. If the money wasn't in place, Lukaku was likely not leaving. However, Lin Mo's words turned into a possibility that Lukaku might not leave, which made the two feel very happy. But Lin Mo's next words directly poured cold water on them. The bosses communicated with the club's higher-ups, but they are determined to replace him with a better striker, especially someone with sufficient playmaking ability in the front line. If Lukaku refuses to leave, he might be sent to train with the youth team. Chapter 551, when the attack came to Arsenal, the delighted Arsenal fans discovered that when the team's offensive focus was entirely on the center, everyone seemed to have already seen Lin Mo being passed through like a sieve. After all, online. The only black mark against Lin Mo so far was that comment from a netizen called, I and Lin Mo are 50-50, this guy. Don't be fooled by his attacking skills. His organization is a total mess, but if I were to face him, it would definitely be 50-50. At that time, this comment was met with countless netizens criticizing him to the 18th generation of his ancestors. However, when he spoke for the second time, everyone fell silent. He passed me once, I passed him once. Isn't that 50-50? Just thinking of Lin Mo's standing still and following and fouling defense made the fans' heads hurt. After all, when Lin Mo came to the center, Manchester United's only lifeline became Lin Mo. The weakest defender in all of Manchester United was a title given to Lin Mo. After all, sometimes Rashford simply wouldn't track back, making it hard to discern his defensive depth. At this moment, the fans' cheers suddenly erupted. It turned out that Xhaka received a pass from Tierney, facing Lin Mo directly. Chapter 552, damn. Faced with the celebrating Manchester United players, Arteta's mind was filled with anger and confusion. He turned to look at Mourinho, who was celebrating with a swinging gesture, his eyes filled with even more fury. It was just good luck. This old guy's last bit of fortune must have been spent on this match. Arteta complained as he waved his hands. But the situation on the field showed no signs of improvement. The King of North London still charged towards Manchester United's defense like a headless fly, causing Wenger in the stands to frown slightly. At this moment, Wenger suddenly felt a calling and turned to look at the distant crowd in the stands. Amidst the vast red tide, there was an old man with white hair standing firm, his kind smile reminiscent of his days sitting on the coaching bench. Only now, he was in the stands, but his team still galloped across the field like they did back then, challenging their opponents. 100 meters apart, the two elderly men who had left the coaching bench locked eyes from a distance. Is this your disciple? Don't be too smug. The match has just begun. Oh, you didn't notice, did you? Wenger almost couldn't hold back. He understood Ferguson's meaning very well. Chapter 553, high. Pressure. Arteta looked at the suddenly frenzied, black-clad Manchester United on the field, saying every word clearly. On the field, Manchester United, leading, pressed forward instead of retreating, directly launching high-pressing tactics in Arsenal's half. No one expected that Mourinho's Manchester United would take such action after taking the lead. Arsenal's tactical plan was completely disrupted. But what truly disrupted their tactical arrangement was not the high press, but Lin Mo's defense. Even though Xhaka had fallen 3 times while facing Lin Mo, the fans still chose to believe it was Xhaka's ability issue, not Lin Mo's defensive skill. Arsenal's players thought the same, even on Manchester United's side. Almost everyone except Mourinho and Kante was unaware. The way Tonali looked at Lin Mo was as if he were looking at a god. In the situation, When Lin Mo suddenly emerged from behind Ceballos to intercept the football and pass it to Lukaku, the entire Arsenal team was dumbfounded. Why was Lin Mo there? How could Lin Mo intercept David Luiz's pass? Why? If it weren't for Martinez's timely intervention to block, Lukaku would probably have scored brace. Chapter 554, the score of 2-0 once again disrupted the tactics that Arteta had just devised. For the pre-match onwards, Mourinho and Manchester United's speed had already outpaced Arteta. Faria once asked Mourinho, "Why go to such lengths against an Arsenal team that is clearly weaker than us?" But Mourinho did not answer directly. Instead, he looked out the window and replied lightly, "You wouldn't understand. Just because of that, you wouldn't understand." Faria kept a close eye on what Mourinho was doing at all times. First, he had his journalist friend corner Arteta, and of course, those questions were not deliberately guided by Mourinho. After all, it was just the nature of journalists. Then he intentionally delayed the pre-match press conference to further provoke the opponent. The flaw in Lin Mo's strategy was the third step. However, it was interesting that Wenger's appearance sparked a realization in Mourinho, reminding him of Wenger's record at Wembley, which could definitely provoke Arteta. Why? A former manager who did not perform well at Wembley should not be present at Wembley Stadium in the superstitious football circle. Sometimes, the curse targets individuals. This has almost become a consensus within the circle. We often hear, Chapter 555, the second half, begins the commentary of this match, and the fans are still discussing two topics at this moment. Lin Mo, who can defend, defensive football or attacking football, of course. Everyone is more interested in the first topic. After all, a former benchwarmer has now become a midfield Iron Gate, which is akin to Messi suddenly tackling Haaland. Just imagine that scene. During halftime, many media outlets initiated a poll on their social platforms. Do you think Lin Mo's successful defense in the first half was due to luck or an improvement in defensive ability? The results showed that 70 chose Lin Mo's defensive ability improvement, but 30 of fans still believed Lin Mo was just lucky. After all, just a week ago, Lin Mo was still a novice in defense, and now he faintly had the feel of Manchester United's fourth-choice defensive midfielder. This kind of contrast, apart from the internet's contrast trolls, is hard to find a second example. Meanwhile, Arsenal fans were quite dissatisfied with Arteta's performance in the first half. Although Manchester United was slightly stronger, it seemed that Arsenal's tactics were almost completely countered by Manchester United. Therefore, during halftime, Arsenal fans imagined many tactical adjustments for the second half. Chapter 556, as the player with the number 77 began to celebrate, the Gunners finally stood up and cheered. A familiar scene, familiar charm, familiar goal. When Arsenal returned to beautiful football, their fans were the most loyal. They endured through the days of building the Emirates Stadium, year after year selling their captains. Players like Vieira, Henry, Fabregas, Van Persie, and Vermaelen have all left Arsenal. They have survived those days. So how could the fans not be moved by the re-emergence of beautiful football, and that number 77, a product of their youth academy, failed on the first dribble but pierced through Manchester United's goal on the second? It is worth noting that this was the best defensive lineup in the Premier League this season. As the Gunners were overwhelmed with emotion, Mourinho slowly walked to the sidelines, turned, and looked toward a certain spot in the stands. "Arsene, your Arsenal seems to be back." At this moment, the camera focused on Mourinho, who was looking back at the stands. The Manchester United manager, after conceding a goal, showed no intention of blaming his players. Instead, he directed his attention to Wenger in the stands. The next second, the camera caught Wenger, whose furrowed brow finally relaxed. This man, who had fought for Arsenal his whole life, still had silver hair, an elegant black suit, and today he even wore a red tie. Chapter 557, have you considered acquiring English nationality? Just as Lin Mo reached out his hand, the eternal prince, Prince Charles, unexpectedly said this, instantly changing the expressions of those around him. Lin Mo's outstretched hand froze in the air for a second, but he reacted quickly. "Thank you, but I have my homeland." After saying that, without waiting for the other party, he directly hung the gold medal around his neck and then gave a friendly smile to the future king. The series of movements flowed smoothly, and before the people around could react, Lin Mo had already walked away. The king turned his head, but those nearby seemed to have forgotten what had just happened, chatting warmly with other players. Charles took a deep look at the departing Lin Mo, feeling more intrigued by this guy. If they could successfully arrange for Lin Mo to immigrate to England, his influence would greatly increase after their ascension. as the geopolitical game with the Eastern powers would always be their political correctness. After this little episode, Manchester United lifted the championship trophy for the fourth time this season. But this was not the end of the celebrations. The team headed back to Manchester the next day because the fans in that city could not wait any longer. Chapter 558. While Manchester United kicked off their grand celebrations, other clubs also began their preparations. Before the European Championship starts, a large number of scouts flocked to various parts of Europe. In just 12 days, the opening ceremony of the 2020 European Championship would take place, and many players had already reported to their national teams after the league ended, except for Manchester United and Arsenal, who had delayed their players' reporting due to preparing for the FA Cup final. The 24 teams had already gathered. Why did scouts flock to various parts of Europe? Because the scouting systems in South America, Eastern Europe, and Africa have been operating for years with little change. This European Championship is particularly interesting, as the 24 teams will compete in a tournament without a host country. As early as 2013, UEFA confirmed that this European Championship will be hosted by 13 cities in 12 countries. This is a global major event, second only to the World Cup. Each city hosting the European Championship will gain enormous benefits, as you do not need to build separate venues and accommodations for just a football match. You only need to invest enough in security to attract massive numbers of tourists and significant spending, especially in a few cities with relatively relaxed legal jurisdictions. During the competition period, there will not only be hundreds of thousands of fans, but also a large number of stunning professionals with exquisite makeup and exceptional skills coming to the city to contribute taxes. Chapter 559. Upon hearing Pirlo's words, Lin Mo's smile instantly froze on his face. What? Aren't you going to congratulate me? Seeing Lin Mo's unusual expression, Pirlo said, somewhat displeased. Ah, no, Andrea, let's sit down and talk. Lin Mo momentarily didn't know how to start, so he could only pull Pirlo to sit on the sofa. How could he not know about Pirlo's coaching position at Juventus? Among players like Inzaghi, Pirlo, Kompany, Rooney, Gerrard, and Lampard, apart from Kompany, who coached Bayern due to mysterious forces, Pirlo was the one who had the most legitimate coaching failure at Juventus. Lin Mo vaguely remembered that at that time. Ronaldo was still at Juventus, but apart from winning the league title in Pirlo's first year of coaching, they were eliminated in the quarterfinals of the Champions League and only lifted the Italian Super Cup, which did not meet the club's desired height. But this does not mean that Pirlo's level is low. Rather, Juventus's decline and Inter's rise seemed to be an inevitable choice. After Ronaldo's departure, Juventus, which failed to challenge for the Champions League, resembled a lion that had temporarily given up on its dream, beginning to lie low and slowly lick its wounds. Chapter 560. Messi is leaving? How is that possible? Then Montag, clarifie yourself. The three of them lunged at Lin Mo almost simultaneously. After all, it's Messi and Barcelona, and they couldn't believe Messi would leave. It was previously said by Messi's father or someone else that Messi would stay at Barcelona for his entire life. Nearly 20 years of life in Barcelona had made him accustomed to everything here. The fans adored and worshipped him. The club protected him from top to bottom. And every coach who came here had to be judged on their ability to coach him. Even his teammates were always there to protect him. Neymar and Suarez were both his teammates and friends. Barcelona was like a comfortable circle exclusive to him. Everyone knew Messi belonged to Barcelona, and the emblem of Barcelona was Messi. The two had seemingly become synonymous over the past decade. But now, you, Lin Mo, tell me Messi is leaving? Calm down, let me explain. Lin Mo immediately raised his hands to start explaining. You all know, right? Messi's contract includes a free exit clause. The three rolled their eyes in unison. Who has time to study Messi's contract? Chapter 561. Let me explain. Kaya watched Lin Mo hurriedly explaining on the phone with great interest, turning to Lin's father and saying, if you didn't know, you'd think he was explaining to his girlfriend. Lin's father just smiled awkwardly and continued to pack things. All right, I won't interfere in your young people's matters. His luggage is here. Enjoy your last day together. After saying that, Lin's father left the room. Starting tomorrow, the Italian national team will begin closed training. This was Lin Mo's last night with Kaya. After a long while, Lin Mo reluctantly hung up the phone and smiled apologetically at Kaya. Who knows what Messi is thinking? He suddenly announced he was going to Manchester City. And now Manchester is going crazy. The whole city is nearly insane. What does that have to do with you? Kaya was puzzled. If Messi was coming, then so be it. Why was Lin Mo's phone ringing off the hook? Lin Mo helplessly replied, That night, I told Andrea that Messi would definitely go to Paris Saint-Germain, and to find a way to get Pogba to flirt with him. Everything was going smoothly, but after Messi's announcement today, they're asking for 100 million. But where does Juventus have 100 million? Chapter 562. Mourinho was still reminiscing about everything that had just happened while sitting on the plane. I heard Faria left, and the club wants to recommend a new assistant coach for you, Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. This sentence echoed repeatedly in his mind. In the original plan, he had already thought about finding someone himself, but the club actually recommended Solskjaer. Mourinho didn't have any issues with him. He just felt that someone who had achieved some success in the Norwegian league should first seek opportunities to adapt in a mid-level team of the 5 major leagues. There is indeed a significant upgrade from a player's perspective to a coach's perspective, but coaching in Norway and coaching in the Premier League are entirely different concepts. A friendly face won't necessarily earn you more favor or better results. He just felt that a coach who had already succeeded in Norway shouldn't be content with being an assistant coach at Manchester United. What kind of coach lacks ambition? The clouds outside had already covered the ground, and the plane gradually moved away from the British Isles, flying towards the European continent. Meanwhile, Tonali quietly asked Lin Mo on the training ground. I heard Manchester City is preparing to hold a grand welcome ceremony for Messi, saying they're welcoming the king of football to Manchester. Chapter 563. Hurry up, or we'll miss Lin Ge's match. Outside the Roman Olympic Stadium, a group of young boys ran quickly towards the sun. Their connected chase drew surprised glances from passers-by, among the Turkish fans in red and the Italian fans in blue. These boys in bright red training outfits looked quite out of place. Is this our Italian away jersey? Or what? Why would you buy this for the kids? An Italian fan, looking like he weighed over 200 pounds, adjusted his sunglasses and asked somewhat uncertainly, "Hey, didn't you hear them speaking a language other than Italian?" A friend nearby pointed out the issue. The Turkish fans over there were also curious. After all, tickets for the European Championship are extremely hard to come by. How did this group of kids get tickets? At this moment, the leading boy glanced at the security check ahead and looked at his watch, finally breathing a sigh of relief. There's still 30 minutes. Let's hurry. Maybe we can see Lin go warming up. Huh? Only 30 minutes left? Hurry up. I should have mentioned it to the coach. Taking a day off is no big deal. That old guy even took a day off to watch the game today. The boy behind complained, obviously dissatisfied. Chapter 564. Zhuang TV. Zhuang TV. Welcome to the 2020 European Championship. Today we bring you the opening match of the European Championship, featuring Italy against Turkey. I'm Xiao Ma, and today we are fortunate to have Teacher Jean and Director Jean with us to comment on the battlefield match. Let's have the two teachers greet everyone. In the picture, Xiao Ma wore a red, sleeveless ruffle dress, and her charming face and long legs made the fans in front of the TV not even hear what the two old men were saying behind her. Xiao Ma frequently nodded and smiled at the camera. Her sparkling big eyes seemed to speak, captivating the fans. It wasn't until the screen switched to the player lineups that their neighbor, Xiao Ma, disappeared from the picture, and everyone snapped back to reality. Oh. We're watching the European Championship. Pay attention. Let us first look at Italy's starting lineup. Oh, Mancini has set up the familiar 4-3-3 formation today, with starting goalkeeper Donnarumma and the defenders lined up, Spinazzola, Chiellini, Bonucci, and Florenzi. In midfield, Locatelli, Jorginho, and Barella. Chapter 565. Beautiful, the ball went in. 1-0. The Italian team scored first. Lin Mo's goal was very beautiful. He chose to shoot at the near corner, and the goalkeeper couldn't react in time. Director Jean, what do you think? Old Jean chuckled. Hee, this goal came too quickly. We say Turkey is the successor of the Western Roman Empire, ranked 42nd in the FIFA World Rankings, but it feels like they're not up to par. With his comment, not only old Jean, but also the fans in front of the TV felt that Turkey's defense was too careless and a bit weak. Watching Lin Mo sprint towards the corner flag on the screen after scoring, the fans in front of the TV started to cheer, because they saw a staff member in the corner flag area holding a bundle of corner flag poles, with Lin Mo's signature flying kick at the corner flag. The atmosphere of the scene reached a peak. The Italian fans celebrated wildly, and the beautiful Sicilian girls were particularly generous with their enthusiasm, causing the broadcast cameras in China to occasionally cut back to the studio, or else it would have been a treat for the lecherous viewers in front of the televisions. However, the cameras quickly returned to the field, much to the delight of the fans watching at home. Chapter 566. After resolving the battle within the first 30 minutes. The Italian team played more relaxed and casually. Players like Jorginho, Insigne, Immobile, Barella, and Locatelli seemed to have graduated from the Spanish national team, with fluid passing and control. Intricate penetrations, a broad vision, and active movements, this unfamiliar Italian team presented 90 minutes of Apennine football for the fans. While the fans feasted on the game, their curiosity about Lin Mo and Mancini grew even greater. Meanwhile, it was unclear how many scouts in the stands had pencils or phones that were almost smoking. Barella, a versatile midfielder with excellent dribbling and passing skills, broad vision, superb shooting technique, balanced use of both feet, and no obvious weak foot. A hexagonal warrior in the front line. Locatelli, a lower-tier version of Rodri, possesses decent passing and defensive abilities, acceptable dribbling, good vision, and teamwork, but weak in attacking. Suitable for being a main midfielder in mid to lower-tier teams. Immobile, a top-notch forward, excellent in speed, goal-scoring instinct, and shooting, with no obvious weak foot. Currently at his peak. Tonali, the madman version of Italian Modric, capable of both attacking and defending, made continuous interceptions that posed threats within his 20 minutes on the field. Currently a rising star at Manchester United, advisable to secure before firmly establishing himself as a starter. Chapter 567. A few days later, the Italian team faced their second opponent in the group stage, Switzerland, ranked 15th in the FIFA World Rankings. Still at the familiar Stadio Olimpico in Rome, the Azzurri only needed to defeat their opponent to advance as the group leader in Group A. Since the venue remained unchanged, Lin Mo took the ticket Lin Mo gave him and his friends to the stadium. The familiar training jerseys made Ricardo, in charge of security at the entrance, smile at them. Kids from China, enjoy the beautiful football. Although many fans believe Serie A has declined and cannot keep up with the development and popularity of La Liga and the Premier League, the football culture here is deeply ingrained in everyone's heart. Food, luxury goods, and football. These are the pillar industries of Italians. After Lin Mo participated in all 4 goals in the first match, almost all Chinese in Italy were surprised to find that every familiar or unfamiliar person smiled kindly upon seeing them. Those difficult employers and bosses at work no longer showed disdain on their faces. After some exchanges, they learned that it was because Lin Mo's fame in Italy was growing. Chapter 568. Director Zhang. What do you think of this Italian team that is different from our previous perceptions? As the two teams on screen engaged in fierce attacking, the veteran commentator Lao Zhan began to discuss the topic most favored by fans. Looking at the pre-collected data on the table, Lao Zhang smiled and said, actually, because everyone doesn't pay much attention to the UEFA Euro qualifiers. Since Mancini took over, the Italian team has undergone a tremendous transformation. They emphasize coordination and ground attacks. In his philosophy, football is a passionate sport, something that little Chiesa has expressed multiple times in interviews. Since the Italian team's defense is already strong, it's better to work on their strengths rather than their weaknesses. Therefore, we can see Italy scoring big in several qualifying matches, and in the end, Lin Mo's addition was the final piece of their attacking puzzle. However, Lao Zhang's remarks did not resonate with the fans. After all, most people watch games just to see the performances on the field, and regarding the current Italian team's offense, Lin Mo's role is simply crucial. Chapter 569. As Lin Mo assisted Insigne's goal, Switzerland's offense began to appear somewhat frantic. In the 22nd minute of the match, Switzerland finally found an opportunity on the right. Babu, whose name sounds like Mbappe's brother, sent in a beautiful cross, and the rushing Embolo was pinned down by Chiellini. However, the cleared ball did not go far, and the second ball landed directly at Shaqiri's feet. The latter's powerful shot went straight towards the goal, but it only tested Donnarumma's reflexes. The side-diving Donnarumma made a spectacular save, deflecting the ball over the crossbar. Switzerland earned a corner kick, but the two veterans didn't give their opponents any chance and directly controlled the Italian penalty area. In the 24th minute, Chiellini made a timely tackle, intercepting the ball from Embolo, and Italy quickly launched a counterattack. The Swiss fans in the stands couldn't help but feel nervous as they watched the blue wave split into a small group, charging toward their penalty area. Their hearts felt as if gripped by someone. Lin Mo, Insigne, and Immobile quickly formed a small attacking unit, and Bonucci's long pass was perfectly placed. Chapter 570. With a 2-0 deficit, Switzerland had no other choice. After a 1-1 draw against a weaker Wales in the first round, if they lost this match, They would have to fight hard against Turkey in the final game. It's worth noting that although Turkey was beaten by Italy, they had been performing quite well in qualifiers and regular matches. As a local commentator put it, "We are already down 0-2, and time is running out for Switzerland," with only 5 minutes left in the first half. However, his partner disagreed, confidently stating, "Hey, you know what? 0-2 is the biggest trap in football. There have been precedents for coming back from 2 goals down. If we score one in the last 5 minutes, we still have a chance." But his confidence didn't seem to infect the Swiss team. In the 41st minute of the match, after a series of passes, the ball came back to Shaqiri's feet. This time he didn't attack directly from the center, but moved to the left, planning to cooperate with his teammates to create an opportunity. Just as he received the ball and turned, a blue figure swept past his feet, leaving a red ripple in its wake. Chapter 571, after securing their spot in the knockout stage, the Italian team completely disappeared from the top 3 news stories. In their place was the group of death for this Euro Cup, Group F. In this death group, France, Germany, Portugal, and Hungary were drawn together. When the draw was completed, most fans from the 3 countries felt despair. Why say 3 countries' fans felt despair instead of 4? Because the Hungarian fans were numb. Facing such 3 formidable opponents, they had lost even the feeling of despair. UEFA Euro Group Stage Experience Tour. Thanks to UEFA for giving Hungary the opportunity. With such a grouping, it would be better to directly announce the advancement. Why go through the trouble of playing? There's no need to be so desperate. Win 1. Draw 1. Score 1. I believe Hungary still has a chance. And at this moment, the second round of Group F matches begins. The Hungarian team is not as desperate as their fans. During the 90-minute match, they once led the French team, thanks to a goal by Fiola just before halftime. Hungary entered the second half with a 1-goal advantage. It turns out that Benzema's performance for the national team is far from his performance at Real Madrid. Chapter 572. A night has passed, and Lin Mo has not made any statements, nor has Ronaldo, who lost and returned home. The two seem to have an unspoken agreement, as if nothing happened. But only Lin Mo and Ronaldo know what really happened between them. That night, Maldini first shared a little tip with Lin Mo. Remember to switch to a different phone and turn on guest mode when surfing the internet in the future. That way, you can browse, but won't be able to like or comment, which will save you a lot of trouble. Just that first sentence made Lin Mo feel like he struck gold. It turns out that the big shots do surf the internet, but they are quietly lurking behind the scenes. Then Maldini taught Lin Mo another way. This matter can be big or small, but from what I know of Ronaldo, it might not be minor. Your only option is to find Mourinho and Ferguson to help bridge the gap. I suggest you. However, Lin Mo did not adopt this method. Instead, it sparked his aversion. He thought it was just an unintentional mistake. If Ronaldo likes all that noisy news online, then let him believe it. So pretentious. With Maldini's sincere words, Lin Mo had already made up his mind. After ending the call, he dialed Ronaldo's number. Chapter 573. Lin, what happened between you and Ronaldo? Tonali kept asking behind Lin Mo before the match, looking very concerned about whether the 2 big brothers had really fallen out. Lin Mo was annoyed by his questioning. "I have no problem with your brother. How many times do I have to say it? Do I have to unfollow you on Instagram for you to be happy?" Tonali quickly waved his hands. "Don't joke, Lin. I'm just concerned about you. It's so noisy outside. Why don't you hold a press conference? I can't be bothered with them. Let them think what they want. My current task is to defeat the opponent. And I hope you don't think about all this nonsense every day." Lin Mo pressed his hand on Tonali's head, pulling him close. "This is your rare starting opportunity. Cherish it." He looked fierce, like an older brother scolding a younger one, with a very bad attitude. All of this fell into the eyes of the Austrian players, solidifying Lin Mo's image as a ball bully at Manchester United. Look at him when he comes to the Italian national team, bullying Tonali in front of the family. What else could this be but ball bullying? Isn't it normal for someone like this to like videos attacking Ronaldo? Chapter 574. Lin, don't be like this. "I'm really fine." Tonali shyly dodged Lin Mo, a little flushed, planning to return to his position. On the field, you have to be competent. Lin Mo held his shoulder and didn't want to let him leave. The fans' emotions could become Italy's biggest off-field support in this match. "Got it, Lin." Seeing Tonali leave again, Lin Mo turned his gaze to the Austrian team. The opponent's tactics were becoming clearer. They were going for a physical confrontation. Lin Mo was right. This time Austria planned to face Italy's pass and beautiful football with pure physicality. As for where the inspiration came from, you would have to ask Mourinho how he defeated Barcelona with Inter Milan. 1 minute later, Austria's long pass did not find their forward Arnautovic, who was tightly marked by Bonucci and was sent to Verratti's feet. Verratti, returning from injury, was just about to make an impact when he immediately felt a sharp pain in his ankle and couldn't help but fall down. Beep! With the referee's whistle. Laimer innocently stepped on the ball that had just been kicked away, shouting injustice to the referee. Chapter 575, Tackle him. Quickly tackle him. Two voices, one after the other, almost simultaneously entered Alaba's ears, but at this moment his eyes were fixed on Lin Mo's body. As a world-class left-back, Alaba has his unique defensive skills. His focus is different from others. In his view, Lin Mo is a whole from head to toe, and any movement of any part of his body is captured in his field of vision. Alaba naturally knows where the annoying voices are coming from, the coach on the sidelines and the teammates in the back. But as a top left-back, he wouldn't just use the simplest and most brutal fouls to stop Lin Mo. After being abandoned by Bayern, Alaba is determined to prove himself on the European stage. He is currently the highest-rated left-back in this Euro, and facing Lin Mo, his fighting spirit is even stronger than during his time at Bayern. Shut up. The sudden roar nearly froze Lin Mo's movements. Damn, is he talking back? But on the sidelines, Austrian head coach Franco Foda twitched his eyes. Damn, that bastard. Of course, he didn't shout this out loud. In his view, Lin Mo quickly sidestepped towards the baseline, his feet tapping continuously, his right foot constantly brushing the ball, as if always ready to cut inside. Chapter 576. What happens when a highly motivated Austria meets a relaxed Italy after scoring? A story from 80 years ago tells us that a failed art student and an overambitious commander cannot be combined. When a Vienna Academy of Fine Arts has only one person failing again, then the course of history will begin to be rewritten. Let's go. With Grillich's low shout, the Austrian players embarked on their own journey. In the 29th minute of the match, fullback Laner brought down Chiesa and received a yellow card, giving Italy a free kick opportunity in the attacking area. However, before they could take the kick, a struggling Chiesa fell down again. Lin Mo looked at the big screen replay and saw that the two had collided at the knees. It seems that was when the injury occurred. With the team doctor and stretcher entering the field, Italy had to make a forced substitution, Insigne replacing Chiesa. As the son of former Italian coach Chiesa, Enrique Chiesa was naturally in the stands, watching his son cover his face and cry as he left the field. Old Chiesa closed his eyes, unable to bear to watch. However, his wife gently placed a hand on his. Trust your son. This is also an important experience in his life. Chapter 577. Immobile's goal and celebration completely infuriated the Austrian players. The match has started to spiral out of control. Just 3 minutes later, Bonucci's long pass from the back found Immobile, who headed the ball back to Jorginho, and that's when the tragedy struck. The defender Schläger came up to contest the header and collided head-on with Jorginho in the air. The result was that both players lost consciousness and had to be substituted. Italy's Locatelli and Austria's Schaub came on as substitutes, marking the fourth player to be carried off the field. This news significantly increased the intensity of the match being broadcasted. Currently, the top trending topic on INS is quarterfinals, fourth player carried off, and the top trending search domestically is Euro Cup, 30 minutes for injured. This has piqued the curiosity of the entire world, with paid subscribers on Sky Sports increasing geometrically. Similarly, the domestic platform Gumi Video saw a surge of over 1 million fans joining in. After all, such an intense match is not like some teams that lost 0-7 in the East, where viewers would lose interest after seeing a 0-4 scoreline. How could they still choose to pay for the rest? Chapter 578. In contrast to the atmosphere in the Italian locker room, the mood in the Austrian locker room was terrifyingly heavy, with the air pressure so low that staff handed towels to players with extreme caution. They had charged into the knockout stage with great momentum, but did not expect to face Italy. Moreover, Italy with Immobile is like inserting a Roy Keane into the England team from the War of the Roses and then throwing in a Pirlo. It's just too abnormal. However, Austria's head coach Franco Foda looked thoughtfully at the players who had fought hard for half the match but returned dejected. He paced back and forth with his eyes closed, as if a storm was brewing within him. This behavior drew attention from everyone, but most merely lifted their heads briefly before continuing to gasp for air. What? Are you all going to give up? This question rang like a bell in the players' ears. Almost everyone raised their heads, looking at their usually respected coach with red eyes. The staff looked at Franco Foda with a mix of fear and concern, as if they were looking at a madman. No one answered? Are you really going to give up? Franco stood firmly among the players, coldly asking. Chapter 579. Under a relaxed and expectant atmosphere. The second half of the match between Italy and Austria officially began. Henry was still discussing the recent news about Lukaku's potential departure with Neville, while Austria took the initiative to strike first. Insigne, who received the ball in the front field, attempted to break through, but was forced to jump high to avoid a reckless sliding tackle from Liner. After landing, he turned his head only to see the opponent already launching a counterattack. This idiot. If I had just charged through, my foot would have definitely kicked him in the chest. Indeed, Insigne did not avoid Liner's sliding tackle, but rather avoided crashing into him. However, Austria's counterattack was still executed, with the 4-4-1 formation completely abandoning the midfield. Instead of engaging in a meaningless battle with Tonali and others, they opted for a quick transition through the midfield. On the wing, Laimer fought desperately for the ball against Spinazzola, but he couldn't break past Spinazzola. However, no one expected Austria's tactics to be so direct. A 45-degree cross? In Henry's surprised voice, Austria launched an attack with the momentum of an army, with only one player in the box. Chapter 580. In 3 days. All the matches in the Euro Cup round of 18 were concluded. Denmark defeated Wales 4-0. Italy beat Austria 2-0. The Netherlands lost 0-2 to the Czech Republic. Belgium won 1-0 against Portugal. Spain triumphed 3-1 over Croatia. France lost to Switzerland in a penalty shootout, and England eliminated Germany 2-0. Ukraine defeated Sweden 2-1 to advance. This means the 8 teams that made it to the quarterfinals are Denmark, Italy, Czech Republic, Belgium, Spain, Switzerland, England, and Ukraine. It can be said that the elimination of Germany, France, and the Netherlands was somewhat unexpected, with nearly half of the European powerhouses not making it to the quarterfinals. Therefore, on foreign betting sites, Spain, Ukraine, and Italy ranked among the top 3, while the world number 1 Belgium was only 4th. During the draw that evening, many wondered if any teams would be given a free pass. However, in Lin Mo's memory, this Italy team, known for their beautiful attacking play through possession, would first face the world number 1 Belgium, then challenge Spain, and finally steal the championship from the formidable England on their home ground. Football would come home only to be snatched away by the Roman warriors of the Apennines. Chapter 581. What level is Unai Simon? Does he even deserve to compete with De Gea for the starting position? Mourinho's head was spinning, wondering what Lin Mo was talking about. It really makes a lot of sense. Before Mourinho could react, Lin Mo continued with his own understanding. Does the starting goalkeeper of the Champions League champion not deserve to be Spain's number 1? Boss, that was your personally designated goalkeeper. Are you going to replace David? Huh? Replace David? Mourinho on the other end of the phone shook his head, feeling that Lin Mo's words were problematic. But he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Boss, I am De Gea's teammate, captain, and dear friend. Do I think he has a problem speaking? No problem at all. As Lin Mo continued to stoke the fire, Mourinho found himself unable to refute from any angle, and he could only helplessly accept Lin Mo's argument. Do you really not hope for internal strife in Spain? Mourinho finally asked, half believing, but Lin Mo's response was even more shocking. Enrique even benches Rodri, but Mancini dares to start Tonali. I think this Enrique is somewhat disrespectful to you. Chapter 582. Question: a player serving their country. Do they hope for their country to win or lose? The answer is naturally the former. So why are De Gea and Rodri sending Lin Mo messages like this? It should be known that once this information is exposed, it is no different from Lu Shan asking Jiang Wei to endure a few days of humiliation, with the intent to make the state stable again and the sun and moon bright again. If made public, they could very likely be directly removed from the national team and have their reputations severely damaged. However, there is another saying: serving the country has no outlet. This scene could be seen during the warm-up before the match. The Allianz Arena in Munich welcomed a beautiful day, with a few scattered white clouds dotting the blue sky. After entering the quarterfinals, the match times changed. What? You ask why? Isn't it because the broadcasting rights in China were sold for too high a price? As UEFA, how could they give up money for the sake of face? That would be too disrespectful to money. So, starting from the quarterfinals, all the matches were scheduled to start at 00:00 China time. This was the limit after weighing the pros and cons. An hour before the match, the Italian team and the Spanish team were warming up on the field. Chapter 583. This guy, Jose, has even brought psychological warfare to the national team. Just the day before, Guardiola was surrounded by fans at the Munich library, and now he was chatting with a friend in a corner of the Allianz Arena. Look, the Spanish team is still the same, passing and controlling, without finishers like Messi, Villa, or Suarez. Where can they pass to? Seeing Guardiola's complaints, his friend laughed. It's not you coaching. Where's the resentment coming from? Hearing this, Guardiola was taken aback, then thought for a moment and chuckled. Well, I might have been talking too much with Leo lately. Watching the game? Watching the game? In fact, Guardiola was also there to scout forwards. He had had enough of Sterling and Jesus and wanted to find a forward to partner with Messi. Maybe it would be Insigne, or Morata, or Olmo, or perhaps Thiago in midfield. No one knew, but from the situation on the field, the fans were starting to get confused. Many fans have been watching the Italian team's matches and hadn't really experienced Spain's hypnotic football. However, when a match reached the 6th minute and Pedri sent the ball to Ferran Torres in the penalty area, the Italian fans' hearts were already in their throats. Chapter 584. On the sidelines, Enrique's mouth was pouted in dissatisfaction, shaking his head with cold snorts. He felt ambushed. Yes, he was shamelessly ambushed. Those damn Italians, with their so-called new generation of passing and controlling and counterattacking, it was all bullshit, a lifetime of defense and counterattack. Damn it. While he was muttering, he inadvertently glanced at the Italian bench and almost had a heart attack from anger. There was that guy with a few strands of white hair who, upon seeing the players score, only leaned back slightly, raised his head proudly, and lowered his eyelids involuntarily, a condescending gaze with one hand in his pocket and the other slowly pressing down. It was as if he was saying, "It's just one goal against Spain." A small scene, calm, cool, collected. This nonchalant demeanor naturally attracted a lot of photographers. In the frame, the upward shot of Mancini created a strong contrast with the angry Enrique in the corner of the picture. One seemed to effortlessly obliterate the opponent, while the other felt impotently furious. At this moment, many commentators from different countries had different insights. The commentary from the German National Sports Channel stated, Chapter 585. Hurry up, run left side. Although Lin Mo had only a few weeks of familiarity with his teammates, his performances on the training ground and in matches had already won over his teammates. Barella, Insigne, Immobile, and even Verratti, who was reused by Mancini after the formation change, all listened to Lin Mo's instructions. This was precisely the task Mancini entrusted to Lin Mo before the match, to command the pressing in the front line. After all, Lin Mo was the best defender among the forwards and the best attacker among the defenders. In the 22nd minute of the match, Spain's passing was forced to clear again in their own half. After being cornered by Lin Mo and Verratti, Alba, who had to clear with a big kick, turned around and complained, "This stupid ball is really ridiculous." Just as he finished speaking, Lin Mo sprinted past him, smiled at the ball boy on the sidelines, and reached out. The timid little girl tossed the ball to Lin Mo, who turned, shouted, and threw. Lin Mo's series of actions flowed smoothly, and Verratti, hearing the shout, turned and saw the approaching football. Chapter 586. With a score of 2-0 at halftime, everyone praised Mancini as a tactical genius. An ordinary Italy achieved such results today, and apart from Lin Mo, every time they faced strong opponents, their tactical application earned them acclaim at home and abroad. Enrique, oh Enrique, I feel that today Spain's rhythm has been completely controlled by Italy. Their control in the midfield and defense is strong, but the connection with the front line is weak. The once technical combination of Habib has turned into a midfield of Busquets, workhorse Coke, and 17-year-old Pedri, making Spain's ball control unstable. Oljang's commentary hit the nail on the head. Relying solely on Busquets cannot connect the front and back lines, especially when facing Italy's pressing in the front line. It showed a lack of experience. Oljang's insights also seemed to align with the views of mainstream commentators in Europe, as if everyone was somewhat reluctant to see Italy win the championship. So before the second half began, when Rodri changed into his kit and stood on the sidelines, the commentators began to get excited, especially the Spanish commentators. Let me introduce you to the one who is about to appear, a member of the Champions League winners, a cornerstone of the Premier League champions, the midfield hub of Manchester United, the calm midfield Iron Gate, Spain's new Busquets, Rodrigo Hernandez. Chapter 587. At this time, the match had reached the 75th minute. The Spanish team had used all their tricks, but still couldn't break through Italy's defense. Meanwhile, The ironclad defense of Italy seemed to adapt even better to the match. The players' serious attitude and active positioning were much more reliable compared to Spain's defense, which relied solely on the midfield and backline. At critical moments, wheelchair boy Verratti even stood at the top of the penalty area, acting as a wall. What big-name players not defending? It simply doesn't exist. This Italian team has no absolute core or superstar. The only top player might be Lin Mo, who is entering the world's top 3. But Lin Mo is the kind of player who doesn't show off on the field, allowing the very united Italian team to play their most familiar chain defense like a fish in water. After all, this is the bloodline talent of every Italian player. Seeing they couldn't break through, Enrique had a moment of inspiration and pulled Alba over. Tell Rodri, from now on, he's the attacking midfielder. A bewildered Alba couldn't understand but still ran to Rodri, muttering under his breath. Chapter 588, due to Enrique's final desperate struggle. Although the Spanish fans were very dissatisfied with the loss, but more criticism fell on Morata, as his close-range shot turned into a clearance, making him the target of scorn. At a crucial moment, Rodri's post-match interview video was leaked, as many fans were eager to hear his thoughts. In the footage, Rodri lacked the imposing presence he had on the pitch. The determination he showed in stopping a certain goal had completely faded. In front of the camera, he was just a defensive midfielder regretting a loss. I'm very sorry, yes, we lost this crucial game. I know we haven't won a significant trophy since 2012, and we shouldn't have lost this match. Busquets, hearing this, slightly lowered his head, his expression somewhat strange. In the second half, the boss assigned me the task of midfield defense. Unfortunately, the opponents were clearly very experienced, and they chose to defend. We all know I come from Manchester United, and this situation is all too familiar for me. If Manchester United doesn't want to win, then no one can win, and the same applies to Italy. After the loss, Rodri and De Gea received a call from Solskjaer while resting at the hotel. At that time, Manchester United had not even officially announced Solskjaer's return. Everything was making way for the European Championship. After bidding farewell to Enrique, who had shown dignity in defeat, the two directly followed Mourinho to Rome, Italy. He had no other arrangements for them, just to accompany him to watch the game and avoid those damned reporters at other times. However, before they could watch the match between England and Ukraine, they had already been surrounded by reporters and paparazzi several times. If it weren't for Mourinho and Solskjaer shielding them, the reporters might have managed to dig up some dirt about Spain's coach Enrique in the locker room from De Gea and Rodri. After all, they had already prepared their headlines. Rodri slams Enrique, Spain's coach loses support in the locker room, and De Gea discusses Spain, analyzes the team's exit. Unfortunately for them, with Mourinho around, they were unlikely to get even a hint of goodwill from this man. However, the reporters trailing Rodri discovered a big scoop. Mourinho's former assistant coach Faria was nowhere to be seen, and instead, Solskjaer was following Mourinho around. Mourinho took the report that Solskjaer had suddenly pulled out, looking at him with a complex expression. Solskjaer instinctively lowered his head to avoid Mourinho's gaze, as he had some personal motives. A year and a half earlier, that tall, blonde, blue-eyed guy who liked to eat children had left Molde in the Norwegian league to join RB Salzburg. However, his experience in the top 5 leagues was not good. For 34 months, he hadn't played a single match. At that time, Solskjaer had used his connections to suggest that Manchester United sign him, as Haaland's release clause was only 20 million euros back then, not the current minimum of 60 million euros plus exorbitant signing fees. Some might say, oh, you don't understand football. Roy Keane and old Haaland had a feud. How could he possibly join Manchester United? United would never consider Haaland. But the reality was that when this report got into the hands of the then director, he simply glanced at it and replied, Manchester United has its own scouting system. We don't need such a player. But now the situation was different. Solskjaer had become part of Manchester United's coaching staff, and he felt it was necessary to help Manchester United acquire better players. After the England match ended, Manchester United immediately announced Solskjaer's return. A huge poster was split in half. One half showed the young boyish face wearing the number 20 Red Devil jersey, and the other half depicted the suited coach Solskjaer with a hint of silver in his hair. The strongest number 20 in Manchester United history returns. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer will serve as the club's assistant coach. The official poster caused a huge stir on major social media platforms, with fans' excitement evident. As the team returned to form and a new generation of talent emerged, they began to feel the sensation of being the Premier League's dominant force once again. However, Solskjaer's return further gave them the illusion that the Red Devils were continuously passing down their legacy. People flocked to the streets and the club's entrance, digging out their old number 20 jerseys to celebrate. Even major media outlets, after praising Southgate's success in the European Championship, began reporting on Manchester United's new assistant coach. It seemed no one noticed that this was quite an odd situation. Lin Mo paid no attention to the heated discussions in the group. He simply sat face-to-face with Maldini. "Lin, what do you think about this matter?" Lin Mo thought about it, but found no answer. When he woke up, Maldini had already left. However, he left Lin Mo a note. "This will be a long-term consideration. Think slowly, don't rush." Lin Mo put down the note. Looking out the window as it grew darker, the screen of his phone still flashing with messages from his father. He considered many possibilities, becoming Manchester United's Charlton, Ferguson, Beckham, CR7, or Scholes, but he dismissed them all. Charlton's story was not what he wanted, and it was impossible to replicate today. He had his own history and serendipity. Ferguson's experiences were also hard to replicate. The divisions in modern football teams were becoming clearer, and coaches were more focused on tactics and selections on the pitch. Even transfer negotiations had shifted from Ferguson's unilateral decisions to the lists needing vetting by the club's scouting center. Of course, he still had one power: the authority over the cafeteria management. As for the player era of CR7 and Beckham, Lin Mo felt that was not the person he wanted to become, but rather the goals he wanted to surpass. In Manchester United's history, there was no one Lin Mo wanted to become. There were only those he wanted to surpass. Before the match, the coaches of both teams were quite entangled in their tactical plans, as three strong teams entered the semifinals. In the eyes of the fans, anyone could win the championship. Listening to advice, Southgate, along with the top-ranked Belgium and Italy with Lin Mo, made for a thrilling semi-final lineup that not only UEFA welcomed, but also delighted the fans. On many websites, the odds of these three teams winning the championship were nearly indistinguishable. Only England's odds were slightly higher, as their semi-final opponent gave them a greater chance of reaching the final. Martinez thought long and hard and finally set up what he believed to be the strongest formation to contain England, 34-21. With three center-backs pushing up in attack and two wings dropping back to form a 541 in defense. Martinez pondered for a long time and was extremely satisfied with his tactical setup. On Mancini's side, after much contemplation, he ultimately did not have the resolve to implement a counter-attacking strategy and chose the tactic that his team was most proficient in. Thus, when the commentators from various countries announced the starting lineups of both teams, it was quite surprising. "Oh, my God, we see that Italy has not chosen a defensive formation, but instead opted for 433? Let's take a look at this starting lineup. Goalkeeper Donnarumma, and the defensive lineup remains the same as the defensive backbone of this European Championship, consisting of Spinazzola, Chiellini, Bonucci, and Di Lorenzo." Chapter 594. The match continued, but the camera switches today exhausted the director. They kept switching from Mourinho to the field, then to Martinez, and also tried to find Maldini. They even found a few Hollywood stars and British actors, but none were more eye-catching than Wenger and Ferguson, who were sitting in a corner. As for the other scouts, well, tickets might not be available for them. In the midst of the camera switches, both sides had already exchanged possession several times in the midfield tussle. Lukaku, who was frustrated after Lin Mo disrupted his chance, felt that he needed to find an opportunity to clash with him physically. At this moment, De Bruyne received the ball with his back to the goal, and Lukaku immediately understood what to do. Turn around, go wide. Here it comes. But this time, it was Jorginho who was closely marking De Bruyne, and the latter had no intention of giving the opponent any chance for a turning pass. That was much scarier than Busquets' turn. But everyone forgot that behind Doku today, there was an inconspicuous invisible man. Hazard. Kevin. The familiar call brought De Bruyne's thoughts back to the World Cup 2 years ago, when Hazard was still a legitimate candidate for the world's third title. Chapter 595. For some reason, Lin Mo felt that his opponents were particularly fired up every time he played. But he didn't know that Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi had the same feeling back in the day, after they became famous. There were always defenders wanting to take them out, always someone wanting to man-mark them, and always someone wanting to complete a hat trick against them. But gradually, Messi and Ronaldo understood this principle. When you face the leaders of world football, you always want to prove yourself against them. Just like a rookie in a martial arts world, how can one make a name for oneself? By challenging the renowned grandmasters. Of course, There's also the type who simply dislikes them. But everyone forgot one thing. Not all players treat matches like a job after achieving success. Many still have a burning passion in their hearts, wanting to climb higher and challenge themselves. Lin Mo was currently encountering such a Lukaku in the 28th minute of the match. After several midfield battles, both sides coincidentally continued to strengthen their offensive efforts. This is also Martinez's experience. After scoring a goal, he attacks fiercely, knowing the opponent will be on guard. After lingering for a long time, when the players were calm and the opponent relaxed, Belgium suddenly intensified their efforts. Chapter 596, the score returned to 1-1, and Italy and Belgium were back on the same starting line. None of us expected Lukaku's shot to be so decisive. It was simply a stroke of genius. With the slow-motion replay, Henry remarked, "When to make what choice is a decision made by the striker himself." We often see many strikers hesitating in the penalty area, dribbling, passing, or even contemplating life like Balotelli. Decisiveness and judgment are the most important qualities of a striker. What I want to say is that Messi and Ronaldo's shooting skills are not the best in the world, but they always manage to choose the most suitable shooting method at the most appropriate time, day in and day out for over a decade. That is the secret to their success. Carragher also agreed. In that situation earlier, Chiellini's choice was not wrong. It was just that Lukaku's shot, without stopping the ball, came too suddenly. By rights, he had blocked all shooting angles. And the probability of scoring with a nutmeg shot is too low. It's not his fault. Carragher was right. As Lin Mo returned to defend, he looked at the celebrating Lukaku, first hugging Captain Chiellini. Lukaku just got lucky. If you asked him to do it again, he probably wouldn't succeed. Chapter 597, Jamie. Can you predict whether there's a possibility of both sides being tied and going into extra time in the second half? Henry raised an eyebrow at Carragher, as if he already had the answer in mind. Maybe, but I have some faith in Belgium. During the last phase of the first half, several core players performed too steadily, especially Doku. This European Championship should be his breakout tournament. The two exchanged smiles, but didn't he notice that the players coming onto the field had already elicited cheers from the fans and gasps from other commentary booths? Italy made a substitution, with Bottoni and Tonali standing on the sidelines. Aren't they substituting the right back, replacing the center back and holding midfielder? I'm a bit confused by Mancini. Everyone says he's the new generation of Italian tactical master, but seems somewhat unmerited now. Old James also began to shake his head. It seems Mancini is quite confident about his right side, looking at the personnel adjustments on the sidelines. It seems they're going to replace the holding midfielder, and when the fourth official raised the numbers 18 for Barella and 2 for Di Lorenzo after both sides had settled, everyone became unsettled. Chapter 598, what a world-class goal. 2-1. Italy once again took the lead. An incredible world-class strike. Italy's offensive efficiency is too high, and Berardi's backheel was unexpected. Lin Mo's ability to cut inside and shoot is truly profound. It seems that the world football scene only recalled the development of this skill after Robben and Ribery retired a few years ago. I believe that in the coming years, the number of inside-cutting wingers will continue to increase, especially since traditional center forwards are becoming rarer in today's game that emphasizes the rhythm of attack and defense. Even players like Lukaku and Benzema are becoming less common. Henry's statement was agreed upon by Carragher. This corridor is actually quite tricky. Do you follow the fullback? Do you need to cover for the center back? A simple cut inside can affect the defensive space more effectively than a breakthrough. However, I think Doku should be the most affected today, right? He can't get past, nor can he defend effectively, really mumbling. That's right. After their analysis, many began to notice that Lin Mo's scoring methods have repeatedly focused on the edge of the penalty area. That sudden shot during movement and the inside cut seemed to be much more effective than those straightforward shots at the goal in the penalty area. Chapter 599, 1 goal and 2 assists. Lin Mo directly contributed to 3 goals, helping Italy reach the Euro final after 8 years. Strong contender for the Ballon d'Or. Likely to break the Messi-Ronaldo monopoly, Lin Mo's goal and 2 assists helped Italy reach the final. 2-3, Belgium's golden generation narrowly lost to Italy. Lin Mo shown again at Wembley. Transfer market value exceeds $200 million. Manchester United captain Lin Mo becomes the highest valued player in the Euro. The post-match media coverage almost placed Italy on a pedestal, with little attention given to the upcoming England versus Denmark match the next day. However, the news released on a tight schedule did not affect the players on the field at all. While the entire Italian team celebrated reaching the final again, Lin Mo, nearly out of energy, leaned against the advertising board alone, supporting himself with his hands, watching the myriad of emotions on the field. On the right side were the blue-clad players rushing about, occasionally stopping to hug and celebrate with the staff. And on the left, who was about to conclude their summer and national team journey. The Euro, held once every 4 years, but how many 4-year cycles do professional players get? De Bruyne stood bewildered in the center of the field, hands on his hips, shaking his head incessantly, seemingly unable to comprehend how they had messed up the Euro again. Chapter 600 in Chiellini's eyes, time seemed to flow back, taking him to that summer of 2012. That year, the Italian team began their ordeal from the group stage. They were placed in the group of death. Spain, Croatia, and Ireland were Italy's opponents. Of course, that year, the real group of death was Group B with Germany, Portugal, the Netherlands, and Denmark. That year, the Euro group stage had only 16 teams, and only the top 2 from the 4 groups could advance to the semifinals, the last 8. After a 0-0 draw with England, Italy advanced through a nail-biting penalty shootout, winning 4-2. In the semifinals against Germany, the nearly defenseless Italy relied on 2 brilliant goals from Balotelli in 16 minutes to send the German team home in tears. That year's Balotelli was indeed the exceptionally talented player Chiellini referred to. However, in the final, they were utterly beaten by the peak Spain. That year's Euro was still the stage for the bullfighters. Chiellini and Bonucci, who missed the peak Italy of 2006, could only watch from the sidelines as Spain lifted the Euro trophy after winning the World Cup. Chapter 601 today, we will witness the final match of the Euro. Gary, they're all saying today is the day for football to go home. What do you think? Today's live commentary team has turned into a battlefield with Henry, Carragher, and Gary Neville. Everyone knows there are many players from Manchester United, Arsenal, and Liverpool on the field today, especially with as many as 6 players from Manchester United. In such an environment, commentary must be very careful. After all, Sir Ferguson is present today with Sir Charlton at Wembley Stadium. Retired Neville can be fearless in front of many, but he always feels a bit intimidated by Ferguson, his former boss. Just like running into your high school teacher years after graduation. For England, this is their best chance on the international stage to lift the Euro trophy at Wembley Stadium. I can't think of anything more wonderful than this. Neville seemed a bit reserved. Today's England has welcomed a new influx of talent. Calling them the golden generation is not an exaggeration. Kane, Mount, Saka, Sterling, Sancho, Rashford, and Grealish, Southgate brought 7 forwards, each a star player for top teams in the 5 major leagues. Chapter 602, as Neville casually remarked that if it were him, he wouldn't need any help today. Henry and Carragher's expressions peaked. It seems they always enjoy seeing this low-key former captain of Manchester United and vice-captain of England like this. Well, no need for any assistance. But since Kyle Walker is not you, why has Lin Mo backed down? Henry, with a look of amusement, remarked, who hasn't been double-teamed when they were young? Lin Mo, who dropped back, didn't he feel frustrated, but online fans had long been bombarded by the coalition, nearly shutting down. The scene shifted to the field, where Lin Mo instinctively chose to collaborate with his teammates to attempt a breakthrough through the middle, but Southgate's formation, which looked like 343, was actually a 541 defensive counterattack setup. If there were a camera capturing Southgate's animated tactics during the pre-match discussion, it would reveal how excited he was to devise this brilliant strategy. 2 minutes later, after multiple failed attempts, Italy's Barella's through ball was intercepted by Maguire before it could reach Immobile. England's counterattack began. Chapter 603, if Mourinho's speculation is correct, then Italy should now be launching an offensive wave under Lin Mo's leadership. However, Mourinho guessed wrong this time. Before Italy could mount their assault, England struck first. Standing on the sidelines, Southgate slightly lowered his head, and a hint of a triumphant smile appeared on his shadowed face, who said putting 3 wingbacks on the field is just for defense. In the 21st minute of the match, this seemingly dull final finally welcomed a new development. Pickford caught a clearly overhit ball from Barella, running forward while observing his teammates' positioning. Here, Luke Shaw's voice came from the left front. The next second, England's goalkeeper launched a powerful throw-in. Precise. At this moment, Mourinho in the stands casually glanced at De Gea, who could only pretend nothing had happened. On the field, receiving the ball, Luke Shaw gently flicked it, and Berardi's defense was like a true Italian teammate compared to his speed. And in the eyes of the fans, the player appearing on England's left flank was none other than the healthy version of England's number 1 left back, Luke Shaw. Chapter 604 Bonucci is also our Republic's shield. Watching the game, Maldini certainly nodded, as the tough man receiving treatment on the sidelines was met with applause from the entire stadium. Regardless, a man who gave his all for his country deserves respect. As he symbolically entered and exited the pitch, Bonucci finally had the chance to shake Lin Mo's hand. This summer that belongs to me is ending, but this match is not over. I'll be waiting for you on the sidelines. Lin Mo took a deep breath. It's too early to say it's over. I will definitely deliver that trophy to you. An unexpected injury, an unexpected substitution, but it opened a different mode for this match. Just 1 minute later, England's attack came again, still through strong assault from the wings. Southgate had completely abandoned beautiful possession football this time, opting for a direct approach with both wings flying and long passes. Sterling and Luke Shaw's combination easily sent the ball back into the penalty area, but Chiellini, having lost his good partner, exploded completely, outjumping Harry Kane to head the ball away. Who says the shield of the Republic only has one? Maldini clenched his fist fiercely, looking extremely excited. Chapter 605 The Goal. My God, this is crazy. Lin Mo actually broke through England's defense head-on. Gary. Henry shook his head while shouting Neville's name. However, Neville couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. Lin Mo reminded me of the past matches. Back then, the Red Devils were just like this, regardless of the opponent. No matter how difficult the match was, no matter how much time was left, as long as the boss was still on the sideline, we would never stop. Just like how the boss didn't mention what happened when he returned to Carrington that day. But I know this is the reason Manchester United is where it is today. He found us a good captain. At this moment, everyone's attention was still focused on Lin Mo, who was clutching his finger with a painful expression. After a brief focus on Tonali, the camera quickly returned to the star of the match. Lin, what's wrong? The goal scorer, Tonali, hadn't even had time to celebrate before noticing Lin Mo's unusual expression, and his teammates quickly surrounded him. Lin, what's wrong with your hand? The old Captain Chiellini appeared very assertive, grabbing Lin Mo's hand and carefully prying it open. Chapter 606. Lin Mo also sensed the opponent's fighting spirit, so 2 minutes later, he directly tackled Trippier. Are you okay? I'm holding back. Lin Mo stepped forward and patted Trippier on the back, then pulled him up. Trippier quietly said, "This is a national team match. I won't go easy." The two silently parted ways, but the intensity of the match slowly began to rise. Southgate started shouting from the sidelines, "Declan, move, Mason." But whether it was due to Southgate's call or the Manchester United trio's rallying, England created several threats against the Italian team in the final minutes of the first half. In the 43rd minute, Harry Kane dropped back to receive the ball, and Sterling, who had penetrated the penalty area, began to ponder life. Chiellini certainly wouldn't give him a chance, directly kicking the ball out of the penalty area. However, this gave Harry Kane outside the penalty area a chance for a long shot, and Tonali didn't even have time to block it as he unleashed a powerful strike. Fortunately, Donnarumma was already prepared and didn't pay too much attention to Sterling. He leaped and deflected the ball over the crossbar. The ensuing corner was even more thrilling. Lin Mo watched helplessly as Maguire, under the double coverage of Chiellini and Di Lorenzo, jumped high to head the ball towards the goal. Chapter 607. As time went on, the match became increasingly intense. In the 60th minute, Italy launched an attack down the wing, and Lin Mo once again charged ahead to the right side, where Luke Shaw and Trippier had been waiting. But right behind Lin Mo was his companion Tonali. The situation began to tense up. However, this time, Lin Mo smiled faintly, and a sudden through ball disrupted everyone's thoughts. The ball, like an automatic running robot dog, curved towards the right sideline of the penalty area, where Berardi suddenly appeared, causing chaos in the England defense. Breakthrough? Horizontal pass? But with Maguire's arrival, justice was served. Berardi fell on the edge of the penalty area, but the referee did not blow the whistle. Maguire, undeterred, made a small dribble and then sent a long pass. At this moment, not only Lin Mo, but even Mancini on the sidelines was jumping in frustration. But perhaps due to the home advantage, the referee merely shrugged, signaling no foul. "Get back." Lin Mo jumped in frustration in front of the referee, helplessly urging the increasingly impatient Tonali to hurry back on defense. The England team, launching a rapid counterattack, had already advanced to the edge of Italy's penalty area, with Kane receiving a pass while being tightly marked by Chiellini, and could only pass the ball to Sterling on the other side. Chapter 608. At this point, Southgate on the sidelines wore a somewhat numb expression, arms crossed. continuously rubbing his chin, as if that might help him find a way to break the deadlock. In the 72nd minute, a dramatic scene unfolded. After receiving the ball in the backfield, Maguire looked at his stationary teammates and simply couldn't find a passing route, turning to Southgate on the sidelines, who also showed no response. Everyone watched in astonishment as Maguire dribbled the ball and actually charged across midfield. At this moment, Rice finally reacted and ran up to support. Goodness! Then, Maguire knocked the ball to the opponent before immediately pulling wide, and Rice's pass also went to Maguire at that moment. Hiss! Not only Southgate. Many fans felt a moment of darkness. Maguire, are you trying to ruin England? Maguire, pushing forward with the ball, couldn't hear any of that. He only knew that the defender Emerson in front of him was not very strong. In the footage, Maguire simply extended his left hand, and Emerson felt a tremendous force. If he hadn't given it his all, he might have been knocked over. Chapter 609. 52 years have passed since Italy last won the European Championship. At this moment, the entire Apennine Peninsula erupted in excitement. There were no coaches rushing onto the field, only players charging onto the pitch, because Mancini had directly knelt on the sidelines. As if at that moment he was truly himself, rather than Italy's head coach. With all the pressure lifted, Mancini seemed to lose all strength but gained countless amounts of it. Tonali was crazily running around the field, having no time to consider his club teammates' disappointment. Bonucci was jumping up and down, laughing and crying as he found Chiellini. The two grabbed each other's arms, tears in their eyes, but exchanged no words. Donnarumma slowly removed his goalkeeper gloves, threw them into the stands, and walked towards Sirigu and Merritt, the two substitute goalkeepers for Italy. Having come this far, Donnarumma naturally understood the feeling of being a substitute. So now, he wanted to share the joy of the championship with everyone. Insigne and Barella rushed to the sidelines, carrying the limping Chiesa into the field, their qualifying hero. Just when everyone was celebrating, the camera turned to Lin Mo on the sidelines. Chapter 610. The photo of Lin Mo lifting the Delaney Cup at Wembley quickly made its way back to the country. There were feelings of heartache, sadness, and happiness. Even the trending topic of Italy winning the European Championship soared to the top, while Lin Mo's photo with the Delaney Cup remained mysteriously outside the top 10 due to some unseen force. The internet, after all, has no memory. When the sun rose again on this eastern land, the trending headlines had already changed. XXX female stars paparazzi photos. Stunning. Today is XXX male star's birthday. XXX star's dog is so cute. XX is amazing. No wonder she is the daughter of XXX female star. It seemed as if the world of football only existed in the early morning, once the sun rose. It had to return to its own reality. Those who enjoyed the revelry last night, aside from a few drunken fans who needed to be cautious about waking up next to strangers. Yes, strangers who had removed their makeup, had also returned to the mundane life of cattle and horses. Life had to go on, and football was just a beautiful dream from last night. For adults, perhaps that was the case, but for some children, last night was a magical night. Chapter 611. It can be said that the restrictions on the national youth competition allowed the budding capital to settle down completely. In the following months, players began to appear in various commercial advertisements. With the emergence of advertisements, major businesses seized the opportunity to promote, letting more people know about the event. Especially after Gumi Video acquired the broadcasting rights for all matches at a very low price, the event's influence reached a new height. Each match saw thousands of students and parents from both schools flocking to the gymnasium to watch, and with relatives and friends, almost every match had 7,000 to 8,000 people cheering for the young players. Such numbers naturally boosted the business around the stadium and the sports goods market. The local government, which had originally been indifferent, noticed signs of commercial prosperity and began to promote vigorously. Every weekend, nearly thousands of government staff received tickets to attend the matches. After all, the leaders were there, and if they could meet them, gradually, the matches began to evolve from pure youth football into one of the highlights of each city. Chapter 612. Lin Mo watched as one by one, the players broke down into tears, yet forced themselves to hold back, only to cry uncontrollably again in front of him. Don't cry, being the runner-up isn't bad. Second in the nation, you should hold your head high when you go back. Lin Mo hung the silver medal around the neck of the dark-skinned boy in front of him, ruffling his hair and softly comforting him amidst the noisy crowd. But the boy merely straightened his back and continued to cry. What's wrong? Lin Mo wanted to ask again. But the dark-skinned boy just forced a very ugly smile and silently walked away. Don't. Lin Mo consoled those boys from the mountains each time. But they all held back their tears, smiling at him before slowly stepping down. The fans in the stands couldn't see all that. They just kept cheering for the champions. Especially the mothers, who were already calculating how such results would help their children apply to Ivy League schools. After all, in places like Shuani, mothers with high salaries in the millions would accompany their children full-time as long as their income was stable. Their original focus was on swimming, tennis, equestrian, and skiing, sports that could help them win awards in niche areas to assist in their future applications to Ivy League schools. Chapter 613. With things here wrapped up, Lin Mo did not return to England, but instead took Kaya and his father home to pay respects to their ancestors. 2 days later, a significant piece of news broke. Breaking. Haaland transfers to Manchester City for $60 million. This news shocked Lin Mo. He remembered his father saying that Haaland was likely to join Manchester United. At least he hadn't explicitly indicated he was interested in Manchester United's proposal. Could it be that his father, old Haaland, was sabotaging it? Lin Mo didn't quite understand, but Mourinho, who was about to lead the team to Asia for training and commercial matches, understood even less. Damn it, what is going on? Mourinho handed his phone connected to Wi-Fi to Solskjaer, his voice filled with anger. But Solskjaer looked at Romano's post and was equally incredulous. Had the transfer team reached an impasse? Although Mourinho was angry, he knew this wasn't the time to vent his frustrations on Solskjaer. It wasn't appropriate. But 10 hours later, when the plane landed in the capital of China, Mourinho let the team go ahead as he looked at the sky that had turned from day to night, already filled with fans waiting to greet them. Chapter 614. Total price of $95 million. Manchester United's title-winning hero Lukaku officially transfers to Inter Milan. Mourinho had just conducted a public training session at the National Stadium, during which he received many visitors. Singers, movie stars, and numerous socialites and celebrities all flocked to soak up Manchester United's fame. While Lin Mo and Maguire were jogging on the sidelines discussing the European Championship final, they noticed a group of glamorous women posing for photos in the stands. They didn't even glance at Ronaldo and Lin Mo as they slowly ran past from the front of the stands. It seemed that just appearing here and having a high-definition photo taken could make them the football aid of the day. After finishing the commercially charged public session, Mourinho gathered the members of the Manchester United board. Lin Mo, Ashley Young, Ronaldo, and Maguire were confirmed as the captain and vice-captain for the next season. Manchester United had re-signed Ashley Young for another year and stated that he could retire at Manchester United or head to Major League Soccer to earn money. If he chose to transfer, Manchester United would let him go without any conditions. This made Ashley Young, who originally planned to leave, feel a sense of warmth from home. Perhaps ending his career at Manchester United was also a good choice. Chapter 615. 2 days later, Manchester United announced that Phil Jones would be loaned to League One team Blackburn instead of Sheffield United, which the club had arranged for him. 11 years ago, Manchester United had a 7-1 victory over Blackburn. In that match, Ferguson immediately noticed Phil Jones, who was still playing in midfield. The two subsequently met in Nice, where many clubs had already shown interest in Phil Jones. Among them was Professor Wenger, but Ferguson had called him to Nice 3 hours in advance. They only chatted for half an hour. Ferguson didn't even ask Phil Jones any questions about football, family, parents, academics. The entire relaxed atmosphere led him to choose Manchester United directly after coming out, instead of flying to London 3 hours later to meet Wenger. Farewell to Flying General. Forever a Red Devil. Fans began to send off this old player from the Ferguson era voluntarily, as if the old era was slowly fading away. That afternoon, Manchester United announced again. Matic joins League One Rennes. Pereira joins La Liga Valencia. Chung joins West Bromwich Albion. On the same day, Manchester United sent away 4 players. Chapter 616. The recruitment work on the Manchester United side seems to be at a standstill in the eyes of the outside world, but commercial matches will not stop. As early as last year, FIFA announced in Shanghai that the Club World Cup in the summer of 2020 would be held in China. By some coincidence, this year in China, the country is peaceful and prosperous, with flourishing industries. There are no large-scale layoffs, nor any store closures. People's faces are filled with smiles, and everyone is discussing the upcoming Club World Cup to be held in China. After multiple system reforms, the current tournament format is divided into 4 rounds. with participating teams being the intercontinental champions of 6 continents and the champions of the host country's club league. First round, Oceania champion against the host country champion. Second round, the winner of the first round competes with the champions of Asia, Africa, and North America to determine 2 semifinal teams. Semifinals. The remaining teams that made it through will compete against the Champions League winners and the South American champions. Third place match and final, played between the 2 losing teams and the 2 winning teams from the semifinals. This means that fans in China can at least watch one more Manchester United match. As the Club World Cup kicks off, other clubs are still strengthening their squads. And even Mbappe from Paris has submitted a list of players he likes to the club. Chapter 6, 17 Lin, have you heard? That 17-year-old kid is coming to our first team. Tonali kept talking behind Lin Mo. Oh my god, he is only 17 years old. And the club is actually willing to pay a transfer fee of 30 million euros for him. This is a gamble. Just when Lin Mo was about to respond, the annoying ghost in his ears actually stopped, muttering to himself, "This doesn't seem so bad. I'm starting to love Manchester United a bit." Lin Mo didn't know what Tonali was going crazy about. Camavinga's joining was not a bad thing for him. A young, multi-talented player on the pitch is often a good thing, but it's not entirely so. Just like now, he has constantly changing positions on the left, right, and midfield, almost following Mourinho's rhythm, instead of having the club tailor tactics specifically for him, like some players do. Little did Lin Mo know that back in the summer of Mourinho's 3rd year, Mourinho actually had a phone conversation with Ferguson from distance. Ferguson didn't want to dictate to Manchester United about tactics or team-building ideas. He just occasionally protected some kids coming out of Carrington and some business decisions. However, during that conversation, he told Mourinho, Chapter 6:18, were you worried about? Lin Mo took the wine glass from Kaya, who smiled slightly at Rodri before walking into the crowd, where several of her girlfriends were. The signings of Manchester City and Arsenal have been too crazy. Ironically, who won the championship? Don't know why we only brought in a few kids and an old man. Rodri finally voiced the concerns of everyone at Manchester United. In fact, it wasn't just the Manchester United players. The fans have been nearly anxious enough to lose their hair this summer. First, there was Messi, a legendary transfer that left everyone speechless. Then, Haaland's joining almost drastically strengthened their attacking capabilities, followed by the arrivals of Ruben Dias and Borja, which filled the last defensive gaps for Manchester City. For a time, Manchester City saw a significant improvement on both offense and defense. Manchester City fans have begun to imagine De Bruyne delivering a beautiful dream pass to Messi's feet, followed by Messi assisting the strong Nordic powerhouse Haaland for a powerful goal. However, there are also many Manchester City fans worried that the young Haaland may not adapt to the more intense Premier League. After all, in their view, the Premier League is the most fiercely contested league in the world, while other leagues are just pretending, merely a boring league dominated by one team. Chapter 6:19 The new season of the Premier League kicked off early in this peaceful year, while La Liga, Bundesliga, Serie A, and Ligue 1 were still in their off-season. The first round of the Premier League officially kicked off on August 10th. Manchester United's first opponent in the opening round was Burnley, a match with no suspense. However, it was a match full of highlights, with Cavani, nicknamed Cadazo by Chinese fans, starting for Manchester United. The 2 wingers were the club's youth training products, Rashford and Greenwood. In midfield, Lin Mo partnered with Buffet to form an attacking midfield, with Kenny sitting back. If that was the highlight, it was too boring. Before the match began, Lin Mo appeared in front of the fans alongside Ronaldo. Under the club's arrangement, a special ceremony took place. Both were only wearing training kits, not their own jerseys numbered 7 and 17. A small stage was also temporarily set up in the middle of the pitch, with many big names in attendance. The owner of English, Sir Ferguson and Sir Charlton, Scholes, Cantona, Ferdinand, and David Gill all stood to one side of the stage. Some sensitive fans seemed to sense something, covering their mouths, feeling a bit unbelievable. Chapter 6:20 Breaking. Ronaldo seeds Manchester United's number 7. Manchester United wins big in the season opener. Breaking. Ronaldo loses Manchester United's number 7 jersey. Manchester United's number 7 changes hands. Ronaldo no longer enjoys the number 7 treatment. The number 7 battle at Manchester United ends. Ronaldo cedes the number 7 jersey. Detailed explanation of the story behind Ronaldo's ceding of the number 7. It must be said that before the match ended, various media had fully grasped the doubts in the hearts of the fans. This sudden handover of the number 7 was not clear to everyone. The fans on site watched the whole process. However, fans who chose to watch on television could only see the moment Ronaldo handed the jersey to Lin Mo for them. Everything was strange, shocking, and unbelievable. Whether domestically or internationally, the discussion heated up to overshadow all topics. Even the new gender and East-West confrontation could not attract people's attention. Why did Ronaldo see the number 7? Did Lin Mo forcibly take it? Is there internal strife within Manchester United? Why was Ronaldo in the starting lineup? Are Lin Mo and Ronaldo going to fall out? These discussions intensified, especially since the content of those media sensational headlines was too hollow. Some analysts suggested that Lin Mo and Ronaldo had long-standing grievances, and after the Coca-Cola incident, fans of both sides could have had a huge argument. Chapter 6:21 Gary. What do you think of this match? Old partner Carragher reappeared beside Gary Neville. The heat of this match was too great. If they switched to a less skilled commentator, the higher-ups wouldn't feel at ease. After all, this was the first time in the history of the Community Shield that broadcasting rights were sold worldwide. Neville stood up, looked at the camera, and pointed towards the VIP stands. However they see it, that's how I see it. Carragher curiously stood up and followed Neville's gaze, only to see a large number of fans standing up and desperately taking photos in one direction. However, it was too far away to see clearly. At that moment, Neville pointed to the screen, where the image showed Maradona and Pelé embracing each other. The 80-year-old Pelé and the 60-year-old Maradona had finally begun to restore their normal relationship after reconciling in 2017. Perhaps the conflict from 20 years ago now seemed like just a page of memories in their lives. Well, I'm sure the audience has been eagerly anticipating this matchup between Messi and Ronaldo, a derby between the two cities. This was the 39th encounter between Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo, and also their first clash since Messi left La Liga. Once upon a time, the world's #1 derby was Spain's El Clasico. Chapter 6:22. Faced with such a scene, Guardiola looked enviously at Tonali and Rodri on the other side. He turned to his assistant coach and asked, "Is there any reliable, aggressive defensive midfielder on the candidate list? Someone tough and rough would do." The assistant raised an eyebrow, thinking, have you finally compromised? Clearly, he had already thought this through. Lin had brought in a Brazilian defensive midfielder, Bruno Guimarães, during the winter window. Although his statistics were quite average, he was calm in handling the ball on the field, and most importantly, he was tough. He received 6 yellow cards in 10 matches in League One. Although he was suspended, the report indicated that those yellow cards were all necessary, if you know what that means. Guardiola's eyes lit up. That's the one. After the match, I want all his videos and data. Also, inquire if the club can bring in Case Moreau. If not, let be known. It seemed that Fernandinho couldn't quite hold up the luxurious Manchester City, and Guardiola finally realized not to play straight. After all, the recently snatched Haaland from Manchester United was truly impressive. He then shifted his gaze back to the pitch, where the competition was fierce. It was evident that Manchester United's strongest defense was not built inside the penalty area, but outside, creating a wall. Chapter 6:23. After equalizing the score at 1-1, people began to sigh. Manchester United's defense was already top tier in the league, if it weren't for combinations like Messi and De Bruyne. I can't imagine anyone being able to break through directly. Just a second ago, who was that airborne acrobat? Oh, it's Ronaldo. Then it's no big deal. The next second, who was that piercing through the defense? Oh, it's Messi. Then it's no big deal. Indeed, it was an exciting clash between Messi and Ronaldo, and I felt like I was back in the era of the two greats. A nostalgia trip? A series to remember for a lifetime? A neutral fans expressed. Awesome. At this moment, both coaches were feeling uncomfortable. Their meticulously prepared tactics were completely disrupted by the core players of the opposing team. The most crucial part was that the two old-timers overshadowed the true future core of their respective teams. De Bruyne hadn't exerted himself yet, and Lin Mo hadn't made his move either. But the game continued. Making adjustments on the fly was a big taboo. Who knew if the other side had any tricks up their sleeves? A match that was originally evenly matched suddenly turned into a stage for the two aging legends. In the 18th minute of the match, Ronaldo came out of the penalty area to receive the ball, but after Lin Mo backheeled the ball to Ronaldo, the next move almost made Lin Mo shout, "Don't shoot." Chapter 6:24. 2-1. Manchester United took the lead again. This time, the lead had a different significance. In the first 30 minutes, apart from a few supporting characters, the focus of the entire match was on the Messi-Ronaldo rivalry. However, as time passed, People's attention gradually shifted to Lin Mo, especially after his final assist, where his celebratory pose seemed to say, "Look, this is our team's best striker." But it seemed he was introducing himself as the host. He completely overshadowed Messi and Ronaldo. When the halftime whistle blew, fans began chanting Captain Lin. It was clear to anyone with eyes that the entire first half felt like a memoir of the old era. Messi's solo charge through the midfield, Ronaldo's goal line instinct. It was almost an identical reflection of memories. As the match progressed to the 35th minute, Lin Mo began to take over the game. Neville candidly stated, "This match gives me a sense of the era. I don't know if you feel the same." Messi was the first to showcase his talent. "I now believe that if Messi had come directly to the Premier League back then, he could have achieved great personal success. Although there isn't a club here that treats him like Barcelona did, Messi could certainly perform like Ronaldo in the Premier League." Chapter 625. How do people react in the face of adversity? Many Manchester City fans at this moment were holding their heads in despair, 2 goals behind, facing a team like Manchester United. Although they now had Messi, De Bruyne, and Guardiola. But damn, that king of adversity was on the other side. Not to mention this year's likely Ballon d'Or winner, Lin Mo. Damn it. Some Manchester City fans were furious. That damn Lin Mo kicked the corner flag. Doesn't the FA or UEFA care about this? Shouldn't he get a red card for that? Exactly. Wasn't it said that pushing a camera would lead to a suspension? Lin Mo kicking the corner flag should at least start with a 3-match ban. The FA is just weak. What? A test missile from Donda scared everyone like this. Lin Mo should be suspended. Let us see how wild he is. But angry Manchester City fans couldn't change anything. Manchester City needed someone to step up. Yet the players looked at each other, and no one could lead the entire team. Many even secretly glanced at Messi, seemingly understanding the helplessness when Barcelona was overturned and defeated back in the day. At this moment, Guardiola let out a long breath, and Manchester City made the first substitution. Chapter 626. As the final whistle blew, this long-awaited Star Wars came to an end. Fans seemed to see the passing of their youth, but also the arrival of a new youth. Especially those old fans. Watching Ronaldo help up the fallen Messi, both of their faces seemed to reveal relieved smiles. No more squabbles, no more factos. The fallen Manchester City players and the sprinting Manchester United players became the backdrop for the two. It was just the Community Shield trophy throughout their decades-long careers. They had seen countless championships. Now, aside from the World Cup trophy, almost no other championship could make them give their all. "Can you still play until the 2022 World Cup?" Messi asked. Cristiano Ronaldo scratched his face and nodded firmly. "If my body allows it, I want to keep playing forever. Football is my life. Without it, I feel like I can't find the meaning of my existence." Meaning? Messi seemed a bit confused. "Everything I have, no. I should say my entire life has been given to me by football. Losing it feels like losing my soul." Ronaldo spoke with sincerity. Chapter 627. "Son, are you confident?" Kane, before stepping out of the players' tunnel, inexplicably asked Son Heung-min. "Dear Kane, I have a strange feeling. I can't quite explain it. But somehow I feel we should win this match by a large margin." Son shook his head vigorously, as if trying to throw the thought away. Kane's eyes lit up. He leaned in and whispered to Son, "I feel the same way. Maybe we will create a miracle today." Son's eyes brightened as that strange feeling transformed into motivation. He extended his hand. "Then let's join forces to defeat this invincible Manchester United. It's a deal." On the sidelines, Mourinho walked over to Conte with a smile. After all, Conte came from Inter Milan, where fans still thank Mourinho for the historical miracle he created at the San Siro. "Welcome back to the Premier League. It would have been better if you weren't here." The two shook hands lightly and then parted ways. Solskjaer followed Mourinho, holding documents, and said, "You were right. It's indeed a 3-defender formation. But based on the previous matches, it seems Spurs are still not very adapted." Chapter 628. Oh my. An own goal. Maguire's clearance led to an own goal, and Manchester United conceded a point right at the start. Playing at the new White Hart Lane didn't seem so easy. On the sidelines, Conte, who had just been scolding players for their defensive positioning, suddenly leaped into the air. His excited celebration looked almost like a less attractive De Bruyne. After bouncing twice, Conte was surrounded by his coaching staff. A 1-0 lead at home against Manchester United. Could there be a more perfect start? Son Heung-min even brought Kane to the corner flag, directly posing for a photo celebration. Ronaldo ahead was shaking his head and sighing. Conceding a goal at the start was one thing, but an own goal? That affects morale. Yet only De Gea and Maguire exchanged a glance, quietly moved closer, and gave a light high five. Next time, I'll react faster. Next time, I'll still stretch my foot. This was a bond unique to Maguire and De Gea, perhaps best described as trust. Had Maguire stretched his foot earlier, came behind him would have faced an open goal. The match resumed, and Manchester United set up in a traditional 4-3-3 formation, with Lingard partnering Kanté and Camavinga in midfield. Chapter 6:29. Falling behind, equalizing, turning the game around. The main theme of the story seemed to remain unchanged. The man's inherent adversity aura seemed to become the main theme of this match. But if the story only ends like this, then Spurs wouldn't deserve to play at the new White Hart Lane. As the traveling Manchester United fans watched Ronaldo slide on his knees in celebration and pump his fists, Lingard sensed something was amiss. After a few seconds of reluctance, Spurs players formed a special team chemistry at a certain moment. Whoosh! A unique sound seemed to resonate in his mind. In that instant, Spurs players all turned to face Manchester United's half. Silence. Stillness. The once boisterous new White Hart Lane seemed to be under a spell, and the originally joyful Manchester United fans became quiet as the stadium grew increasingly silent. Everyone's attention finally focused on those Spurs players who silently walked to their positions, waiting for the match to restart. When the camera panned to Kanté on the sidelines, this proud fool had his hands in his pockets, head held high, waiting for his disciples to launch Spurs' counterattack. Fans were momentarily confused about why Spurs had changed so much in just a month. Chapter 6:30. Louis Vuitton, Heritage and Chess. Lin Mo and Cristiano Ronaldo collaborate on a fashion shoot the day after the match between Manchester United and Spurs. While people were still discussing this exciting game, the globally renowned luxury brand finally made its move. The initial photos showed Lin Mo and Cristiano Ronaldo dressed in custom Louis Vuitton suits, carrying Louis Vuitton travel bags. But this alone could only indicate that the rumors of their previous discord had diminished somewhat. Even the legacy of the number 7, in the eyes of the coalition, was merely a reluctant decision under Ferguson's suggestion. This collaboration was viewed as just a business activity, yet the bombshell released by Louis Vuitton after the initial teaser silenced everyone. Messi and Ronaldo. Victory is a mindset, not equal to the world. Wow. An epic collaboration, the strongest marketing before the 2022 World Cup. The image of Messi and Ronaldo playing chess on a Louis Vuitton travel bag represented the culmination of their decades-long rivalry. The second tagline elevated the status of the two unparalleled talents to a historic level. Messi and Ronaldo's social media accounts almost simultaneously reposted this image and text, completely maximizing the promotional traffic. Chapter 6:31. North London, Emirates Stadium. A young 8-number player made his first start for Arsenal today. In the past few matches, whenever he came on as a substitute, he helped stabilize the team or win the game. The 21-year-old Norwegian kid had already won over the Emirates Stadium. Behind him, the newly joined number 6 player Gabriel occasionally glanced at Cristiano Ronaldo in the other line. That was his primary task today. Another player, like the Norwegian kid, was also making his first start in his Arsenal career. The 21-year-old English defensive midfielder, wearing number 41, aimed to become the Gunners' best midfield bulwark. And at the back of the crowd, there was one last player brought in by Arteta using transfer fees after the team slimmed down. An Asian face, a 22-year-old young defender. On this day, the 11 players walking out of the Emirates Stadium had an average age of only 22. For years, making it the youngest starting lineup Arsenal had fielded in the league in nearly a decade. Total value, 34.5 billion. Now, let us take a look at the lineup that the young coach Arteta arranged today. The man who single-handedly secured a Champions League spot, the pre-Terra-era goalkeeper. The one who can't play the ball, tragic brother, Ramsdale. Chapter 6:32. Harry. While jostling for position, Maguire heard De Gea's familiar voice, turned his head, and was met with a puzzling scene. Gabriel and Nketiah were squeezed in beside De Gea, one on each side, leaving him unable to move. Hey, that's a foul. Maguire raised his hand and stepped forward, trying to pull Nketiah. The referee noticed this scene and blew the whistle to separate the players. Sir, they're blocking the goalkeeper's position. Isn't that a foul? But the referee merely warned, don't think you can pull any tricks under my nose. Maguire was shocked to hear this. Was the referee turning a blind eye? Meanwhile, Lin Mo was still unaware of the trouble behind him, as he was entangled with Martinelli. Almost everyone, including Tonali, had their own business to attend to. Despite Maguire's immense anxiety, he felt powerless. As the referee slowly retreated from the penalty area, Nketiah and Gabriel surprisingly moved closer again. Maguire, feeling desperate, grabbed Gabriel's arm with one hand and pushed Nketiah away with the other, acting like a wall in front of De Gea. Chapter 633. At this moment, Lin Mo was unaware of the innocent, heartbroken boy behind him. He only knew that Manchester United couldn't start the game being pressed like this. After passing the ball to Tonali, Lin Mo sprinted down the wing. Simple and rough, Lin Mo aimed to lift the team's morale using his strengths. However, for Chinese fans, there was a strange emotion at this moment. The defender in front of Lin Mo was none other than Takahiro Tomiyasu, one of the main defenders of the latest Japan national team. What kind of sparks would fly when these two met? In just 1 second, Lin Mo dashed past his opponent's side, while Tonali's ball was still on its way. Lin Mo's speed was simply too fast. Damn, I can't catch up. Is this guy the reincarnation of the wind god? At this moment, Tomiyasu's mind was solely focused on stopping Lin Mo facing an opponent with overwhelming strength. His body began to boil. His parents back home were watching his Premier League debut on TV. I can't fall here. A surge of Chinibu emotion engraved in his genes exploded, and as he watched Lin Mo observing his teammates' runs, Tomiyasu's speed increased. Chapter 634. Lin Mo was like, Old James repeated 3 times, just like the fans in front of the TV. Once, everyone knew Lin Mo was very active in defense. But those fierce tackles almost always earned him a shiny yellow card. Last year, Faria mentioned in an interview that Lin Mo had taken Mourinho's advice and reduced his tackles on the field. Since then, fans often saw Lin Mo, who wasn't good at defending, sticking close to opponents, and only using his body to position defensively. By the end of last season and the start of this one, the little captain in the eyes of the Red Devils had made significant progress in defense. But this tackle and ball retention truly amazed them. While the Emirates Stadium was still in shock, Lin Mo had already gotten back up. Ignoring Martinelli, who was rolling on the ground, clutching his legs in pain, Lin Mo stepped on the ball and raised a finger again. Arrogant. Extremely arrogant. Even Mourinho, who was about to praise Lin Mo, found it hard to handle. He turned to Solskjaer and asked, how does Lin Mo compare to the likes of Keane or Cantona back in the day? Chapter 635. After equalizing, Arsenal clearly began to play a bit chaotically. Some wanted to continue attacking to regain the lead, while others aimed to strengthen defense. The motivation and rhythm for advancing were noticeably slower. Timid. This description suits Arsenal's current situation better. As a result, their errors began to occur more frequently. And such a high frequency of mistakes required a hefty price to rectify. Just 10 minutes later, Arsenal had already accumulated over 5 yellow cards. With 5 yellow cards, Arteta was starting to sweat a bit on the sidelines. Facing Manchester United's powerful attacking ability, this practically signaled that Arsenal needed to make substitutions. But at this moment, Mourinho and Manchester United weren't giving Arteta any chances. They began to control the ball and attack strongly. Once Mourinho noticed the players forming a strange synergy, he started to demand that they gradually push up. A stable positional attack is something every team needs to practice. In the 34th minute of the match, Bruno Fernandes finally delivered a beautiful through ball, and Rashford, who had quickly surged up the left side, received the ball from behind Zinchenko. Just as he was about to charge into the penalty area, he lost his balance. Zinchenko fouled Rashford from behind, bringing him down. Chapter 636. Yes, we can all see the role Cristiano Ronaldo plays in the team. Age is not an issue for him. At the post-match press conference, Mourinho was asked about Ronaldo. We've worked together at Real Madrid. He's different from other players, and I believe every coach wishes to have a player like Ronaldo on the field. I don't need to teach him how to play. I just need to arrange the attacking tactics, and he can adapt perfectly. The legacy of a number 7 jersey is a very important matter for Manchester United. It's not something decided casually over beers one summer evening. Soon, when the reporters didn't get the answers they wanted, they began to ask about Lin Mo. Lin Mo is about to turn 20. Should we still consider him a young player? Mourinho rarely nodded. That's a good question. He thought for a moment, I certainly won't. He is the captain of Manchester United and the vice-captain of Italy. Look at his performance. You can say he's only 19, but you can't just treat him as a 19-year-old young player. In the locker room, Lin Mo also played his part well, but he is not an exception. Lin Mo is improving and still growing, which is what we most hope to see. Chapter 637. Gianluca Mancini's starting lineup caused problems in the Italian locker room, which had originally been a minor issue. Lin Mo's substitution also led to media criticism of Mancini after the match. However, Mancini had his own thoughts. When faced with the reporters questioning after the match, he stated directly, considering Lin Mo's physical condition, the rotation was decided after discussions by the coaching staff. And there were no other reasons. The locker room? There are no issues in the locker room. I want to win and advance with a perfect record more than anyone else. But this is football. Anything can happen. It was clear that Mancini was well prepared for this post-match press conference. However, fans were not buying it. If everyone was present, a draw against Bosnia could be acceptable. Dzeko's performance also significantly affected the match. However, with a rotated half squad and players in poor form, even Lin Mo, who came on as a substitute, felt that his form was not as good as in the club. I thought Italian football was about to rise again, but what you gave me was a big mess. After winning the European Championship, they started to slack off, which is the Italy I'm familiar with. Lin Mo took Italy to heights that didn't belong to him. And then we saw his true self. Chapter 638, 35 minutes into the match. Although Italy's rhythm seemed a bit chaotic, the team's defense became more solid due to the reintroduction of veterans. At this moment, Mancini seemed to have made up his mind. He called over his assistant coach. I plan to communicate with Lin Mo. I need to control the situation and hope he can cooperate. The assistant looked at the head coach in shock, as if he were a fool. You want to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, and have Lin Mo cooperate to be that chicken? Roberto, are you crazy? Listen, the players are a bit out of control now, and that's something I need to change. That's Lin Mo, the man who saved the team, the hope for Italy's revival, the cornerstone of the cooperation between China and Italy. The assistant coach kept gesturing. God, those training bases, if it weren't for the help of the Chinese, God knows how much we would have to spend. Was it Insigne or Bonucci? Then I would be the crazy one. Mancini's emotions also began to fluctuate. You're the boss, you call the shots, but if Lin Mo doesn't cooperate, the pressure from public opinion and the locker room will fall on you. Chiellini and Bonucci both have high hopes for Lin Mo, and Tonali is his diehard fan. I advise you not to do this. Chapter 639. A strange feeling arose in the hearts of every Italian player, as if they saw Lin Mo's gesture and everything stabilized. Before Lin Mo joined the national team, the media had already reported the hand of God in Manchester. Lin Mo rarely raised his hand, but every time he did, it revitalized the team and resulted in a goal. Even video creators in Europe and America made a special episode about Lin Mo's hand of God. The high-energy music, the professional close-ups, the grand backgrounds, and the teammates in winning the grain scene. It was like a thrilling football promotional video. Oh no, it was a Manchester United promotional video. Some of these video creators even received official recognition from Manchester United and directly bought the rights to post it on their official Twitter. Now, Lin Mo's gesture is well known. In many youth football matches in the country, players often imitate Lin Mo's hand raise after their team concedes a goal. Some have succeeded and been edited online, but many have failed in a show-off manner. There have even been cases of players in lower-tier European leagues imitating Lin Mo's hand of God and successfully turning the game around. Chapter 640. Ultimately, this UEFA Nations League A match ended with Italy winning 1-0. Not only did Italy revive, but the Netherlands also fought hard with the help of several key players until the end. Both sides provided fans with an incredible match. After the game, Lin Mo's hand of God once again became the focus of public opinion. It seemed that as long as that magical hand was raised, the team Lin Mo was on would be unstoppable. The scene of Locatelli applauding during his pass also became one of the classics of this match. After this match, the Italian team announced a temporary disbandment. The players returned to their clubs to prepare for the Champions League and league matches, with Manchester United defeating Newcastle and Chelsea in the following games. They achieved a 6-game winning streak in the league, firmly sitting at the top of the standings. Fans have begun to ask, in today's Premier League, who can stop Manchester United? I seem to see the return of the Ferguson era. This terrifying European Red Devil seems unstoppable. The powerful Manchester City is also 3 points behind Manchester United, and other teams seem to have started vying for 4th place early. Now, the only thing that can stop Manchester United is injuries. Chapter 641. Old Trafford Expansion Plan. The plan is to gradually expand the 4 stands of Old Trafford within 2 years. They will expand the existing 76,000 seat stadium to an 88,000 seat stadium, and many facilities, including the leaking roof, will be repaired. However, during the early stages of the expansion, Manchester United will have a 6-month period where it can only accommodate 70,000 spectators. If you hear this news, wouldn't you think of the Bernabeu expansion project? It's indeed very good, and most fans can understand. However, this Old Trafford expansion plan is just a part of the new owner's vast sports empire. Why did he buy Manchester United? At that time, the new owner was definitely not in it for championships or revival. He simply saw the once world-class club, which still has a top global fan base despite its current poor performance. Traffic. Yes, it's traffic. Now that the performance is there, the traffic is even greater. What he needs to do is leverage this to expand his business empire. Manchester United's new stadium plan. After quietly announcing the Old Trafford expansion plan, Manchester United finally held a very formal official press conference. Chapter 642. Just as Manchester United was ushering in a major change, the Champions League group draw ceremony finally arrived. As the reigning Champions League champion, Manchester United drew a favorable group this time. Borussia Dortmund, Lazio, and St. Petersburg became Manchester United's opponents in the group stage. Automatic qualification. In this group, there was hardly a team that could compete. Fans were happy for a long time, and the rampant rumors online about Manchester United becoming the second Arsenal were already annoying enough. With such good news, it was enough for fans to automatically forget those unpleasant moments. When you stand at the peak, the coalition naturally comes. But a week later, at the Westfalen Stadium, the Manchester United players sat helplessly on the ground, watching those guys in yellow jerseys celebrate wildly. Behind them, the celebrations of Dortmund fans were even crazier. A large group of shirtless German workers covered in yellow and black ritual-like patterns, roaring in German, arms raised, and crazy expressions. And that famous slogan, "Welcome to Hell." But none of this could overwhelm the current Manchester United. Due to injuries to Maguire and Luke Shaw, Manchester United could only field a defense lineup including Ashley Young, Diogo Dalot, Chris Smalling, and Kieran Trippier. Chapter 643. Let's go to the training base. Sitting in the back seat, Lin Mo propped his hand on the car door, resting his head in his hand, feeling like his head was a mess. The dazzling lights flashing outside seemed to replay the scenes happening on the pitch, constantly swirling before his eyes. Attack? Defense? Winning? He momentarily didn't know whether his efforts were right or wrong. He vaguely remembered that just 2 months ago, the media collectively praised his defensive improvements, making him an important barrier for the team's midfield defense. But now, Mourinho told him that the team needed his offense. Squeak. The car stopped at the entrance of the training base, and Erica brushed her hair back and turned to remind Lin Mo. Lin, Kaya is back today, don't forget. But Lin Mo just waved his hand, indicating that he already knew. After a brief facial recognition check, Lin Mo entered the training base, passing through the gym and the technical analysis room. Paul. But after calling out twice, Lin Mo stopped in his tracks, leaning against the wall of the corridor with a bitter smile after a 2-second daze. How did I forget this? Paul has already gone back. Hey, what are you doing not going home at this late hour? I remember there's a match today, right? Mourinho appeared at the end of the corridor with a puzzled expression. Chapter 644. The next day, just as Manchester United was about to face Lazio, a piece of gossip began to circulate throughout the football world. Lin Mo has been confirmed to win the 2020 Ballon d'Or. Not only teammates, but almost everyone he knew was messaging Lin Mo to confirm this matter. However, the person they were confirming with was also confirming this matter. How come I didn't know? Lin Mo looked at his equally bewildered father. I don't know either. What the hell is going on? I arranged for people to inquire everywhere, and there has been no official news. Lin's father hoped more than anyone that his son could lift that golden football. That would be the pride of the Lin family, back in their hometown. Due to Lin Mo's long-term donations and considerable influence, there were already records about him in the county chronicles, and Lin's father even created a family tree for his son. With money, prestige, and influence, they couldn't oppose him even if they wanted to. At that moment, Lin's father's phone suddenly rang. After answering, his eyes lit up, and he turned to smile at his son. Good news? Lin's father quickly hung up the phone and nodded at him. Good news, you narrowly beat Messi. But the official announcement will take a while. This is news from within. Chapter 645, Gumi Video. Gumi Video. Welcome to the second round of the 2020-2021 UEFA Champions League group stage, where Manchester United hosts Lazio. I am your commentator today, Jean Jun. And sitting next to me is Coach Zhang. Hello, everyone. Old Zhang looked at the materials on the table, and for once, his brow furrowed. Coach Zhang, We all know that Manchester United is currently in extreme turmoil, with the old stadium undergoing expansion and renovation and the new stadium along with the Sport City being built, greatly affecting the club's recruitment efforts. When old John mentioned this, even the most optimistic fans in front of the TV had worried expressions. Additionally, with key defenders Maguire, Luke Shaw, and Smalling injured one after another, Manchester United's defensive backup is exhausted, with no one left to use. What do you think about this? Old John was the first not to have a smiling face. Manchester United, at their most critical moment. Many teams' collapses do not start at the end of the season or from a specific match. Many fans frowned. They didn't know how long it had been since they heard the word collapse associated with Manchester United. In the past 15 years, only one team collapsed at the end of the season due to being overturned by a relegation team. Other teams' collapses at the end of the season mostly stemmed from injuries. Chapter 646. Several years later, Joaquin Correa still had a look of horror when recalling this match. God, I never heard that Old Trafford could be a hellish home ground. Those fans who usually didn't like to sing could bombard us for 90 minutes. It was terrifying. You have to admit, it was a very uplifting song. But only for Manchester United. As for Lin Mo, losing to him wasn't a terrifying thing. After all, everyone was the same. But that match. With Joaquin's memories, the scene returned to the pitch. At this point, 4 minutes had passed since the match began, and Lin Mo was standing in the left corner flag area preparing to take a corner kick, which was created by Ashley Young for the team. As Lin Mo raised his hand, the Manchester United players, who had been crowded near the penalty spot, rushed towards the near post. Cristiano Ronaldo even brought 3 defenders to the near post. However, Lin Mo's pass was quite interesting. It seemed like Ronaldo was being held back and couldn't jump. But if he really jumped, he wouldn't be able to reach the ball. The football drew a beautiful arc, creating a crescent shape in the air above Old Trafford. Chapter 647. Just 30 minutes into the match, Manchester United had taken a 2-goal lead. This left Lazio, who had traveled a long way, somewhat bewildered by the sharp offense, terrifying shots, and the dominating atmosphere of Old Trafford from the opposing team. Damn, who the hell said Manchester United is in turmoil, and their form is unstable? Simone Inzaghi gritted his teeth. He had conservatively deployed a 5-3-2 formation. And what was the result? He turned to look at Mourinho, for the first time feeling that this old man who had coached Inter Milan was actually quite annoying. Insidious. But at this moment, Lazio had no choice but to counterattack. Being 2 goals down in a Champions League match, if they continue to defend, they might as well surrender directly. The difference between 0-2 and 0-3 isn't that much. So Inzaghi waved his hand, and Lazio began to fight back. In the 38th minute of the match, Inzaghi looked incredulously at the black duck still bouncing inside the opposing goal, and after confirming it several times, he raised his hands in celebration. Just now, Muriqi received the ball in the penalty area, turned sharply, and shot. After colliding with Lindelof behind him, the ball hit Lindelof's calf and deflected into the net. This scene also left Maguire, watching on the couch, speechless as he clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 648. Manchester United back on track. Relieved Old Trafford and all the Red Devils. A match characterized by attacking rather than defending reignited the memories in the hearts of the Red Devils fans. That familiar feeling of a team that, despite average defense, had extremely strong offense returned to people's minds. Pragmatism first. Manchester United ends the match with a thrilling offensive performance. Manchesterism. Winning is the core of the match. Lin Mo connection explodes. Manchester United defeats Lazio 4-2. Regaining control over qualification. Amidst the media's praise, Solskjaer was currently sitting at Sir Alex's home, having tea. "Oh, how's it going?" Ferguson lifted his teacup and took a small sip. In his view, the tea leaves swirled gently in the cup, accompanied by the rising steam, making him feel somewhat dizzy. At that moment, Ferguson couldn't help but recall the tea leaves Lin Mo had sent him, and he directly stood up, not waiting for Solskjaer to respond, and went to the cabinet to take out a small green iron box. Oh, the tea from England is still not up to par. The mixed fragments of several types of tea create too many flavors that are too complex and impure. Ferguson twisted the lid and found it a bit tight, so he casually called Solskjaer over and handed him the jar. Chapter 649 next. Manchester United's matches started to become quite exciting. Scores of 2-1, 3-2, 4-1, 4-2, and 4-3 emerged one after another. But when facing mid-table teams, Manchester United often managed a narrow 1-0 victory. After a winning streak in both the league and the Champions League, Manchester United experienced a 7-match winning streak, besides leading their city rivals by just 1 point in the league. The outstanding performances of rotating players in the midfield and forward positions allowed them to smoothly progress in the EFL Cup. It was a familiar rhythm. Without an extremely stable defense, Manchester United always managed to win. Other Premier League teams also noticed that Manchester United's defense was not as strong as before, seemingly giving them hope for a comeback. Just like in the past, Manchester United could always rely on last-minute attacks to defeat their opponents. In 7 matches, Manchester United scored a total of 19 goals, with 7 of those coming in the last 10 minutes, which was quite astonishing. People exclaimed that Ferguson time was back. After a 1-0 away victory against St. Petersburg, the most important moment in football for 2020 finally arrived. This was the annual football feast, as well as the yearly summary of the football world. On Cristiano Ronaldo's private jet, Lin Mo met his girlfriend Georgina. Chapter 650. We see that the seating arrangement set by the organizers today is quite interesting. Lin Mo, Messi, and Ronaldo each brought their families, but they were seated together. Lin Mo was in the middle, Messi on the left, and Ronaldo on the right. Such a scene of the three together is rare. In terms of current football, these three represent the highest level in the sport. Before Messi and Ronaldo returned to the Premier League, there might have been disputes over which league was the best. But after Ronaldo returned to Manchester United and Messi joined Manchester City, all that controversy disappeared. In just a week, the combined sales of Messi and Ronaldo's jerseys exceeded 400 million, which is enough to show their immense influence. It is an honor that at the end of Messi and Ronaldo's careers, we can see new talent stepping up. At the same time, we hope more players like Lin Mo will emerge, bringing the football world back to the glory of the Messi-Ronaldo rivalry. Commentators from various countries marveled at this scene. The three rivals were chatting and laughing, seemingly unconcerned about the fans online who were hurling insults at each other. After all, on social media and in live streams around the world, fans from all three sides were busy. Chapter 651. On the flight back to Manchester, Lin Mo felt awkward. Since morning, Kaya hadn't said a word to him. Lin's father had tried to help several times, but Kaya just smiled politely without responding. Son, what did you do to offend her? Women, just sweet-talk him a bit. Don't wait for her to heal herself. Lin Mo held the box containing the Ballon d'Or, unsure how to explain. When they returned to the hotel, Kaya asked Lin Mo to wait for her on the bed. However, Lin Mo didn't pay attention and instead held the Ballon d'Or, staring at it as if he were mesmerized by a lover. Regardless of any life or dream, whether known in advance or told by a friend, at the moment Lin Mo held the Ballon d'Or, he felt completely drawn in, as if his spirit was being pulled in. He just wanted to sleep with the Ballon d'Or. Not long after, Kaya gracefully walked into the room, softly called Lin Mo's name, and then opened her robe. But Lin Mo just glanced at her and continued to focus on the trophy. At that moment, Kaya, wearing a platinum diamond chain lingerie that sparkled with sexiness, was left speechless. To be honest, even if Lin Mo suggested she wear this outfit normally, she might not agree. Chapter 652. 4 days later, Lin Mo showcased the Ballon d'Or he had won to the fans at Manchester United's home ground, Old Trafford. The overwhelming cheers and applause transformed Lin Mo's world. The once crowded Old Trafford fell silent. The packed stands became empty, and the refurbished seats gradually returned to their old colors. Only the shadows became a bit more solid, with familiar faces smiling and greeting him. Suddenly, Lin Mo felt his vision blur again as he was lifted from the middle of the field to a higher place. Could it be? Lin Mo hurriedly looked beside him. He had somehow become one of those shadows. He raised his hand, but his body was still in a semi-transparent state, unlike the legends around him, who seemed to be on the verge of becoming real, apart from a few specks of starlight. It seemed he still needed to work hard. Finally, we've been waiting for you. Sir Matt Busby slowly spoke, as if he had been waiting for this moment for many years. Waiting for me? Lin Mo pointed himself. Several people nodded simultaneously, and Sir Busby said, "Of course, kid, we've been waiting a long time after Alex. I even doubted the legacy of Manchester United would come to an end." Chapter 653. In the following time, Lin Mo still couldn't figure out why they had said so much to him during that meeting. He was solely focused on the matches, winning, and advancing. After a fierce battle, Manchester United qualified for the Champions League knockout stage as group leaders. They drew Cristiano Ronaldo's old rival, and Simeone once again faced his lifelong enemy. However, in the league, due to their multiple competitions, their defense was much more fatigued than Manchester City's, and after the Boxing Day fixtures, they were finally caught up by Manchester City. Both sides made mistakes, and Manchester United was held to draws by Leicester City and Everton. Meanwhile, after losing a match against Leeds United, Manchester City won again, and the points gap finally shrank from 1-0. Of course, some criticized Guardiola for missing the best chance to overtake Manchester United. As January arrived, Maguire finally made a full return. Only Luke Shaw and Smalling's injuries had not improved, and they still needed some time to recover. Kenny also had an ankle injury and needed 2 weeks off. But overall, Manchester United had regained their basic fighting strength. At the same time, after entering the winter transfer window, Manchester United also made signings. Chapter 654 Zhuang TV. Zhuang TV. Welcome to the first round of the 2020-21 UEFA Champions League round of 16, where Manchester United faces Atletico Madrid away. I am today's special commentator, Lao Zhan. I am your Xiao Ma, and today we will commentate on this match live. The camera cuts back to the commentary booth, where the charming Xiao Ma, with her big wavy retro curls and delicate makeup, tilts her head and smiles sweetly at the camera. The noticeably thinner teacher Jean, however, looks incredibly spirited. Ever since Lin Mo ignited the entire Chinese football scene, people have been comparing him to the former star Yao Ming. Yet, Yao Ming's influence in the global sports arena has now become incomparable with Lin Mo's recent Ballon d'Or win. In this context, the veteran Jean not only has to commentate on the Premier League, La Liga, and the Champions League, but he has also received numerous invitations from organizers to commentate on the finals of provincial youth leagues. Various domestic football variety shows frequently seek him out, hoping he can serve as a professional guest to clarify doubts for everyone. Teacher Jean has been busy from the beginning of the month to the end, naturally losing weight. However, seeing the continuous improvement in Chinese football, he feels more motivated than ever. Chapter 655. Defense. Pay attention to positioning. Simeone continues to roar from the sidelines, while the Atletico Madrid players on the field seem to hear the call of the army. Increase the intensity. In the 3rd minute of the match, Lin Mo and Fei attempt a simple wall pass to shake off Lamar and Llorente's defense. However, the moment Lin Mo passes the ball, he feels a bit reckless for the first time. In his line of sight, Llorente seems to have anticipated this, charging directly at Fei's right foot to tackle. Oh my God! At this moment, all the Manchester United fans stand up, watching Fei fly into the air while the referee remains indifferent, leaving them momentarily stunned. Isn't that a foul? Teacher Jean involuntarily exclaims. But the game continues, and there's no time for discussion. After getting up, Llorente passes the ball to the advancing Saul. Atletico's counterattack is coming. A sea of red and white jerseys, as if they heard the charge of the army, bows their heads and sprints. Atletico, Madrid Atletico. The resounding song echoes, seemingly providing accompaniment for the players on the field. At this moment, art has been created. The strongest bond between fans and players is perhaps just like this. Chapter 656. Atletico's defense is quite clever, bumping, pulling with many little tricks, especially after a foul, immediately raising their hands to signal they did not commit a foul. Coke is very smart. Today he seems to have targeted Lin Mo. Teacher Jean feels a bit helpless. He has watched many La Liga matches, and this kind of defensive intensity is quite normal in Atletico's games. But Xiao Ma looks displeased, puffing out her cheeks and muttering. This match has pauses every few minutes. It's impossible to watch continuously. Xiao Ma is right. All the fans watching this match feel the same way. Not just Lin Mo, even Ronaldo experiences the same treatment. As long as they hold the ball outside the 35-meter area and try to advance, Atletico players will stick right to them. When you attempt to get past the first offender, you'll find the opponent is always on the edge of foul, nudging you a bit, pulling you a bit. You stumble past, will you fall or not? Clearly, Ronaldo provides the answer. In the 13th minute of the match, Ronaldo suddenly pulls wide to receive the ball, while Greenwood crosses and charges toward the baseline, drawing away a defender and leaving Ronaldo space to cut in. Chapter 657. Simeone blows a loud whistle from the sidelines, and all Atletico players instantly turn to look at their coach. But Simeone only nods at the camera without any further indication. This leaves the director responsible for the editing speechless, thinking he had found some material. However, no one knows that, in the eyes of Atletico's players, this gesture means cut their throats. To express it in Western grammar, kill them all. Manchester United's real test begins. In the 22nd minute of the match, veteran Ashley Young is fouled while making a forward run along the wing. Although the referee shows a yellow card, the time Ashley Young takes for treatment makes Mourinho a bit worried. 3 minutes later, Suarez feigns a shot from outside the penalty area, and Maguire fails to intercept the ball. If it weren't for De Gea's excellent positioning, he might have embarrassed himself in front of former fans. He catches Suarez's shot, but just 2 steps out, he's tripped by Correa. Facing Correa, who pretends not to see the goalkeeper, the referee only issues a warning. This scene also makes Tonali angrily consider getting up. Chapter 658. The goal is in. A world-class shot. The ball is in beautiful. Lin Mo blasts a stunning world-class shot from outside the penalty area, and Manchester United finally changes the score in the 55th minute. 1-0. Atletico is trailing at home, and Simeone is in trouble. After teacher Jean's passionate commentary, Xiaoma's voice trembles with emotion. This goal also has to thank the selfless Ronaldo. I can't imagine that Ronaldo would choose to pass back when he had a chance to shoot in the penalty area, something that Atletico players could never anticipate. Xiaoma is right. The replay starts showing the previous goal, and Ronaldo clearly had a chance to shoot, definitely within his range. Suddenly, the broadcast switches to slow motion, and it turns out that before receiving the ball, Ronaldo didn't look at the goal, but at the opposing defenders. Then the replay starts reversing, showing that when Ronaldo made the forward run to receive the ball, he had already glanced at Lin Mo's position. It was premeditated. Silence. Even many critics begin to fall silent. A Ronaldo who is preparing to set up others? Fans feel like they're watching a sci-fi movie. No matter who you are, get off my Ronaldo. Chapter 659. If Simeone's substitutions are to ensure Atletico's offensive security, then Manchester United's substitutions make Simeone's eyelids twitch. Restraint. Yes, Simeone feels a sense of being restrained, because the player Tonali replaced is none other than Greenwood. The next moment, Lin Mo leaves the center and moves to the right. Tonali and Rodri high-five, and now it's their turn to handle Manchester United's midfield defense. Then Tonali finds Buffet. The boss wants me to tell you, the midfield is yours this time. Huh? Buffet's eyes widen as he turns to look at the smiling coach on the sidelines, this unparalleled trust igniting a fire within him. 2 minutes later, Simeone begins to grit his teeth on the sidelines. Damn it, where did Mourinho find these 2 madmen? On screen, Buffet and Tonali are like 2 rabid dogs, running around everywhere. Stamina? You're asking Tonali, who just came on, about stamina? Are you still questioning whether Buffet, known as Manchester United's Iron Lung, needs stamina? If we had to assign a numerical value to the stamina of both players, it would be infinite. Simeone's meticulously organized offense began to show some stagnation, as the team faced fierce resistance from Manchester United during the transition from defense to attack. Chapter 660. A great battle comes to an end. Although Manchester United left Madrid with a score of 2-1, the aftereffects of the match began to surface. People seem to see a way to deal with Barcelona from back in the day. Increase the intensity. It can be said that Atletico was successful for 90 of the match. The 2 goals scored by Cristiano Ronaldo and Lin Mo, who complemented each other, gave countless coaches hope. Klopp was one of them. At that moment, he was in a meeting room pointing at the replay of the match. What is Manchester United's weakness? Many people say that the only weakness of Manchester United at the moment is their bench depth, but they have too many physically strong players. Even the veteran Cristiano Ronaldo can almost play the entire match now. Perfect team coordination, selfless contribution in playmaking, interceptions in midfield, solidity in defense, and intensity in attack. Mourinho is somewhat lucky, but the coaching staff understood that the more Klopp said this, the more it indicated that he had found a way to deal with Manchester United. The people in the stands had expressions that said as expected, and they heard Klopp laughingly say, Manchester United focuses too much on coordination. The technical team has analyzed Manchester United's last 30 goals, and there was only 1 solo goal. The rest, apart from free kicks and penalties, were all team goals. Chapter 661. Gumi Video? Gumi Video. Welcome to the semi-finals of the UEFA Nations League A, where today in Lisbon's Estadio da Luz, Portugal is facing Italy. I am the special commentator for this match, and sitting next to me is Director Jean. Old Jean grinned and said, I'm back. Hello everyone, I'm Old Jean, and I'm very happy to see you all again. That's right, since last time. It seems we haven't partnered for a long time. Old Jean glanced sideways. his eyes filled with disdain. You've forgotten about this old man after teaming up with beautiful women for commentary, and you still have the face to say that? Seeing old Zhang's sidelong glance, old John felt a chill in his heart and quickly changed the topic. Today's match has a very high level of attention. It is said that many legends from Italy and Portugal have come to the scene. Just now, I saw Figo and Maldini. The camera also briefly caught Rui Costa and Pirlo. It is said that Lippi will also be present to watch the match. The European Championship qualifiers are about to start, and this match is very important for both sides. A strong start with the UEFA Nations League trophy can greatly boost the team's morale. Chapter 662. In the next phase, Italy happily engaged in an attacking battle with Portugal. At least this is how Mancini felt. If Portugal continued to retreat, he would find it somewhat tricky. But if the opponent attacked without any plan, then Italy's goals were just a matter of time. On the other side, Santos also breathed a sigh of relief. Why? Because he felt that Italy attacking was a good thing. Given Portugal's current situation, if they were to face Italy's counterattacks, they would be completely finished. Soon, the match's entertainment value immediately increased. In the 19th minute of the match, Lin Mo found an opportunity for a long shot outside the penalty area again. But this time the ball slightly missed the post. 1 minute later, Portugal's quick transition reached Italy's half, and seeing the fully positioned defense, Buffet focused entirely on finding Cristiano Ronaldo. As for that guy who only throws up his hands like him, he didn't trust at all. However, Ronaldo made a forced shot in the penalty area, which was easily blocked out by Chiellini. But unexpectedly, this corner kick was Ronaldo's true intention. 30 seconds later, everyone in the penalty area looked at that soaring figure in awe. Chapter 663. In fact, Ronaldo was not wrong. Portugal currently does not have a player who can take over the captain's armband from Figo as he did back in the day. Buffet. He is an excellent player, an attacking player in the front line, and can even be a strong playmaker in midfield. But he is not a leader-type player. Buffet. He is still slowly changing himself at Manchester United. Perhaps one day in the future, his character will be smoothed out by Mourinho and Ronaldo at Manchester United. But definitely not now. Felix? An overly self-important super genius, a $127 million boy, but his performance on the pitch always fails to match his price tag. And his character is even less capable of shouldering the burden of Portugal's future for the next 10 years. Ruben Dias? Perhaps he has the qualities to become the team's leader, but in the Portugal locker room, that could be somewhat difficult. As for the others, Ronaldo looked around at his teammates and found no one who could take on the responsibility of Portugal for the next 10 years. Not only Ronaldo, but Pepe, who is recovering from injury, also looked at the national team teammates on the field and shook his head slightly. After all these years, he and Ronaldo had aspired to create new history for Portugal since they were young. Chapter 664. Both of their feelings were not wrong. This match seemed to have suddenly reached a critical point. The Portugal team, which had been suppressed by Italy, began to change a bit. Portugal's recent offensive seems to have improved. There's still time left in the match, so let's see if a miracle happens. Old John observed that Portugal was running with noticeably more enthusiasm and said leisurely. However, the netizens were not buying it, especially the coalition fans, who had already started to emphasize that Ronaldo's goals harm the team. I said it, once he left Manchester United, Ronaldo was nothing in the national team. If it weren't for Lin Mo creating chances for him, what golden boots? He wouldn't even deserve grass boots. He is just a forward who wastes opportunities and eats up chances. Look at his club data. His shooting success rate is only 11. This is simply harming the team. A toxic player. So, the previous Ballon d'Ors were all stolen. What was that saying again? I remember Real Madrid fans loved it. When you're old, you should retire. Consuming so many resources in the national team, he is utterly useless. As such remarks grew louder, Ronaldo's fans looked at the score, where Portugal was still trailing 0-2, and felt frustrated. Chapter 665. Lin Mo watched Cristiano Ronaldo score a goal, and his unease began to rise. Although the team currently had a 1-goal lead, damn it, the most unreliable score in the world is 1-0. In an instant, Lin Mo turned to Chiellini, who seemed to have already sensed it. Lin, I know what you want to say. I will definitely stop him. Chiellini spoke first as Lin Mo approached him. Who hasn't he played with Ronaldo before? Lin Mo didn't know what to say. As long as the older brother still had spirit, that was enough. Bonucci was already ready to take a card, as soon as the older brother made a mistake. He would definitely not just defend against Ronaldo alone, and committing a foul would be the best choice. Tonali, Watching the seemingly reversing situation and the increasingly heated atmosphere on the field began to get excited. Lin team. Does this mean I can also go and tackle Ronaldo now? Good. Lin Mo twitched his eye at the eagerly anticipating Tonali, sometimes doubting whether Tonali was also looking forward to tackling himself out. No tackling. The club only has one striker left. Tonali looked a bit disappointed, as if he had lost a dose of excitement. Chapter 666. The atmosphere at the Estadio Nacional in Portugal was completely ignited. The young fans stood up and cheered wildly, seeing an indomitable figure, a spirit that never bowed in the face of difficulties, which was the source of motivation for them to continue fighting in this world. Meanwhile, the slightly older fans were filled with tears, watching the 36-year-old man still running hard, seemingly reminiscing about their own youth. Back then, they were the same, full of a fighting spirit that refused to give in. Only those older fans straightened their hunched backs, reminiscing about the once golden generation of Portugal. It seemed that era had not ended even to this day. A last-minute equalizer left the fans inside and outside the stadium with mixed feelings. Old James took a deep breath. Ronaldo's header helped Portugal equalize against Italy in stoppage time. This stubborn man fought until the last moment of the match. They once said not to believe that victory is a dandelion at the top of the mountain, easily obtainable. But today, we saw that man who climbed to the top of the mountain, pointing to the sky, forcefully pulling Portugal's fate back into his hands. He didn't need a dandelion. All he needed was victory. Chapter 667. Do you know about Lin Mo's dependency syndrome? In front of the TV, Carragher asked Henry with a small card. Not sure. What is that? Carragher smiled and replied. In last night's match, the Italian team reached an extreme dependence on Lin Mo. Next, let's take a look at the footage from last night's game. The footage returned to the field, where Lin Mo, after completing a turn and creating space, suddenly smiled at the two players. At that moment, Carvalho and B. Silva's gazes were all drawn to Lin Mo, but Lin Mo didn't lower his head. He simply flicked his right foot lightly outward, and another figure rushed past quickly. Oh no! The alarm went off in their minds as they felt a gust of wind sweep between them. In the instant he turned, Lin Mo had already dashed forward. Why are technically skilled and agile players the easiest to get past, while tall and strong defenders always seem inexplicably unable to keep up? It's not about turning the head. It's about synchronizing body and footwork. What can be done in 1 second? Suga tells you, a man who runs 10 seconds can dash 10 meters in 1 second. How can the defenders catch up? The current situation is, Lin Mo dashed 5 meters along the center line, and the two could only trail behind him, eating his dust. Chapter 668. As soon as the halftime whistle of the extra time sounded, several players from the Portuguese team collapsed to the ground. It looked as if they had already lost the match. Ronaldo watched this, feeling hatred in his heart. He hated that he was no longer the man he used to be, if time could give him 2 more years at his peak. However, when he saw the fans in the stands crying with their faces covered, his heart was pierced. Get up, my brothers. The game isn't over yet. Come on. We still have 15 minutes left. I know it's tiring, but this is Lisbon. We have no reason to lie down. With that, Ronaldo helped each teammate up, and everyone gathered around Santos, regaining their spirits. But at that moment, Santos had no better tactical arrangements left. Italy's stable defense was the toughest challenge for Portugal. In football, there's a saying, the combination of the two old men of Xianming may not be the strongest in the world, but it is definitely the most stable. Yes, not making mistakes and minimizing errors were the keys to their fame. It seemed that Ronaldo noticed the coach's predicament. He abandoned the laziness of lying on the ground during the extra time break, furrowing his brows, speaking with a hint of urgency, and as soon as he spoke, the players were all energized. Chapter 669. With the conclusion of the UEFA Nations League semi-finals, Italy and France would meet in the final. The match would take place a month later, as continuously using players would make the clubs restless. Look at this epic showdown between Portugal and Italy. 90 minutes of regular time, 7 minutes of stoppage time, 30 minutes of extra time, and 4 minutes of overtime. A total of 131 minutes of play is a huge drain on any team. Not to mention Manchester United had 4 players who played the entire match. Back in England, Mourinho directly stated at the press conference, "Perhaps you will say I'm complaining again, but after this match, I really don't know whether to feel lucky or unlucky. The team doctor told me that no one was injured, thank God. This is the most wonderful thing I've heard in the past 2 weeks. But the doctor also told me that all players have a very high level of muscle fatigue. And if we continue to arrange for them to play in the match against Arsenal the day after tomorrow, it would increase the likelihood of player injuries. Liar. Smoke bomb. Almost everyone had this thought at that moment. Can Mourinho's words, the king of press conferences, be trusted? In his mouth, apart from numbers, nothing else is credible. Chapter 670. Observant fans noticed that apart from Mourinho's starting lineup, several big names on the bench were all watching the game with smiles. Especially Ronaldo and Lin Mo sitting together. The two occasionally exchanged jokes and laughed, completely not taking the match seriously. Old James also noticed this scene through the broadcast. We see that Lin Mo and Ronaldo, who fought to the end in the UEFA Nations League semi-finals, appear very relaxed on the bench. It seems that the national team's matches have not affected their relationship. Mourinho's bold personnel decisions may be based on the harmony in the dressing room, right? But this scene made Arsenal fans furious. In their eyes, the three major stumbling blocks to Arsenal's rise are Manchester City, Manchester United, and Liverpool. The former easily defeated them at the beginning of the season after acquiring Messi, while the latter showed ease in their first encounter this season. The only team that could be said to have a back-and-forth match with Liverpool was Arsenal, who also lost narrowly. They had long realized that unless these three clubs made mistakes, no matter how hard Arteta worked, he could only be a strong contender for the Premier League title. Chapter 671. All right, dear audience, welcome back. The second half of the small double red match between Manchester United and Arsenal is about to begin. During the halftime break, we saw Lin Mo and Cristiano Ronaldo return to the locker room after a 10-minute warm-up led by assistant coach Solskjaer. Many Arsenal fans at the scene had quite an interesting expression upon seeing this, especially that little boy at the end of the shot, whose surprised expression was reminiscent of Mourinho's meme-like facial expressions in the first half. When a person reaches the limit of being speechless, they can still laugh. As old James's words fell, Lin Mo and Ronaldo appeared on the sidelines. It wasn't that Mourinho wanted to change tactics, but the team needed 3 points. In the 28th round of the Premier League, Manchester United and Manchester City are currently tied on points, with only a 3-goal difference in goal difference. It could be said that if Manchester United loses or draws today, it could very likely change the entire landscape of the Premier League. The 3 consecutive championships created during Ferguson's time at Manchester United are something Mourinho is determined to achieve. As the substitution board was raised, Kenny and Rodri were both substituted off. Both had shown some degree of fatigue in the last phase of the first half, and the younger Tonali and Camavinga became Manchester United's new double pivot. Chapter 672. A match that was thrilling yet without danger brought Manchester United more post-match analysis. After the team turned the game around and won, there was no rest the following day. At Carrington training base, the entire team gathered to review yesterday's match, especially the first goal conceded, which Mourinho specifically brought up. Why? The way they conceded that goal was something the team had been warned about during their pre-match preparations. And yet, it happened so spectacularly. Years ago, Mourinho clearly remembered that match before he was dismissed from Chelsea. In the same pre-match tactical meeting, he had explained to all Chelsea players the 2 possible ways the team could concede goals. But in the next day's match, Chelsea completely replicated those 2 goals conceded. It was as if Mourinho had taught them how to concede goals. Soon, Abramovich learned about this and understood that Mourinho had lost the support of the locker room. He certainly didn't want such a thing to happen again. However, at that moment, Lin Mo was not in the mood to listen to Mourinho's ramblings. On the very day he returned to Manchester, a call from Lei Z left him momentarily unsure of what to choose. Let's switch back to the morning, where Lin Mo had just finished a video call with Kaya when Lei Z's phone rang urgently. Chapter 673. Lin Mo, lost in thought, finished the team's post-match tactical review. While the team took half a day off, he was called by Mourinho. In the office, Mourinho handed him a cup of coffee. Don't worry, it's American style. I see you're not in good shape. You didn't rest well yesterday, did you? Lin Mo shook his head, took a sip of the iced coffee, and immediately felt the stimulation of the ice cubes and caffeine waking up his brain. Some trivial matters, well, unavoidable trivial matters. Lin Mo mentioned them lightly, but Mourinho caught on. What? Is the Chinese Football Association giving you trouble? Or did friends and family come to England? To be fair, Mourinho guessed pretty close to the truth. It wasn't that Lin Mo didn't want to bother Mourinho with these small matters. He had already rejected Lei Z, but he felt that his refusal was too blunt, as if after a few years in Manchester, he had become more self-centered. Besides Maguire and Tonali, Lukaku, and plus De Gea, Lin Mo seemed indifferent to many people. Here, people being self-centered was quite common. Some hadn't seen their parents for years, and some didn't want to marry or have children, not wanting to build a family. Chapter 674, Knock Knock Knock. Wake up. While little Zhang was buried in sleep, he groggily opened his eyes. Who is it? It's early morning. The sun hasn't even risen yet, but in the next moment, he seemed to realize something and sat up suddenly, disregarding the dizziness from the lack of oxygen in his head, grabbing his clothes and putting them on. Out of the corner of his eye, the outside was still a gray blur, as if the early rising sun was also, like him, yet to open its eyes. Here it comes. Stumbling, he hurriedly put on his shoes, and today, little Zhang didn't even have time to wash up as he opened the door. Contrary to his expectations of a harsh and merciless coach, outside was a kind and amiable face. Yuning, are you sleeping well? Breakfast is ready. Go wash your face first and then eat. After speaking, Lin's father, who should have treated him like a stepfather, appeared more like an uncle. A moment of bewildering warmth surged in his heart. Back in the Netherlands, he didn't have this kind of treatment. All right. Walking in the unfamiliar room, with an unfamiliar wash basin, but that previous sentence about eating first had already pulled him back to the distant homeland. Chapter 675, Good shot. Little Zhang, like other fans, excitedly stood up and then sat down slightly disappointed. In his view, Lin Mo made a breakthrough on the flank and delivered an accurate cross. In the middle, Cristiano Ronaldo and Bruno Fernandes jumped up to contest it, but Atletico's defense was well prepared and Ronaldo couldn't get a clean header due to the interference. But it was clear that Manchester United, playing at home, had taken the initiative. Uncle, was it you who trained Linga back then? Little Zhang couldn't help but ask as he watched Lin Mo, who once again took the ball on the flank, causing chaos in Atletico's backline. Upon hearing this, Lin's father straightened his back, his face full of pride. Of course, from childhood to now, except for that time he was in football school, I trained him every day. Hee. Little Zhang nodded, but his eyes began to wander. Lin's father understood and thought, this kid must be homesick. He had heard that back then. This kid's father sold all 8 houses in the Magic City to let him focus on playing football, cutting off any chance for this guy to inherit the family business and live off his parents. If you miss your family, I can help you rent a place next to the training center. You don't have to worry about the visa. I'll have someone take care of it. Chapter 676. It was a great match, and we were lucky to laugh until the end. The team indeed encountered some issues after taking the lead. The space in the defense made us appear passive in defense. However, I cannot understand the penalty decision. How could the referee, without the help of VAR, directly determine that this seemingly unproblematic defense was a foul? If I remember correctly, he seemed to be some distance from the penalty area at that time, and that decisive hand gesture made me feel as if he was standing right beside Felix watching. Mourinho's complaints were consistently sharp, especially when targeting referees. Even though his mindset has changed now, he still remains true to his original intentions. The reporters who heard these words were quite excited, but only the club officials knew that they would soon receive a fine from the FA. When Simeone appeared at the post-match press conference, everyone started to look forward to what this charismatic coach would say next. Sometimes you have to admit that playing against one of the best teams in the world is truly a crazy game. The boys did great. When everyone thought they were about to be crushed, the strength of Atletico Madrid would gather from all over the world. Chapter 677, Zhuang TV. Zhuang TV. Welcome to the 2022 World Cup European qualifiers. Today we bring you the first match of Group C between Italy and Northern Ireland. I am your host, Wei, and beside me is my partner, Xiaoma. Hello everyone. I am your Xiaoma. The early morning at 3 a.m. was slightly chilly, but the fans felt warmth in their hearts upon hearing Xiaoma's voice and seeing his elegant white dress. It was just that for some reason, today's commentary was not by Lao Zhan, but by He Wei, who was known as a poet. As a newly crowned European Championship champions, Italy was receiving the highest attention in this World Cup qualifying round, and with Lin Mo, who lifted the Ballon d'Or this year, their strength could be said to dominate Group C. The only team that seemed to compete with them in the group was Switzerland, making Italy's path to the World Cup appear smooth. Although that was the case, the fans still felt something was off. Shouldn't they qualify easily with such strength? They couldn't quite understand, but the live footage quickly switched to the players entering the field. He Wei also paused his commentary and began the main event. Chapter 678. Hey, did you forget what I said before the match? The voice of Northern Ireland's head coach Barraclough rang out on the sidelines, and the 3 defenders exchanged glances. seemingly in a bit of a dilemma. What happened before the match? It was just a video of Messi being defended by Real Madrid in the Spanish El Clasico. Chaos? More like messy chaos. Endless fouls, different small moves. Although Real Madrid was reluctant to admit it, there were hardly any players in the world who could defend Messi one-on-one. Just like you can't defend Ronaldinho or Neymar one-on-one. Such natural football geniuses, as long as given enough space, can be a disaster for any opponent. At this moment, Northern Ireland defender and former Manchester United player veteran Evans stepped up, execute the tactics for victory. McCann, Dallas, and McNair barely nodded in agreement. A few minutes later, the Ennio Tardini Stadium began to resonate with boos. At this time, Lin Mo was already lying on the ground, holding his lower leg. The previous collision seemed like a light bump, but a shift in balance during high-speed running nearly injured his shoulder. Chapter 679, A Silent Halftime. Chiellini looked at the rarely silent Lin Mo and comforted him by placing a hand on his shoulder in the player tunnel. Don't be disappointed. Lin Mo turned his head, somewhat confused, but looking at Chiellini's seemingly apologetic eyes, he began to understand. Sighing, Lin Mo looked at the field outside the tunnel, pondering what disappointment really meant and what it meant not to be disappointed. But the moment he stepped out onto the field, Lin Mo heard a different voice. Lin Montag, Lin Montag, Lin Mo. The stadium, which had been as silent as a library in the first half, erupted with energy again. It seemed that as long as Lin Mo, who had his sock torn and shirt damaged in the first half, returned to the pitch, Italy would always be on the road. Come on, Lin Mo. A very awkward Chinese cheer rang out from above as Lin Mo stepped out of the tunnel. He looked up to see an elderly man with white hair, smiling and shouting at him. It was probably newly learned Chinese, with all the pronunciations in the fourth tone. Humans are complex creatures, with emotions, thoughts, feelings, and tempers, and Lin Mo was no different. Chapter 680. Lin Mo's eruption helped Italy secure a victory in the World Cup qualifiers, but this joyful event for Italian fans made Manchester United fans very unhappy. God, I can't understand why the qualifiers look like a WWE wrestling ring. The players seem so excited, but isn't there a risk of injury? If Lin Mo gets injured at this moment, I suggest Manchester United directly abandon this season's multi-line operations. This intensity of matches. Even Messi and Ronaldo back in the day didn't experience this. When Nordic team, as expected, they're not here to compete. They are here to chop wood. Facing the public outcry from fans, Northern Ireland's coach Barraclough chose not to respond, and the Northern Ireland Football Association also opted for silence. But their silence didn't mean that the outspoken Mourinho would keep quiet. Just the day after the match, Mourinho expressed in a media interview, "You can imagine what kind of FIFA virus we will face in the upcoming matches. Of course, the World Cup is a dream for every player, and I won't stop every dream-chasing player, but as a head coach, it's hard to calmly watch every national team match." Chapter 681. Hey, Brother Hai. Watching the young Lin Mo already able to stand shoulder to shoulder with seniors like Brother Hai, Xiao Zhang was full of motivation. He just waited a long time and still didn't see Lin Mo return. Later, he found out that Lin Mo was after a banner. 3 days later, Manchester United welcomed Brighton for a weekend match. Just as Mourinho complained before the match, Manchester United had a large-scale rotation. This delighted their opponents, as it seemed that Brighton, currently ranked 16th, had a chance to at least earn 1 point. Looking at the defensive line of Lindelof and his brother-in-law, along with the combination of the young Dalot and the older Ashley Young, plus the midfield pairing of Rodri and Buffet, and the odd combination of Camavinga, the Brighton fans were overjoyed, except for the front line featuring Smalling, Greenwood, and Lin Mo, which left them baffled. This Manchester United team seemed really weak. Especially in the commentary box, Carragher burst out laughing when Smalling appeared in the front line. Next to him, Neville just held his head, thinking, Mourinho, wouldn't it be better to let a mad play center forward than let Smalling go up? This guy's just a troublemaker in the front line. But can he play center forward? Chapter 682. The Atlantic Sea breeze blew through the city, carrying a salty scent. And the colorful buildings by the seaside represented people's yearning for a beautiful life. Porto, the second largest city in the country with a population of over 260,000, welcomed more than 100,000 tourists on this day. In fact, many had booked all the city's accommodations several days in advance. On the streets, you could see people dressed in red Portugal jerseys and Manchester United shirts, happily raising their beers, toasting to fans wearing Porto jerseys who were walking by. In the small squares of the city, joyful young people were kicking a soccer ball. Soon a loud shoo rang out, followed by a chorus of shoo, as if this sound had already become a part of their lives. The shop owners never chased away these mischievous kids. In their eyes, they were all future Ronaldos. The Manchester United team bus slowly drove down the street, with players watching pedestrians singing Ronaldo, their eyes full of envy. Who wouldn't want to be a hero in their own country? Chapter 683. Triumphant return to Manchester. Manchester United entered the title race preparation period early. Mourinho was quite pleased when reviewing the players. Aside from a few injuries, most had recovered from the injury wave, especially Cavani, who had begun ball training after recovering at the end of March. The team doctor reported that he could meet match conditions as early as April 10th, while Luke Shaw's inconsistent form seemed to have eased recently. If he doesn't play in the next 3 matches, he has an 80% chance of starting against Manchester City. Only Smalling, Canny, and Camavinga had minor issues, expected to recover after a week off. It can be said that Manchester United's squad is currently complete. After reviewing the squad, Mourinho received the Champions League match results summary from Solskjaer. Manchester City narrowly defeated Paris Saint-Germain 1-0 away. Despite the presence of PSG's 3 stars Mbappe, Neymar, Pogba, Manchester City's overall strength was far superior to that of Paris. De Bruyne assisted Messi's goal in the second half, helping Manchester City secure the win. Meanwhile, Real Madrid drew 1-1 at home against Chelsea, with former Chelsea player Hazard coming on as a substitute, but failing to make an impact. Chapter 684. After Manchester United's smooth advancement, the result from Bayern and Juventus also came out, which was still 0-0. After 120 minutes of play, neither side scored. However, in the final penalty shootout, Bayern emerged victorious. In this duel between Szczesny and Neuer, it was still Neuer who was superior. Although Szczesny saved 1 penalty, Neuer saved 2. The German goalkeeper ensures Bayern's advancement to the semifinals. Why is it written this way? The furious appearance of treble-winning Flick on the sidelines contrasted sharply with the players' performance on the field. But it couldn't all be blamed on the players and Flick, as within a month, Lewandowski, Gnabry, and Goretzka had all sustained injuries. The absence of these 3 key players severely weakened Bayern, the Bundesliga powerhouse. Even in the Bundesliga, they were only 9 points ahead of second-placed RB Leipzig. It's known that in League One and the Bundesliga, it's almost a given that PSG and Bayern will win the title. Any team that successfully challenges these 2 giants will be prominently written into the history of the Bundesliga and League One, becoming the renowned dragon-slaying youth. Chapter 685. Today's fans entered the stadium earlier than ever because they could see Lin, Messi, and Ronaldo warming up together. Even Manchester City fans would find it a memorable moment if they could capture the 3 of them in the same frame. To cater to the fans, when Ronaldo stepped onto the pitch, he took the initiative to approach Messi for a high five. It's been almost a year, still adapting. Messi, looking at the overcast sky, replied while high-fiving Ronaldo, "Antonella doesn't like the weather here. It seems like all of Europe's rain is falling here." Ronaldo chuckled and replied, "You can't compare this place to Madrid and Barcelona. We all need to get used to it." Messi also approached, covering his mouth. But experiencing this football atmosphere is really nice. Let's enjoy it and treat it like a national derby. All right. The 2 lightly high-fived again and then smiled as they parted ways. In that brief minute, all the cameras in the world were focused on Messi and Ronaldo, as if only their figures existed at Old Trafford. The century frame. After all, there are only 12 chances like this in a year. Fans would find it impossible not to be excited. Chapter 686. However, the referee's silence did not mean that Haaland had no reaction. Watching the 2 bulls clashing in the penalty area, the players from both teams, surprisingly, did not rush to help immediately. Some are even curious about who was stronger, the one with the gaping maw Haaland or the one controlling England's defensive system, Maguire. As everyone hesitated to intervene, an unexpected figure appeared between the 2. A slender figure stretched out a long arm to block them. While it could stop a soccer ball, it couldn't stop 2 400-pound behemoths. But it was all right, as Maguire knew that his most trusted ally had arrived. Since he was here, the other man wouldn't be far behind. Haaland looked at the suddenly smiling Maguire, somewhat confused, as he was about to push De Gea away. The next moment, a powerful hand grabbed his arm. "What do you want?" Haaland saw the man Pep Guardiola mentioned almost daily, Lin Mo. Just as Haaland was feeling embarrassed and angry, preparing to speak, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 687. In fact, Lin Mo, who received the ball, was also puzzled as to why Cancelo was not in front of him. A simple long kick disrupted the opponent's high press, which seemed a bit absurd. But Lin Mo had no time to pity the opponent at this moment. It was as if Manchester was empty at 5 a.m. Go! The fans on the sidelines were also exhilarated by this sudden surprise, with many standing up and taking off their shirts, shouting wildly. What was a return for them? Lin Mo lowered his head, shifted to second gear, and revved up to 6,500, accelerating 797 horsepower. A roaring red Hellcat sped through Old Trafford. Ruben Dias and Stones had no time to look at Lin Mo and Ronaldo. Their thoughts were almost eerily aligned, heading straight for the penalty area line. As long as they got there first, they could set up the first line of defense. Hurry! They had to be fast. Guardiola's fists clenched in his pockets had turned white, and though he appeared expressionless, his heart was already raging like a flood. The scene of a few players rushing forward, as if in a race, is always an exciting moment on the field. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Within a short few seconds, Lin Mo had already reached the edge of the penalty area. Chapter 688. 2 goals ahead, it seems Manchester City's situation isn't great. It's not that there are no opportunities, but clearly, Lin Mo of Manchester United appears to be better at seizing chances than Ronaldo. Kaka thought for a moment. During the National Derby before, there had been comebacks. Maybe we can hold out some hope? Henry looked at Kaka, seemingly trying to find something. To him, Kaka was undoubtedly a staunch supporter of Ronaldo. We really need to see Messi. Henry hesitated, but nodded in agreement. Not only him, but many Barca fans and Messi's diehard supporters were also focusing their attention on Messi. Every confrontation between the two was seen by the fans as possibly the last. People won't remember how many times you've won before, but they will remember whether you win this time. It seemed Messi also felt the gaze of everyone because even his teammates occasionally looked at him. Damn, that feeling is back. He didn't like being the center of attention. Even at 34, he still didn't like it. Everyone regarded him as a god, but only he knew he wasn't a god. Chapter 689. Just as Mourinho decided to deploy heavy troops to besiege Messi, Ashley Young recalled unpleasant memories while looking at his worried teammates. That year, he had defended Messi alongside Pogba. His own passing error nearly caused an injury, and then Messi scored in his corridor. He would never forget that moment, but today, if such a thing were to happen again, he would not let it repeat. Kieran, let's switch positions. Trippier, who was preparing to defend, heard Ashley Young's voice and questioned what that meant. Did he not trust his defense? Turning to look at Mourinho on the sidelines, Ashley Young had already signaled his determination. Lin Mo naturally saw this scene and nodded at the proactive Ashley Young. The game continued. Guardiola also saw that Manchester United had made adjustments targeting Messi, and he wouldn't stop either. Soon, Manchester City relied on Messi's effort, continuously applying pressure on Manchester United from the other side. If Manchester United shifted their defensive focus, they would soon find Messi through to Bruno. N'Golo, you go mark Messi. Chapter 690. Lin Mo didn't know what happened in the changing room over there, but Mourinho's boasting in the halftime room made him and Ronaldo a bit incredulous. Lin, do you think boss was just guessing, or was he serious? Ronaldo couldn't help but start a conversation with Lin Mo in the players' tunnel. Lin Mo thought about that line, suggesting Messi might choose to cut inside after receiving the ball and then slip a pass into the ribs. Feeling a bit uncertain, if you have a chance to cut inside, would you choose to shoot? Ronaldo nodded affirmatively, without any hesitation. Seeing his expression, Lin Mo said, then I don't believe it. If he doesn't choose to shoot, where do all those goals come from? Fair point. The two exchanged smiles as they stepped onto the field. Ronaldo still jumped high, as if enjoying every match. All right, as Messi and Ronaldo stepped onto the field. The second half of the match was about to begin. Kaka's gentle voice was still pleasant to hear. Sky Sports had already received many complaints during halftime. The most crucial one was why Kaka wasn't shown, which was a result of the 15-minute halftime being filled with close-up shots of Kaka instead of ads. Chapter 691. 3-1. My God, this goal will crush Manchester City. The Portuguese midfielder Bruno Fernandes made the most spectacular pass. Lin Mo's shot was also intriguing. This technique reminded me of a deceased friend. Kaka's smile couldn't be contained, making Henry a bit envious. Are you talking about the lone wolf Romario? Kaka nodded. In our hometown, there is indeed a saying. If you think this shot won't go in, you better go watch the lone wolf's highlight reel. Ha ha. Henry laughed heartily, and the fans in the stands and those in front of the TV laughed joyfully as well. Only Guardiola stood silently on the sidelines. The situation on the field had exceeded his expectations. It seemed that without an all-round midfielder, Manchester City couldn't fully exert its strength. The defensive midfielder is very important. If only we had Rodri or Kante. But De Bruyne is also crucial. I can't imagine how Manchester City would perform without him. The assistant coach beside him was shocked. How could there be no mention of Messi in those two sentences? But he thought about it. How many more years can Messi play? Chapter 692. The most significant match of the Premier League season has ended, and after 33 rounds, Manchester United leads Manchester City by 3 points. Although there are still 5 rounds left, given Manchester United's current form, it can almost be said that they are firmly in control. Among the big 6, the teams that could stop them have almost all fallen. Perhaps the crazy hammers can cause some trouble for Manchester United in the final second round. But in any case, it seems that Manchester United is about to return to the era of dominance. The era of consecutive Premier League titles. Every 12 seasons, they would consecutively win 23 Premier League championships. The days without winning titles in between are when the coach needs to make adjustments to the team. After all, in leagues like La Liga and the Premier League, anyone who wins consecutive championships will become complacent. So in the past 10 years, PSG, Bayern, and Juventus have shown their dominance in domestic leagues. PSG has won the league 1 title 7 times in the past decade. Aside from it being easy pickings, it's hard to describe such a dominant position. Bayern has won the Bundesliga 8 times in the past decade, and has even won consecutively for the last 8 years. Without any suspense. Chapter 693. Then Messi's interview seemed a bit dull, and no one was targeting him. After hearing Messi express respect for the Premier League and his continued passion for football, everyone came to the final question. Will you retire in the Premier League? Almost simultaneously, the media, fans, and onlookers were all curiously watching the two. Unlike Messi's confusion, Ronaldo seemed to be well prepared. It's too early to talk about retirement. I believe I can still participate in the 2024 European Championship. I still have the dream of scoring 1,000 goals unfulfilled. Yes, I won't talk about retirement. Hiss. Seeing Ronaldo so ambitious, everyone begins to understand that his success is not accidental. A strong inner self, clear goals, and unwavering dreams. Can you imagine? A 36-year-old, nearly middle-aged man who can hardly find a job in his home country still has such a professional plan. Kaká's gentle gaze now carries a hint of admiration, as if saying, "This is the man I value." Messi, beside him, furrows his brow while looking at Ronaldo, as if he is re-evaluating this rival who has accompanied him throughout his career. Chapter 694. With a victory in the match, Mourinho did not take these remarks to heart. He firmly believes that championships are the foundation of everything for the team. As long as they win the Premier League title, the Champions League title, and realize the great revival of a three-peat, the words of these small fry are not to be feared. However, Mourinho underestimated the club's attitude. The day after he returned to Manchester, he received an invitation from a boss. An unexpected invitation. Even Sir Ferguson was unaware. Mourinho's meeting with the new boss lasted over 2 hours, and no one knows what the two discussed, as if it were merely a simple, private internal communication. But after that day, Mourinho began to change a bit aggressively. Yes, this is the scene of Manchester United's matches seen by outsiders. Inside the club, Lin Mo clearly felt that the coach's smile had diminished significantly. During training, Mourinho used to enthusiastically step onto the field to guide the young players, correcting their attitude towards the game amidst laughter. Of course, technical issues have professional coaches. He is not Zidane or Pirlo, who can demonstrate personally. Harry, have you noticed? After the match against Wolves, Lin Mo invited Maguire, Tonali, and Rodri for a drink at their old spot. Chapter 695. 4 days later, Manchester United hosted Chelsea for the second match. Unlike the previous media situation, it seemed that over time, the question of what kind of football Manchester United should play began to take center stage. It was like a beggar who could not afford a meal suddenly complaining that today's soup was too salty and the meat in the stir-fry was too little after finally having enough to eat. It should be noted that before Mourinho came to Manchester United, their repeated coaching changes and investments resulted in the continuous decline of the club. During the years of Moyes and Van Gaal, they watched the club continually refresh their disgrace. For the first time, losing to Swansea at Old Trafford. The first time being double-killed by the traditional Northwest three giants, Liverpool, Everton, and Manchester City. The first time conceding a goal in the first minute of a Premier League match. And the first time locking in the lowest points in Premier League history 4 rounds early. The record of Manchester United players being selected for the Premier League Team of the Year for 23 consecutive seasons also came to an end, all of which were recorded in Manchester United's history. They will remember that after Ferguson left, Manchester United continuously refreshed the club's lower limits. Fans of Manchester United, who hadn't seen a championship in years, could only comfort themselves with an FA Cup victory, but they didn't find solace for long, as Van Gaal left Old Trafford due to poor results and a collapsing locker room. Chapter 696. A 2-goal lead cannot make Chelsea surrender, and Tuchel's troops will not collapse so quickly. But today's situation is different. Lin Mo's excitement left everyone puzzled. Since Lin Mo's debut in La Liga, he seems to have been continuously growing, from purely relying on speed and brute force to break through on the flanks, to gradually developing skills and passing. Later, people discovered Lin Mo's balance with both feet, capable of passing, breaking through, and shooting. Just when people imagined a young version of Ronaldo appearing, Lin Mo showcased his organizational skills in the midfield. A versatile front player, a rising star seems ready to shine at Old Trafford. However, soon, Lin Mo, who briefly played as a B2B midfielder, amazed everyone once again. Beautiful defense, excellent anticipation, and endless running. He's the kind of front player beloved by fans and coaches alike. Now, Lin Mo seems to transform into a pure attacker, terrifying yet sharp. In the footage, Lin Mo continuously requests the ball in the front, and sometimes when Chelsea's defense tightens, he proactively drops back to receive it. In the 29th minute of the match, Lin Mo retreated to the right side, near the midfield to receive the ball, at which point Chelsea had already prepared 3 players in the distance, waiting for Lin Mo to charge in. Chapter 697. In the face of the chaotic external comments, Mourinho acted somewhat uncharacteristically. He simply locked himself in his office to study the opponent's data, refusing even the reporters from the team who wanted to interview him. Indeed, he saw his final opponent, Bayern Munich. This season, Manchester City, whether continuing the performance of Barcelona against Bayern or not, lost 1-3 to Bayern in 2 legs, stopping at the semi-finals, losing to Manchester United in the league and to Bayern in the Champions League. Rumors have begun that Guardiola might leave Manchester City at the end of this season. The news spread with a sense of credibility. Manchester United, without major reinforcements, maintained its dominance in the Premier League and the Champions League. Meanwhile, Manchester City, despite having Messi, lost to the pragmatic Mourinho in all aspects. Manchester City seems indifferent except for the FA Cup. Mourinho's tactics are outdated. Should we question if Guardiola's tactics are also outdated? A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. And Messi is the most restless person. Although he enjoys star treatment in Manchester City, it is merely respect for him as a Ballon d'Or winner, World Cup runner-up, and one of Messi and Ronaldo. Chapter 698. Everything for the new stadium. Mourinho walked alongside Solskjaer at the Dragon Stadium, saying, "But this time, adjustments were made in the traveling personnel. Next time, adjustments will have to be made in other expenditures. If they keep conceding, when will it end?" The baby-faced man seemed a bit angry, his golden hair shining under the sun like an angry angel. However, since he understands the principle of today cutting 5 cities, tomorrow cutting 10 cities, then gaining a peaceful night, he must be feeling complex and anxious inside. Mourinho patted his shoulder, signaling him to sit down. The two sat on the grass at the Dragon Stadium, with Mourinho looking at this familiar land of the Dragon's rise, memories of the past flooding back. And years of wandering battles seem to have left even this man, who never bows his head, feeling somewhat weary. "Oh, what do you think football is?" The nonsensical question left Solskjaer momentarily lost, but he knew Mourinho wouldn't ask stupid questions. Competitive team sport. Mourinho nodded. "That's right, team sports with victory as the only goal. But that's only half the story." Chapter 699. In the other locker room, Flick appeared very silent, after instructing his assistant coaches to arrange the tactics they had discussed beforehand. He hadn't done any pre-match motivation for a long time. Instead, members of the coaching staff were each talking to their familiar players. As the match time approached, Muller and others unconsciously turned their gaze to Flick. Silence and waiting became the main theme of the away team's locker room. This was the effect Flick wanted. These players, with an average age of over 28 and a combined value of over 500 million, who had been stable for years, could not be easily moved by a few words. Yes, They could execute the head coach's tactical intentions very well at times, when they were willing. But sometimes, Flick felt as if he could completely control Bayern's locker room. Yet every time he came back to reality, he knew he was just daydreaming. Or rather, having a wonderful dream. This Bayern was always that Bayern. Yes, always that Bayern. From top to bottom, time passed by second. Flick had good patience, but the players clearly did not have such composure. Chapter 700. In fact, even before the match, there were already media reports circulating about internal conflicts within Bayern. It was about the issue between Lewandowski and Koeman, a problem that had erupted once back in 2019. However, over time, this issue was merely covered by time, never resolved. In March, there were reports of Kimmich clashing with an assistant coach during training, indicating that Bayern's internal situation was not very stable. Yet, old fans unanimously believed, this is a good sign, leaving new fans and those not paying attention to Bayern puzzled as to why news of internal strife was seen as a good sign. This can only be said that these people do not understand the South Kings. Watching Lin Mo and Müller, who had completed the team flag exchange on the field, the commentary voice rang out again. All right, let's quickly take a look at both starting lineups. Today's Bayern is wearing white-away jerseys, attacking from left to right. Flick has deployed a 4-2-3-1 or perhaps a 4-5-1 formation, with Neuer as the starting goalkeeper. The defensive line, from left to right, consists of Alphonso Davies, Lucas Hernandez, Boateng, and Pavard. Chapter 701. In the 5th minute of the match, Bayern finally had their first attempt at a shot. Inside the penalty area, Lewandowski felt he could not adapt to the Premier League style. Maguire was like a battle-hardened warrior. His hands were not always hanging on his shoulders, but sometimes dipped down to his waist, gently nudging the ball as he received it. He wasn't like this before. Such a gentle action left Lewandowski unsure whether to bend over. But the inevitable football still came. Lewandowski bent down, keeping a certain distance from Maguire, and at that moment, he passed the ball back to the advancing Müller. The latter evaded, finding a sliver of space past Rodri. A beautiful diagonal pass. Alphonso, oh no. This shot was interfered with. Dalot reacted quickly. But from this attack, Mourinho already understood in his heart that Bayern's grand tactics had not changed. Alphonso and Pavard kept making forward runs, forming a threat on the flanks with Koeman and Sane. And Lewandowski was the best target, capable of poaching, following up, and serving as a tactical pivot. He had almost every function except for heading. Chapter 702. Flick turned away in disappointment upon seeing Kimmich's pass. It was a great opportunity for a counterattack, but Flick hadn't reacted much when Boateng on the back line rolled his eyes, raising his right hand in dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, Müller, who had just started moving, turned and slowly retreated while directing his teammates to push up. Many had tried to win against a team like Manchester United in the final stages of the match. But the only lesson learned from countless predecessors was that Ferguson time truly exists, and the Red Devil spirit is also real. But Müller was more worried that the backline, after being constantly tested by Manchester United, was beginning to look increasingly composed in their attacks. Although he disagreed with the 3 center-back strategy locking down Lin Mo, he had to admire head coach Flick's courage. This kind of targeting of the Ballon d'Or winner was probably a first in his life. He signaled to distribute the ball to the flanks. Sane, in good form today, began his show. He was up against the opponent's veteran Ashley Young, and there had been bets within the team that Sane could easily outplay this old man. Chapter 703. The sudden goal. Lin Mo scored 1-0. Manchester United took the lead. In the 32nd minute, Rashford assisted Lin Mo to change the score on the field. At this moment, Ma added. Ronaldo's involvement attracted the defender's attention, as well as Neuer's. Old James nodded appreciatively, seeming to see that Ma was starting to understand the game. That's right. Every time Ronaldo charges into the penalty area, there are always 2 to 3 defenders around him. That's the purpose of putting Ronaldo on the field. Speaking of which, when Lin Mo and Ronaldo were on the field, giving the ball to Rashford on the left was indeed a great choice. We can see that after each Bayern attack, Sane and Koeman were unable to return in time, and Rashford felt confident in a one-on-one against Pavard. At this moment, Bayern fans in front of the TV leaned back, pouting and shaking their heads, while clicking their tongues and pointing at the screen saying, I knew it. What's wrong with Gnabry? What's wrong with Goretzka? Flick, do you send players who can play football? He can't, They said Rashford was not as good as Koeman. But look at his passing. Chapter 704. The sudden goal left Flick awkwardly rubbing his cheek with his hand. His eyes filled with disbelief, as if this was not at all what they had predicted before the match. But from the looks of this match, Bayern's preparation seemed not very sufficient. Neither Pavard on the right, nor the double pivot of Kimmich and Alaba in the middle for interceptions had played their expected roles. Henry bluntly pointed out, "I think Flick is scared out of his wits by Lin Mo. This tactic is too skewed towards the flanks in terms of defensive resources. Rashford has already exploited Pavard more than once, but Bayern seems powerless against this. We saw more than once that Manchester United's backline launched the ball directly to Rashford, who faced almost no pressure. Sane, the winger whom Bayern has high hopes for, struggles to dribble, pass, and even track back. It's hard to imagine how such a Bayern could defeat Manchester City." Kaka flipped through some data, somewhat uncertain, but his performance this season at Bayern has been decent, contributing 6 goals and 9 assists in 18 matches. At this point, the two exchanged glances and shook their heads slightly. This is data from Bayern, which has no reference value at all. Chapter 705. The entire crowd was stunned as De Gea seemed to teleport, moving early and diving to punch the ball away. A nearly perfect, world-class shot from a corner was swatted away by him. Wow! The gasps from the crowd were unending as fans looked at each other in disbelief, unable to fathom how such a powerful shot could be saved. Alaba, who was almost going crazy outside the box, knew that this might be the most perfect long-range shot he would ever make. Many defenders might not have such a shot in their entire careers, especially not in a Champions League final. Kneeling on the ground in disbelief, Alaba felt a sense of despair. It wasn't just a shot that was shattered, but Bayern's hopes. Well done, De Gea. A perfect save, absolute defense against an absolute dead angle. People often say, the front is beautiful, the back is De Gea. Not because Manchester United's defense is terrible. On the contrary, United's defense is quite good, but in such situations, De Gea repeatedly contributes miraculous saves, which is what people love to talk about. Little Pony nodded along to old James' commentary. Yeah, David De Gea's save was amazing, but his calm face after getting up is what I think is the highest quality for a goalkeeper. Chapter 706. Get out, Lin Mo shouted as he watched De Gea. Halfway through his charge, and Maguire, who was desperately chasing back. Suddenly, in the noisy stadium, this shout broke through and De Gea's body jolted. He seemed to remember something. Last summer, before the season started, Lin Mo had pulled him and Maguire aside to practice for a while. What he remembered most wasn't the one-on-one between Maguire and Lin Mo, but the moment when Lin Mo dribbled past Maguire and toyed with him. David, a goalkeeper needs to have presence. If you're always worried about being dribbled past by me, you'll definitely be dribbled past. Damn it. Despite instinctively resisting the charge, De Gea gritted his teeth and rushed out. Gnabry was about to catch up to the ball when a black figure appeared just outside the box. WTF? Mourinho's eyes widened. Is this the David I know? The ball was kicked into the stands by De Gea just as it was in front of Gnabry, averting a crisis. Flick turned around and threw his hands up, the expression on his face saying it all. Why did De Gea charge out? A surreal feeling washed over him. It was clear that if it weren't for Lin Mo's shout, De Gea might still be waiting in the box. Chapter 707. Lin Mo, lying on the ground, felt a sharp pain in his chest. He had been collided with by Boateng's shoulder. Caught off guard, Lin Mo almost couldn't catch his breath, but he felt that none of his rushing teammates came to check on him. Something's wrong. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard a scream. Hiss! He bit back the pain in his chest and propped himself up to see what was happening. In his line of sight, Ronaldo, Maguire, Rodri, and others were gathered there, with Bruno Fernandes angrily shouting something at the referee. Something definitely happened. It's Rashford. Bruno. Lin Mo shouted to B. Fern, extending his hand. B. Fern, who was arguing with the referee, immediately came over to help Lin Mo up. Lin, are you okay? Damn it. You guys didn't even look at me, and you're asking if I'm okay. What's wrong? Bruno angrily looked toward Rashford. Marcus should be injured. That bastard's foot kicked Marcus' ankle. And the referee didn't even give a red card. Lin Mo's heart sank at that moment. He could no longer care about the pain in his chest and immediately pushed through the crowd to look at Rashford, who was holding his ankle. Chapter 708. Bayern's equalizing goal was disallowed for a hairline offside. Perhaps we need VAR's lines to see it clearly? This was, after all, a pass that originated from Lewandowski's touch, so there was no issue there. The goal was legitimate, and the referee, along with the VAR, made an accurate judgment. The offside goal rendered Bayern's goal invalid. Old James unconsciously raised his voice an octave. He couldn't be as excited as the Manchester United fans on site and in front of the television. After all, even Mourinho was kneeling on the sidelines. This decision was crucial. Looking at the Manchester United bench, which was as excited as if they had scored, and then at Bayern's bench, which looked like they had lost a loved one could see the magnitude of this decision's impact. Just a minute ago, players warming up on the sidelines for Bayern almost all rushed onto the field to celebrate. Such an equalizer in a difficult moment is definitely a sign of a comeback. Flick's face began to show despair. No team could maintain their composure after such drastic shifts in momentum. He could see that in the eyes of a few, the fighting spirit had vanished. They seemed to think this was fate's arrangement. Chapter 709. The familiar championship tune played, and Muller looked at the runner-up medal hanging on his chest with a dry mouth. After all the familiar older brothers left Bayern, this place seemed to become his last refuge. 21 years ago, he joined Bayern's youth training at the age of 11. In a blink, he was already 32 years old. After this summer window, he would be 33, and that young man in the distance, rallying the crowd and making even Ronaldo willing to be his supporting actor, seemed to be only 20, 21, so young. He only had the chance to play for Bayern's second team at 19, while this guy seemed to have already made a name for himself in La Liga. At 20, he was almost taken to Hoffenheim by Rangnick. Thankfully. Now, 13 years later, his career at Bayern seems to be coming to an end. Those once big brothers are either in the stands or about to become coaches. Well, except for those two fiercest guys. They're all gone one by one. But he loves Bayern so much, loves football so much. Muller turned to look at Flick, who should have looked dejected, but found him smiling and clapping, chatting with Musiala about something. Chapter 710. Let us set aside the story of Bayern and the German national team for now. When Lin Mo lifted the Champions League trophy alongside Ronaldo, he knew that Manchester United's resurgence was unstoppable. The current Manchester United can be said to be a force to be reckoned with. League Champions. Zidane and Ferguson have both accomplished things in modern Champions League and Premier League that Mourinho and the Manchester United players have now achieved. A miracle? Not at all. It is precisely because people do not recognize this as a miracle, but as a shining example of the Manchester United spirit. This has made Manchester United a symbol in this time and space. Are you facing difficulties in your studies? Look at Manchester United. There are no obstacles you cannot overcome. Have you encountered setbacks in your work? Look at Manchester United. Adversity will only make you stronger. Are you confused in life? Look at Manchester United. Break the shackles and find yourself again. All over the world, you can see fans wearing Manchester United jerseys, climbing the Alps, holding up Manchester United jerseys. They have reached the summit of Mount Everest, raising their national flags while holding Manchester United jerseys. They have crossed glaciers to the polar regions. Behind them is a vast expanse of white, but that red Manchester United jersey adds color to the earth. Chapter 711. Mourinho's decision, Part 2, for the players. This season has completely ended. All that remains is celebration, more celebration. During the city tour the next morning, Lin Mo saw the main characters looking like they were still in a daze, yawning as if they were hungover. But no one cared, boarding the newly renovated tour bus. The smiles on everyone's faces were what the fans loved the most. Mourinho was naturally among them, watching the dense wave of red on the closed streets. He pulled Lin Mo, who was whispering with Maguire, from the crowd. "Ha, boss." However, Lin Mo's smile quickly froze on his face as he noticed that Mourinho's smile seemed unnatural. This seemed to form a closed loop with yesterday's news reports. Indeed, at the press conference after the championship, this proud man did not boast about his great achievements. He didn't even confront the journalists he once despised, but wore a charitable expression, saying things that puzzled all the reporters. If it was said that Manchester United would win the Champions League at the beginning of the season, that would be unrealistic. Today's trophy is the best reward for the club's efforts throughout the season. Chapter 712. Breaking news. Mourinho arrives in the holy city of Rome, signing a 3-year contract. A sudden piece of news shattered the tranquility of European football. The man who revived Manchester United, the successor to Ferguson, Mourinho, left his beloved Manchester. And the city of Rome welcomed their new king, a man who made the entire European continent tremble. The Manchester United player group was completely blown up. Countless messages popped up, all shocked by Mourinho's departure. Soon, they saw Mourinho on the day of the team's dissolution. "I'm sorry, kids. I have to leave here." The story of Mourinho and Manchester United ends today. The players' reactions were very different. Dalot looked at Mourinho with tears in his eyes, seemingly about to rush over. Maguire and De Gea exchanged glances, both sighing. Truly a rational pair. Ronaldo had no such reservations and directly opened his arms to step forward. After all, he was a man who had sent Mourinho away twice. Everyone quickly understood that this was an irreversible reality. Although a large number of fans had gathered outside Carrington to plead for Mourinho to stay, they didn't even have time to pull out banners, only holding up pieces of cardboard high. Chapter 7:13. Phew. The air back home is so familiar. Lin Mo, wearing a baseball cap, unconsciously twitched his expression. The air freshener in the boarding bridge made his nose a bit uncomfortable, while behind him, a social media influencer was live streaming and taking selfies with a look of enjoyment. Lin's father also sensed his son's awkwardness, and the two quickly walked to the front to leave the airport. Fortunately, all the luggage was VIP checked in. If Lin Mo had to stay at the airport a bit longer, he would likely be overwhelmed by the crowd. It didn't matter. The most expensive advertising spots at the airport were all Lin Mo's ads. Boys don't need the support of Asian sorcery to look handsome. The image on the advertisement was almost indistinguishable from reality. Are we still going to your brother Hai's place? Lin's father helped him sort out his schedule for returning home. This time the time was not ample, with 10 days filled with commercial ads and activities, as well as many personal matters to attend to. Brother Hai said he wanted to introduce me to some big shots, but I didn't agree. I'm not fond of their drinking parties and socializing style. Lin Mo replied, lightly while flipping through the news in the car. Lin's father was a bit surprised. His son had changed. In the past, when those old-timers in the country called him, he would welcome them all. Lin's father knew that was because his son still had some thoughts and wanted to do something. Chapter 7:14. The next day, the originally scorching summer weather suddenly turned to light rain, but the pedestrians on the street didn't care at all. They danced and sang joyful songs, linking arms and walking in one direction. A YouTuber who specifically returned from London to his home country shook his head, having lived in Liverpool for many years. He didn't use an umbrella in light rain and didn't go out in heavy rain. This seemed to have become his habit. He skillfully took out his phone and started a live stream. It's fine for it to rain in England, but why is it still raining back home? Damn it. Oh, sorry, can't curse. Let me show you. Over there's a Bailu Sports Stadium. Isn't it beautiful? It's a pity that such a good stadium can't host the highest level matches every week. There's so many fans today. Should we randomly interview a few? Seeing the teasing in the comments, he didn't rush, and as he looked at the beautiful ladies in the distance, his steps unconsciously moved that way. Oh, isn't that our famous Manchester United fan, Shinjia? The slightly plump beauty in the camera pretended not to hear, seemingly unwilling to engage with him. Don't be like that, we're live streaming. Chapter 7:15. Teacher Musi tensed up when he saw this comment. He was very worried that Lin Mo would suddenly explode upon seeing it. This was indeed a sensitive topic for Lin Mo. However, he underestimated Lin Mo's influence. The events of that year had been reported many times, including when Lin Mo chose the Italian national team. Countless public figures, big influencers, and internet celebrities came out to smear Lin Mo. But in the end, with the release of the documentary and the interpretation of the truth, everyone understood one principle. Some sacrifices are not about what you say, but about what you do. A training camp co-hosted by Italy and China brought countless fans to tears. What player doesn't wish to serve their country and bring glory to it? Such a huge sacrifice doesn't allow for this kind of slander. Soon, the voices of anger below drowned out those rational commentators completely. Lin Mo's displeasure flashed away as he continued to greet everyone. All right, there's still more than 2 hours until the match starts, so everyone should not drink too much and watch the game rationally. After saying hello, Lin Mo patted teacher Musi on the shoulder and continued to walk forward. In just a short while, the surrounding fans recognized Lin Mo. Some took out their phones to take pictures, while others boldly approached him for autographs. Chapter 7:16. Finally understand what my girlfriend means by attitude. While the fans and players of the scene were still celebrating, a comment instantly garnered tens of thousands of likes, shooting to the top of various football social media comments. Aside from those who have never been in a relationship, most people just took a glance and resonated strongly. Damn, so this is what my wife meant by attitude. I learned something new. I don't have a girlfriend yet, but when I do, I'll give it a try. Oh my God. My ex-girlfriend said the same thing when she broke up with me, and I feel like it was really my fault. However, there were also sober-minded people who immediately replied, "Wake up, guys. maybe that's just an excuse? Everyone immediately started discussing the attitude problem, while on the podium, Lin Mo was still chatting with the leaders of the Football Association. Comrade Lin Mo, how do you think the national team played in this match? Seeing the slight pride on the other person's face, Lin Mo naturally wouldn't contradict him. To be honest, we are already playing at a similar pace to many European clubs, and even faster than many Serie A teams. The other person's eyes immediately lit up. So do you think we should speed up our planning and take the opportunity to push for the World Cup? I know the chances are slim, but there's still hope. Chapter 717. In the following days, Lin Mo quickly dealt with domestic matters and rushed back to Rome, Italy. After all, he had already missed 2 matches of the Italian team, and Mancini had given him a little break to develop new talent. This time back, he had to face Switzerland's second challenge. As long as they won this match, Italy could confirm their qualification for the World Cup early without needing to calculate scores for any playoffs. But as soon as he arrived in Rome, he received a call from Mourinho. "Boss, what, are you also in Rome?" Lin Mo was not surprised. There was some suspicion that Mourinho had come here to avoid the world. It was rumored that many Premier League clubs wanted Mourinho to join, but he rejected them all. The reason was simple. "I'm not ready to face Manchester United right now." Indeed, at least on the surface, it seemed he had parted ways with Manchester United amicably, just as he did with Inter Milan years ago. Listening to the address from the other end of the phone, Lin Mo said to Kaya, "Let Erica accompany you to the hotel first. I need to see boss. I'll accompany you shopping tomorrow, okay?" Kaya shook her head. Good thing he left. Otherwise, I would really be jealous. What a coach, always being a third wheel. Chapter 718. Lin Mo hung up the phone and signaled for Erica to drive away. He looked out at the streets flashing by outside, not knowing what he was thinking. In the earlier call, Solskjaer had scheduled a meeting with him before the new season. Well, it should be a meeting before the summer transfer window opens. A sense of being particularly valued made Lin Mo feel a bit uncomfortable, especially since the sporting director would also be present. "We need to communicate in advance about the adjustments to the squad for the new season to avoid misunderstandings." This sounded awkward. Mourinho would certainly communicate with Lin Mo, but often it was about off-field matters. For on-field decisions, Mourinho had his own ideas. Unless the players collectively resisted, he would only use his own football philosophy and tactics. But with Solskjaer, Lin Mo somewhat understood why he was dismissed back then. When he was an assistant coach, everyone actually liked him. Legendary veteran, approachable, professional. These were reasons why the players adored him. Just like when Van Nistelrooy took charge as an interim manager. All he needed to do was raise his arm and call out, "Hey, guys, this might be my only time standing on the sidelines as Manchester United's manager. Let's face the world together." Chapter 719. 2 days later, Lin Mo officially returned to the team, but he looked a bit pale. The medical supervisor reminded Mancini that Lin Mo's weight seemed to have dropped, possibly due to the exhausting travels during his trip to China, and advised against high-intensity training. Mancini looked at the report in his hand, puzzled. "I saw that the paparazzi caught Lin Mo looking energetic. How could he lose weight in just 2 days?" But Lin Mo's touch seemed to still be good. Mancini watched as Lin Mo effortlessly controlled the ball that Tonali had kicked high into the air during a drill with teammates. The young man running full speed and the wildly escaping Tonali couldn't be lying. This state seems okay, but as the practice match began, Lin Mo felt a bit unsteady on his feet, and he went down rolling after several physical contacts, causing teammates to frequently rush over, fearing for Lin Mo's safety. Only the experienced Chiellini noticed. He exchanged a glance with Bonucci, smiled, and said nothing. Mancini gradually caught on, cursing under his breath. Young people really don't know how to restrain themselves. However, it seemed that Lin Mo was not affected by the change of Manchester United's head coach. Chapter 720. As Lin Mo waved, the Italian players behind him followed him onto the field. Chiellini was assigned to the bench for this match. The elderly body was always so unstable. Watching the energetic Lin Mo step onto the field, everyone had a sense the new era was arriving. With the diminishing dominance of Messi and Ronaldo on the field, the new generation's Lin Mo had taken over the banner of top football. People often jokingly said, "Mbappe and Neymar have been competing for the world's South third place for so long, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Mo has become the number one." However, the situation at the scene left Lin Mo and his teammates confused. The seats in the North Stand were completely empty. Reportedly because during the previous match against Northern Ireland, due to the score almost being equalized, some extreme fans acted irrationally. This behavior was quickly punished. It was originally decided that the Swiss team would lose the support of fans in the next 2 home games. However, the local police in Basel reacted quickly, arresting the offending fan and holding a court hearing on the same day, sentencing him to a month in detention. The reason was naturally for disturbing the order of the stadium, violating certain laws, and so on. Chapter 721. Silver saddle on a white horse, swift as a meteor. How terrifying is Lin Mo, dressed in the away white jersey, when he unleashes his full speed. Just look at Sao, originally following closely behind Lin Mo. Sao was now 3 meters behind him and showing signs of giving up. Can't catch up at all. At this moment, what Suayu left for his teammates was not an opportunity for a proper defense, but sheer terror. 4-0 stops in football, jumping Ronaldo, running Messi, accelerating Lin Mo, and yelling Holland. That's right, at this moment, Ricardo Rodriguez is facing none other than the accelerating Lin Mo. Originally, the plan was for Suayu to be the first to entangle Lin Mo, either with a tactical foul or some harassment. Then Ricardo and forward Jaber would come over to apply pressure. But now, Ricardo didn't dare to make a direct tackle or interception. Such foolish defense in front of Lin Mo is no different from being a wooden post. Just run alongside, wait for a teammate to assist. But something despairing happened. He merely followed Lin Mo for a couple of steps sideways. Oh God, Ricardo could swear to the heavens that he was absolutely focused while running alongside for those 2 steps. In a daze, that guy in the white jersey actually disappeared just as he was about to shake him off with speed. Chapter 722. After 8 years, Italy returns to the World Cup. The next day, the only football report in the Italian media was that they had returned to the world stage. It was so frustrating. While everyone was reminiscing about the past glory, the European Championship title, and the Nations League title, they realized that Italy had been away from the World Cup for a full 8 years. That's right, despite only missing 1 World Cup. It felt like a distant 8-year gap. Once this number was revealed, the post-match family photo of Italy became extremely precious. Great coaches, capable players. The first praise from fans went to Mancini. After he took office and before Lin Mo arrived, the Italian team had already shown signs of improvement. With Lin Mo's addition and Mancini's coaching, Italy successfully qualified for the World Cup. For the fans on the Apennine Peninsula, qualifying for the World Cup was even more significant than winning the Nations League. After all, the World Cup is the ultimate symbol of football, the highest honor. Everyone is a hero, and so is Lin Mo. As the plane flew from Switzerland over the Alps, Italy celebrated nationwide. Someone even suggested having fighter jets escort them to showcase these players' extraordinary achievements. Chapter 723, 950,000 valuation. Asking for a transfer fee of 1.5 million. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow on the other end of the phone, his expression quite odd. That's right, back then. Xiaozhang also signed for a club with a valuation of 1.5 million euros, and now that the team is quite strong, this price isn't outrageous. It's just that the club Paul contacted isn't willing to pay that amount. Lin's father's side, helplessly on the other end of the line. You tell them to consider the bigger picture, but the bigger picture doesn't take into account their goal of pushing for the AFC Champions League this year. It feels somewhat morally coercive. After all, compared to refusing to let him go, this price is still reasonable. Because Wu Lei is not in the country, and this year, after recovering from injury, Zhang Yuning has shown significant improvement, both in his role as a pivot and in his shooting skills. In just a few rounds of matches, he jumped from the bottom of the scoring chart to the top 5. Many fans believe that if it weren't for his injury, domestic players might have topped the scoring chart in the Chinese Super League. What did Fiorentina say? Lin Mo sighed and continued to ask. They should have finalized Vlahovic's transfer. Juventus has been raising funds recently, which is why Xiaozhang's transfer happened, but I'm puzzled because they shouldn't be interested in. Chapter 724 Senior. How is it? Lin Mo's words sounded particularly harsh in Carlos's ears. That violent shot and frenzied speed gave him the illusion that the opponent was another version of himself. Carlos thought about his previous actions and felt a bit flushed. Just as he was about to say that Lin Mo passed his test, he realized that the opponent's shot had already surpassed the level of an ordinary player. After thinking for a moment, he sighed, "All right, I guess I understand this as a prank. Who is your coach? Body?" The only explanation he could think of was that the opponent might be a disciple of another expert. This was completely a prank. At this moment, Lin Mo stepped forward. "My coach? It's you now." "Me?" Carlos immediately shook his head. "Do you still need me to teach you how to shoot?" "No need. What I'm looking for is the world's #1 cannon shooter. I don't think I've got the wrong person, unless you can find me another Roberto Carlos. Lin Mo looked straight into Carlos's eyes and said seriously, Carlos was instantly dumbfounded. The world's #1 cannon shooter? Although he was not unfamiliar with this title, combined with the opponent's identity. Chapter 725. Reportedly, Real Madrid's pursuit of Lin Mo was rejected, and an agreement was reached privately with Mbappe. Real Madrid aims to buy Dortmund's young player Bellingham, with Florentino viewing him as the next Modric. Real Madrid has its sights on League One rookie Tchouaméni, who has expressed that he has been a Real Madrid fan since childhood. Manchester City offers $60 million for Casemiro, and Real Madrid has not yet responded. Agüero is expected to re-sign with Manchester City, rekindling his relationship with Messi. Guardiola's $70 million bid for Aston Villa winger Grealish rejected, with the latter asking for £100 million. Backtracking. Chelsea want to spend heavily to acquire last season's Serie A Golden Boot Lukaku, who is asking for £100 million. Liverpool promotes young player Elliott during the summer window. Barcelona loans Griezmann back to Atletico Madrid in the summer window, amidst a flurry of transfer rumors among the big clubs. Liverpool and Barcelona acted extremely steadily. At this time, the training camp in Manchester was bustling with excitement as a group of star kids underwent unbelievable training. They were completely captivated by the Brazilian bald man with a beer belly. His powerful shot and crosses were simply a reincarnation of Carlos. If it weren't for the fact that he looked nothing like him, they would have really suspected that it was the real Carlos. Chapter 726 days passed by like this. As the start of the training camp approached, Lukaku informed Lin Mo that he was going back to Chelsea. No particular reason, just that he felt he should stay in the Premier League, where there is a bigger stage. Lin Mo didn't say much. He just asked one question. What about Lautaro? Lukaku just looked at the sky and replied with 2 words. Loved it. Slap. Before Lin Mo could throw a big slap back, Zhang Yuning had already jumped up early and gave the other party a slap. What are you doing? While they were playfully teasing each other, Manchester United finally completed their double signings. Ramos and Varane were persuaded to join Manchester United by Ronaldo, while Ashley Young turned down a contract renewal and joined Everton. In his words, he felt he could still play for a few more years, but didn't want to hinder the growth of Manchester United's young players. After all, going to Everton still means being able to play against Liverpool. At this time, the club unexpectedly played the emotional card, first completing a pay raise and contract extension with Ashley Young, and then sending him to Everton for a transfer fee of $0. The other side accepted Ashley Young's slightly higher salary, considering it was almost a free transfer. Chapter 727. The broadcast rights for this Community Shield match did not sell for a higher price due to the presence of Lin Mo and Cristiano Ronaldo. The FA and the Royals understood the importance of steady income. Therefore, almost all countries synchronized their online broadcasts, and for fans in China, a match at 0:15 a.m. was much more reasonable than that damned UEFA Champions League time. All right, both teams' players are ready, and the match is about to begin. The familiar voice of old James resounded again, giving fans a surreal feeling as if they were in another world. After nearly 2 months of torment, they finally returned to a time when there were matches to watch. Those summer qualifiers that started between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. were truly hard to watch. They were eager, but their bodies couldn't keep up. Soon, Coach Zhang's voice, along with a chuckle, came through. This summer transfer window, Manchester United hardly spent any money and brought in 3 veterans. Don't get me wrong, the average age of these 3 is over 30, which is rare among the big clubs. Old James looked at the match that had already begun, and a hint of worry appeared in his eyes. Actually, it's a good thing. According to Manchester United's pre-match press conference, Luke Shaw seems to have gotten injured again after this trip to Tokyo. Although Ramos is getting old, the players all say he is as strong as an ox. Chapter 728. The moment Lin Mo saw Iheanacho pass the ball, he felt a sinking feeling in his heart because he passed it to Vardy. My second brother is invincible. 52D is invincible. Vardy is invincible. That was a man who would never let himself miss 2 opportunities in a row. But he didn't give up, nor did Maguire, and De Gea certainly didn't. In the moment their eyes met, Maguire and De Gea each had their answers. Should I commit a foul? Maguire felt it was not good to be broken through like this twice. It's okay, I got this. De Gea had been tormented by Klinsmann, Lukaku, and Zhang Yuning the summer window. Not diving meant death. It had become an instinct ingrained in his body. Watching De Gea dive again, Vardy felt something boiling within him. A change of direction, simple yet beautifully executed to the maximum rhythm and control. De De Gea fell to the ground, reaching out, but could only touch the ball slightly. At that moment, Manchester United fans, both at the scene and in front of their TVs, felt as if their hearts were frozen with liquid nitrogen, cold and still. Chapter 729. When both teams' players entered the tunnel, the comments outside had already exploded. So hey, with this championship script, I thought you were going to give me something big, but you pulled a big one instead. I've been thinking, except for Weghorst on the bench, who hasn't won a championship, all your players are champions. And this is what you give us. Which kind-hearted person will send a history book to Sohei, Xiao Gui, Chao Sui? Do you understand? I mean, these people don't read, they lack culture. Manchester United fans were extremely dissatisfied. They were still thinking about continuing their reign as Premier League champions. Yet they almost got crushed by Leicester City at the start. Various commentators and analysts were joking around, with Carragher patting an angry Neville. Actually, the tactics don't need to be adjusted. It's just about swapping in more suitable players in a few positions. Manchester United's tactical system is already very mature. Ole might have overplayed this time. Before Neville could finish, he directly interjected. Ole has his own ideas. This is very normal. Every coach should have their tactical thoughts and systems, but this is the community shield, not your testing ground. He seemed to want to say more, but forcibly held back. Chapter 730. Years later, Solskjaer stated in an interview with reporters, "When I first saw this scene, my immediate reaction was excitement because I knew it represented Manchester United. Not just the spirit of Manchester United, but also Manchesterism. But my second reaction was anger. Yes, I admit I was a bit jealous of Lin Mo at that moment. He almost single-handedly represented Manchester United and dominated it. As the head coach, I could arrange tactics, and as the team captain, he could have his own ideas on the field. When our philosophies clashed, Lin Mo would resolve the game in his own way. But when I looked at Lin Mo again, I saw the shadows of Cantona and Keane in him. At that moment, I knew the King of Manchester had returned, and I was merely the loyal minister. As Lin Mo raised his hand, Leicester City took the initiative. Almost every fan in the world knew that whenever this gesture appeared, it meant Manchester United was about to score. Leicester City's players understood this too. But there was another saying in football. Whoever can stop Manchester United from scoring after Lin Mo raises his hand will stand alongside Manchester United in this era. Chapter 731. Son, come here. While packing up, Lin Mo glanced at his father, put down his gear, and walked over. What's up, Dad? His father, hearing his son say he looked serious, immediately wiped his face to appear more relaxed. There are many rumors out there. Is Solskjaer not doing well? Saying this, Lin's father handed over a recently delivered newspaper. From the top of the head to the kick of the foot, Lin Mo and Cristiano Ronaldo jointly turned the game around against Leicester City, helping Manchester United win the championship. This report is still normal. But if you look closely, it gets a bit itchy. Lin Mo is at the top, and Cristiano Ronaldo is at the bottom. It gives a sense of an upside-down situation. Looking at the next article, the failed first half and the awakened second half. What changed for Manchester United in midfield? New system crashes. Manchester United almost lost after switching to 4-2-3-1, overthrowing the 4-3-3 system. Reviewing Ole Solskjaer's 4-2-3-1. How to make all players uncomfortable with one formation. Solskjaer's 4-2-3-1. It is reported that many players expressed dissatisfaction with the new tactics. De Gea spoke after the match in support of the coach. Manchester United is on the right path. Lin Mo felt a headache this summer window. He had been focusing on his training and the development of those young players and hadn't paid much attention to the club's matters. Chapter 732. While waiting for Solskjaer to arrive, Lin Mo picked up his teacup and began his purpose for the day. Sir, do you know what tea leaves originally looked like? Ferguson nodded, pointing to the small iron box over there. Isn't that the tea leaves you sent? Very beautiful. I usually hesitate to drink it. Lin Mo raised his teacup and took a sip, smiling as he replied. Some things are born with their original appearance. After being crushed, they may seem colorful, but ultimately they lose their original form. Ferguson, listening to Lin Mo's words, couldn't help but chuckle. Wasn't this just a version of his earlier example with Solskjaer regarding this tea? When it had been taught by this junior, just as he was about to retort, he heard Lin Mo continue. Since you won the Premier League title for Manchester United for the first time, the Manchester spirit has already been proven to be correct. Football requires progress, but all progress refers to more scientific training, better equipment, better pitches, and better players. Of course, tactics also need to progress. but that is based on changes in the opponent's tactics, just as you did back then, right? Ferguson opened his mouth, sighed lightly, and nodded. Chapter 733, just the day after Lin Mo left Cheshire, Manchester United announced on their official website. Lin Mo extends contract with Manchester United, both parties signed for 4 years. The fewer words, the bigger the news. At a time when the outside world was filled with doubts about Manchester United's new season, Lin Mo's sudden contract extension felt like the first warm sun in winter to the fans, invigorating them. However, their joy lasted only a few hours, as in the afternoon. Manchester United issued another announcement. Coaching staff update. Beneath this inconspicuous news was content that excited many fans. Initially, only a few fans were curious enough to click in, but when they saw the figure of that man, everyone jumped up in place. It was a photo of Solskjaer and Van Nistelrooy at the Carrington training base, with a text description that was even more thrilling. Manchester United has appointed René Heck and Ruud van Nistelrooy as assistant coaches for the men's first team, and he will work under Ole Solskjaer until August 2024. 3 years, just like head coach Solskjaer, signed for 3 years. An exhilarating piece of news. Although they also liked the familiar face on the sidelines, that baby face always made people feel insecure. Chapter 734 Rafinha's concerns were not wrong. Although the Rose Derby used to be second only to the City Derby, the fan clashes in 1970 ignited the hatred. Nearly every Rose Derby's intensity and violence were comparable to the double red match. However, as the new century began, or rather, as the Ferguson era started, the gap in strength between the two sides gradually widened. You can't just fight with others every time you lose, can you? Tired, let it be destroyed. This is the current feeling of Leeds United fans towards Manchester United, a sense of helplessness, especially after the match started. Watching Manchester United's unchanged formation, Leeds fans initially held fantasies about the opponent's poor morale, internal team strife, infighting, and disharmony between generals and soldiers. But as Luke Shaw dribbled the ball to Rodri and then delivered a beautiful long pass to Lin Mo, all fantasies turned into bubbles. Indeed, in the surprise of Carragher and Old Jan, the position Luke Shaw appeared in was quite interesting. Solskjaer, with his hands in his pockets, clenched his fists tightly. This was the result he wanted. Since Rodri's passing was weak, he would replace him with someone who could pass. Chapter 735 As Manchester United celebrated their first victory of the new season, the club's contract renewal efforts also gradually began. Maguire extends contract with the club for 3 years. The loyal defensive cornerstone chooses to stay. Indeed, although Maguire still had many shortcomings after being trained by Maldini, his defensive positioning and stability had improved, and he always had the protection of a defensive midfielder in front of him, making his market value very stable. According to the latest transfer market data from 2021, Maguire's market value has reached €95 million, definitely putting him in the top tier of center-backs today. There were rumors in the summer transfer window that some clubs wanted to sign Manchester United's defensive core, but fans need not worry anymore. De Gea extends contract with the club until 31. His career will no longer change. Unlike the salary increases for Maguire and others, due to age, the club set a long contract for De Gea, extending it until he is 35, which is the greatest recognition for him. However, although his weekly salary did not increase, De Gea's match fee doubled, thus effectively giving him an approximate weekly increase of around 30,000. The two players closest to Lin Mo received pay raises, which greatly encouraged the other players' hopes for contract renewals and salary increases. Chapter 736 time quickly arrived in September, and the summer transfer window for the Premier League was completely closed. This summer, apart from bringing in the informed Varane and loaning Ramos and Weghorst, Manchester United had almost no other moves. Oh, it can't be said like that. Solskjaer at least visited the youth training camp several times, just temporarily, not finding suitable talents. The only seemingly usable player was the young Pereira, but compared to Greenwood, this local talent from Uruguay was simply lacking in every aspect. His only outcome would be to be loaned out and then bought out by the other side. The youth training coaches didn't even think he could get a chance in the Premier League. The reality was that cruel. This kind of summer transfer window left fans very dissatisfied. The club seemed to be making more and more money, but the intensity of signings was not even as strong as that of promoted teams. How did it end up like Barcelona? Indeed, this summer, Barcelona's finances began to explode. They only spent €14 million to bring in defender Emerson from Real Betis. Then they promoted 16-year-old Gavi from U19, signed Depay and Garcia on free transfers, and finally made a significant signing by loaning De Jong's brother, Luc De Jong, from Sevilla. Chapter 737, Gumi Sports. Gumi Sports. Welcome to the second round of the 2021-22 UEFA Champions League group stage. Today, Gumi Sports brings you the match between Real Madrid and Manchester United, with Real Madrid hosting at the Bernabeu against last season's Champions League winners. I am Old Jan, and sitting next to me is my old partner, Coach Zhang. Old Zhang seems a bit nervous today. After the formation change, Real Madrid's league form has been very fluctuating, currently sitting second in the league with 5 wins and 3 draws from 8 matches. There are many complex evaluations of Real Madrid from the outside world, and today's commentary is also a challenge for him. This season, Real Madrid is quite interesting. Bale's return has seen very few appearances, as if the new coach Ancelotti doesn't like him much, and the newcomer Pogba. At this point, even if old Zhang didn't say it, Real Madrid fans in front of the television immediately began to facepalm. They thought they found an upgraded version of Casemiro, but Pogba has been inconsistent with fluctuating reputations. Even those who love to comment on Real Madrid are unsure whether to praise him, as they are also afraid of being slapped in the face immediately. Indeed, just looking at the data, Pogba should be considered a successful signing, but sometimes data can be misleading. Chapter 738. Ramos and Ronaldo watched Benzema's powerful goal and slide knee celebration with some confusion, especially Ronaldo, who seemed to be asking, when did this guy become so strong? Ramos was also puzzled. Last season, Benzema was merely Benzema. So what happened this season? It's no wonder they didn't understand. Ancelotti, chewing gum, slightly nodded in celebration. He had seen such scenes many times before. 1-0, Real Madrid broke the deadlock first. Benzema, in the center-forward position, seemed to have taken on the appearance of the best striker in the world, having scored 11 goals and provided 4 assists in 10 matches across all competitions this season, which was quite impressive. Old Zhang chuckled, saying, I think all of this has been forced out. As the midfield ages, and with Real Madrid's defense relying entirely on Courtois, if the frontline isn't strong, forget about competing for titles in 3 competitions. Even the league will be very difficult. However, when old Zhang said this, many fans initially scoffed at him. What nonsense theory is this? But quite a few fans, looking at the young Militao and the inexplicable Alaba, felt that it made a lot of sense. Solskjaer, watching the heated Bernabeu, suddenly didn't know how to arrange his tactics. Chapter 739. Ole is still too young. Look at Pogba's position. He will definitely be there to distribute the ball. Mourinho pointed at a corner of the screen, then waved his hand, drawing an imaginary line. Real Madrid's breakthrough point is Vinicius, so the connection between the two is obvious. Cruz is different from others. As long as you give him enough interference, he is a master of safe balls. But once you give him enough space, he becomes the midfield maestro people talk about. Mourinho said to his coaching staff, but everyone just chuckled. Who doesn't know he left Manchester United unwillingly, and even now, he watches every Manchester United match whenever he has time, calling it learning and reflection. The scene returned to the pitch, where Manchester United's attack still relied heavily on Lingard and Martial to orchestrate the front line's attacks. However, looking at Ancelotti, who was wearing a suit, belly out, hands in pockets, calmly chewing gum, he seemed completely unconcerned. The match continued, but Manchester United's attack appeared increasingly stagnant. The trailing Manchester United seemed to be fiercely attacking Real Madrid, but the players' enthusiasm was gradually declining. Chapter 740. Fans began to ponder Carragher's words, but Neville could only smile bitterly. Carragher wasn't helping Solskjaer. He simply wanted to say that Manchester United's defense was inadequate. He seemed to see Ole's inability to safeguard the team, but the fans believed him. They really believed him. Wan-Bissaka had now become the leak in Manchester United's defense, with criticism pouring in. Even when he got the ball, scattered boos echoed from the Bernabeu. Some were Real Madrid fans, and a few were even Manchester United fans. The Real Madrid fans' reaction was understandable. After going 2-0 up, Vinicius was even more confident facing Wan-Bissaka. What they aimed to do was continue to undermine the confidence of the opposing players, causing their mentality to collapse, either get a red card or be made to look foolish. As for the Manchester United fans, there's always a few foolish kids, right? In the 34th minute of the match, when Wan-Bissaka had the ball, the boos grew even louder than before. Wan-Bissaka, whose face had turned extremely ugly, immediately passed the ball forward, hoping to escape this interference. Indeed, A person's mentality can be influenced, and Wan-Bissaka was no exception. Chapter 741. Years later, retired Ramos. In an interview, stated, "Yes, that match against Real Madrid changed everyone's perception of all. Sometimes players give their all. Even if not to win, they must do something." When both teams' players returned to the tunnel, preparing to start the second half, Modric and Kroos clearly sensed the difference in Manchester United's players, especially Ramos and Ronaldo, who had begun to feel unfamiliar. Watching the staff outside the tunnel signal that time was up, Lingard turned to his teammates, tilting his head towards the pitch without saying a word. The silent teammates followed suit. Even the sound of their steps felt heavy to Modric's ears. These guys. Modric shook his head with a bitter smile, leading his teammates closely behind. Only Kroos glanced at the Manchester United players and remarked, "If effort alone could determine everything, we might as well let prisoners play." Standing behind him, Pogba almost couldn't hold back a smile, thinking to himself that his teammate really knew how to talk. His words were as sweet as honey. Indeed, the Real Madrid players had experienced such situations countless times. Chapter 742. Unbelievably, Ronaldo actually caught up. Oh no! Ronaldo crashed into the advertising board. My God! Ronaldo actually got up. The pass. Lingard let the ball go through. Bruno Fernandes. The goal is in. 1-2. Manchester United pulled one back, assisted by Ronaldo, and Fernandes scored. In the box, Lingard, leaning against Militao, was pulled up by Fernandes. And looking at the ball in his hands, both laughed. That was beautiful. I was thinking if I let that go and you didn't score, I would have to beat you up. Hearing Lingard half-jokingly, half-threatening, Fernandes grinned while snatching the ball from Courtois. You don't have a chance, Lingard. Over there. Ronaldo rubbed his foot and quickly caught up, reaching out to tousle their heads. What guts? What speed? Ha ha ha. The three laughed together. No one expected that Ronaldo could catch up with the ball from such a distance, while Mendy stood behind, scratching his head. Damn, I might end up being a background character. Chapter 743. Manchester United draws 2-2 with Real Madrid, Ronaldo's goal and assist unable to save the day, falling at the Bernabeu. Lingard's goal reveals despair. Manchester United's unbeaten streak broken. Real Madrid shakes off the Red Devil's nightmare. A diagram analyzing Manchester United's problems in this match. Real Madrid stops consecutive losses against Manchester United. Ancelotti's tactical brilliance. From the reports the next day, the media was quite satisfied with Manchester United's draw against Real Madrid away. Of course, it would have been better if Manchester United had lost. A match where the Giants were surrounded and intercepted was basically the situation. Just like in the future when Manchester City went 7 games without a win, it was a feast for the media. Normally, the media and commentators who wouldn't dare to make a sound all stood up to analyze why Manchester City was struggling now and why Guardiola was failing. In this era of online football, once you lose a match or show a flaw, the media and the internet will immediately pounce and tear you apart. Even a famous coach like Guardiola can face psychological issues. A few days later, at the Carrington training ground. How's it going? Are you adapting well? Solskjaer and Van Nistelrooy walk along a path they both used to know very well, while young players on the other side of the training field are shouting as they train. Chapter 744. The black fans who are always on the attack have found another point to criticize, but this time the voices of criticism are even louder. Various legends have joined in, as if Manchester United would perish just because they lost this match. But aside from Cavani missing chances and Ronaldo being injured, Manchester United actually played evenly with Liverpool in this match. The next game against Arsenal is definitely a big test for Solskjaer. 3 days later in the Champions League, Manchester United easily defeated Sheriff Tiraspol 2-0, with Weghorst and Lingard each scoring a goal. This left the black fans who were hoping for Manchester United to continue losing a bit disappointed, but the legends began to criticize Manchester United for playing conservatively. On Sunday, at the pre-match press conference, Solskjaer stated that Ronaldo is still recovering from injury and cannot play. Fans were very disappointed about this. They worried that Manchester United would not be able to win at the Emirates Stadium. Cavani's form was poor, and Lingard missed several opportunities that were served to him, earning him the nickname the large version of Sterling from fans. Weghorst was merely a backup substitute, unable to shoulder the responsibility. Some fans even shouted, "Start Van Nistelrooy." Under these circumstances, Solskjaer boldly abandoned the tactic of suppressing the attack and played a counter-attacking style at the Emirates Stadium. In the end, thanks to goals from Lingard and Maguire, they took away 3 points with a 2-1 victory. Chapter 745. What do you think about what has recently happened with Manchester United? Outside the Olympic Stadium, a well-known journalist hurriedly caught up with Mourinho, who was about to leave. In the previous match, Roma defeated Atlanta 2-0 with sharp counterattacks, successfully reaching fourth place in Serie A. Upon hearing the name Manchester United, Mourinho unconsciously stopped and turned to the journalist. "Look, I am now the head coach of Roma, not Manchester United, nor a football commentator. That was a team I once coached, and I have deep feelings for Manchester United. I hope it gets better and better. That's all." After saying this, Mourinho intended to leave directly, but the journalist was determined not to miss this opportunity and pulled Mourinho back, shouting, "But they lost to Liverpool, which is the first time in years, and the players reportedly miss you very much." Hearing about the players, Mourinho paused again, took a deep breath, and turned around. "All right, I won't give Ole any advice. In my opinion, he is a mature coach who can handle any situation. Van Nistelrooy is someone I know well, and he can also help Manchester United. I just hope the fans and the club can give them more patience. The future is long, and I believe in Manchester United." Chapter 746. As a large number of fans flooded into Manchester, the atmosphere for this derby began to intensify. 3 days before the match, media outlets started reporting that almost all the hotels in Manchester had been fully booked by legends. Not even the most expensive presidential suites were left, as wealthy fans splurged for this match. Manchester United, Manchester City, Messi, Ronaldo, Lingard, Guardiola. When these names appear together, even the sun and moon dare not overshadow their brilliance. The excitement of other leagues can't compare to this match's intensity. The person in charge of broadcasting for Sky Sports even privately stated that this is more appealing to fans than the Champions League final, the European Championship final, and even the World Cup final. Someone from the Premier League official side also privately told reporters, "Just the broadcast of this match alone is probably worth £500 million. It's worth noting that the Premier League has a total of 38 rounds of matches, with 10 matches per round. And the total broadcasting revenue for 380 matches is only £6.7 billion. For this match, the temporary regional licensing and online licensing have already made the Premier League hope that every match will be a Manchester derby. It's extremely profitable. Today's match venue, Old Trafford, is completely packed. Chapter 747. Rudolph, do you think Rodri can contain Messi without Kante? On the sidelines, two bald men on the away team's bench were chatting as the match was about to start. Manchester City's assistant coach, Rudolph Burrell, shook his head. "In my opinion, Casemiro's defense is not much different from Rodri's, but Casemiro clearly cannot contain Messi." "I think so too. In the past 2 years, that guy Jose has been in the spotlight, and now he's gone, haha." Assistant coach Rudolph silently grumbled, as the media has been comparing the records of the two. Comparing the number of Champions League titles, comparing league titles, as if the center of the world has moved to Manchester. But Guardiola has only 2 Champions League titles, while Mourinho has already reached 5. The comparison is clearly in favor of Mourinho. Recently, a reporter even asked Guardiola this question, but his response was just one. "At least my 2 championships were won beautifully." Indeed, Guardiola's meaning is clear. The 2 Champions League titles he won at Barcelona were achieved cleanly, without huge financial investment or resorting to defensive tactics to win the game. Chapter 748. Lingard, do you know what your biggest problem is? This was the first thing Mourinho said when he called Lingard last night. "I specifically looked up some information about China, and someone told me that you like to win people over with virtue." Lingard was still confused on the other end of the phone. What was wrong with winning people over with virtue? We're still a country of etiquette. "Huh, it seems you're a bit unconvinced. I have been watching Manchester United's matches recently, and the players' attitude and enthusiasm fluctuate greatly. Sometimes, people are like cattle or horses. If you don't whip them, they won't work. Moreover, players, I once said, most professional players don't have great character. So don't expect them to have the same self-drive as Ronaldo. Stop trying to be a good captain. Marcus has been in poor form lately. You need to take responsibility. Players won't give their all because of your kindness. Mercy doesn't command soldiers." The match continued on the field, and Manchester United's counterattack had almost breached Manchester City's goal. But the scene still favored Manchester City. There was no way around it. Gundogan, Bernardo Silva, and Messi were slightly more advanced, while De Bruyne and Casemiro were positioned behind, with wingbacks Walker and Cancelo pushing forward. Manchester City's lineup is even more impressive than the current Real Madrid. Chapter 749. The goal is in. 1-0, a flowing attack. and Manchester City's offense has taken on an artistic feel. Messi's pass was simply beautiful. I didn't even know when he entered the penalty area. It's incredible. The difference from the pre-match predictions of a 50-50 chance is vast, with Manchester City taking the initiative away from home. And Gary, I don't know if you remember, but what's the difference between today's Manchester City and the one from 2 years ago? Henry turned and asked with a smile. But at that moment, Gary Neville looked at the City rivals celebrating at Old Trafford. His expression was not good, and he shook his head. You tell me. Henry looked at Neville, who looked like he had just eaten a can of herring, smiled, and said, 2 years ago, Manchester City would make a dozen passes outside the penalty area and then continue passing inside the penalty area without shooting, or no one was willing to shoot. After Henry said this, the fans in front of the TV were stunned for a moment and then nodded in agreement. It seemed that the impression of Manchester City was that they liked to pass in the penalty area to the point that it made fans anxious, wishing they could take a shot themselves. In contrast to today, Haaland, Messi, and Bernardo Silva, with just 2 passes, efficiently completed a shot on goal. Chapter 750. Ronaldo took a deep breath and placed the ball firmly on the penalty spot. At this moment, 27 minutes had already passed in the game. If he could equalize, the battle between the two sides would become even more exciting. With Ronaldo stepping back 3 paces and taking a deep breath, the fans on site held their breath, waiting for a celebration. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. But the last moment, Ronaldo hesitated. And suddenly the goalkeeper Ederson had an idea, pausing his own movement. To the left. Ronaldo's hesitation resulted in a shot that was a half-height ball to the left. Comfortable. Even though Ederson started late, this half-height ball easily fell within the goalkeeper's coverage area. Ronaldo. Ederson saved Ronaldo's penalty beautifully. The follow-up shot hit the side netting. Manchester United missed a great opportunity. In Henry's hurried commentary, Solskjaer on the sidelines turned into a compass, doing a 360-degree spin on the spot. His furious expression was only missing stomping his feet and slapping his thighs. Meanwhile, the fans in the stands who were ready to celebrate were left in shock. Ronaldo missed a penalty? The sky in Manchester has darkened. Manchester United quickly retreated. Missing the penalty inevitably affected their morale. Chapter 751. After intense discussions, Manchester United did not make any substitutions. Not everyone has the guts to deny their starting lineup and tactics in the first half, but this made things even harder for the team on the field. Everyone could see that Ahmad and Paulinho were about to be overwhelmed. Lin Mo glanced at the coaching bench and sighed. If he were to publicly question Solskjaer now, it would truly be tearing the face off. No matter how poor the coaching level, he is still Manchester United's manager, a veteran, a good parent. If Ahmad were substituted now, the kid's mentality might collapse directly. Here, Lin Mo couldn't ask for more and could only handle the ball himself. He aimed to get the ball from Maguire's feet and saw Casemiro marking him closely on the left sideline. A back pass to Bruno Fernandes. And Lin Mo quickly started to try to shake off Casemiro, but he barely crossed the midfield, as the opponent was practically blocking Lin Mo's path, forcing him to move further away from the penalty area. As Bruno returned the ball, Lin Mo finally began to have physical contact with Casemiro. However, the seasoned Casemiro pushed Lin Mo off the sideline at a critical moment, looking ready to intercept the pass. Chapter 752. Before the match. People said this was the world's top derby, but looking at the score, perhaps letting Mourinho go was not the right choice. On the other hand, Mourinho's team had first entered the UEFA Europa Conference League group stage, and their current performance seemed to ensure they would progress from their group, showing great stability. Kaka listened to Henry's words and simply sighed lightly. They say it's the world's top derby, but the gap in value between the two teams is still enormous. Just looking at the paper data, the highest valued player on Manchester United is Lin Mo, currently valued at 200 million, while the total value of Manchester United is $6.95 billion. However, Manchester City's value exceeds 900 million, and Manchester United's starting lineup, apart from Lin Mo, still lags behind City. The fans listening to Kaka's analysis suddenly felt that their previous confidence was somewhat unreasonable. They did not expect that a Manchester United team that was luxurious just a season ago could turn into this. But after returning to the locker room at halftime, Lin Mo's mind was filled with Messi lifting his jersey at Old Trafford and looking at him with that gaze, as if saying, "Surpass me, defeat me." Inside the locker room, the players were frighteningly silent. Chapter 753. At this moment, Ronaldo's world was frozen. The large raindrops, heavy breathing, and opponents coming from all directions filled his senses. The pressure from behind made it almost impossible for him to maintain his stance. Lin Mo's pass was exquisite. If it weren't for his keen instinct, he might not have even received the ball. But now, Ronaldo could even see the expectant eyes of the Red Devils fans in the stands, just like 13 years ago, choosing him, believing in him. Ridiculous. It seemed impossible. He clearly sensed that if he forced a shot, it might just waste the opportunity. Ronaldo lowered his head, and when he lifted it again, his gaze began to firm. Facing those expectant eyes, even if he wasted the opportunity, even if he got criticized after the match, he had to give it a try. Manchester United cannot lose like this. The Red Devils will not give up. But just as he was prepared to go all in, he saw a pair of bright eyes and a red jersey in this dim world. It was as if, when he couldn't see hope, it gave Ronaldo the greatest hope. Lin Mo, help me. Ida, assist me. In the depths of his heart, it felt as if this cry transcended time and space. Chapter 754, Too Fast. Lin Mo was simply too fast. The counterattack after Manchester United's interception reminded me of the Real Madrid and Mourinho's Manchester United of the past. Henry said, turning to Kaká, as if seeking the other's opinion. Indeed, Coach Mourinho used to demand that we reach the opponent's penalty area within 8 seconds, and if we could shoot, that would be best. Quick counter. That was indeed what he said, but this was the beginning of rapid transitions. Modern football, Kaká was saying. But Lin Mo had already made it to the front of the penalty area, with Stones and Kyle Walker blocking his path. Pass. Shoot. His teammates behind were desperately rushing here. And Rashford on the right was about to break free into space. But time. There wasn't much time left. Behind Rashford, Cancelo was closely following. Where was the opportunity? Lin Mo just turned his head and glanced at Rashford before making a shooting motion. Stones and Walker merely chuckled. Such a nonsensical long-range shot was laughable. Bang! As a gust of wind swept between the two, Stones felt as if he could barely keep his eyes open. Chapter 755. Yes, for the victory of the team. This is something I have to do. Tonali stood in front of reporters, answering calmly, showing no concern for the distant jeers from fans. A language expert indicated that Lin Mo had given you instructions at that time. Is that true? The reporter pressed on, seemingly eager to uncover more truths from Tonali. But Tonali simply shook his head. On the day Lin became captain, I told myself I would follow this man. I know Lin's playing style and on-field intelligence very well. And that is victory. I accept no result other than victory. I fully support such a Lin. I have worked with him without reservation. Because our goals align. Today's red card was a choice of my own free will. For the victory of the team, someone always has to make sacrifices. Manchester Evening News on the pitch. Everyone was bent over with their hands on their knees, panting as they watched Lin Mo slowly walk towards Tonali, who had received the red card. You did great. Look at the applause from the fans. That S for you. Chapter 756. Watching the ball being easily taken by Cavani. The fans hadn't even reacted to how the ball had suddenly flown over 50 meters from the crowd, diagonally crossing half the pitch to find the opponent. But Cavani used his body to tell Laporte and the entire Red Devils, I'm not old yet, almost bearing the interference from Laporte. Cavani bulldozed his way into Manchester City's penalty area. This is the biggest difference between him and Ronaldo. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Edinson Cavani. As Laporte made his final impact, as if he had encountered Haaland in training, Cavani also got the chance to shoot. Bang! Swish! Absolutely equalized. Neville jumped up from his seat, as if wound up. Manchester United, who had lost all hope, actually equalized under such circumstances? A weakened defense, a fragile midfield. 2 old tractors up front? Just a few minutes ago, no one believed Manchester United, who had replaced Ronaldo and were down a man, still had any hope. The kings of adversity had all been substituted, and yet they still hoped for a comeback? But it was precisely this Manchester United that equalized while Manchester City surrounded them without attacking. Chapter 757. People say that China has always judged heroes by success or failure. But that's not true. If you asked me if I thought we would win from the start, I would definitely say yes, and I would tell myself yes. But my rational mind understands that it is an almost impossible task. But I must stand up because in the mindset of us Chinese, there has never been an option to surrender. It was so 90 years ago, 71 years ago, and it is even more so now, in the late Ming Dynasty. There was an emperor who, after 17 years of absurdity, died and the country perished. Yet people bestowed upon him the posthumous title of Zhuanglie Emperor to praise this emperor for guarding the country and dying for the nation. Lin Mo originally wanted to milk the law as usual, but considering the impact, he hit the brakes in time. When faced with difficulties, we have countless ways. But surrender is never an option, nor is giving up. Today, you described this match as a miracle at Old Trafford, and I think that's fine. For me, for the team, for the fans, this is a miracle. But for me, it is just my choice. Chapter 758 Lin, are we still training before the World Cup? Hearing Lukaku's voice on the phone, Lin Mo put down the half-packed luggage. What are you thinking? Didn't you eat enough at Chelsea's cafeteria? Are you coming to my place for a free meal? That's right, it's already November, and the 2022 World Cup is about to kick off. After the 16th round of league matches, all leagues around the world have suspended to make way for the World Cup. Even the Ballon d'Or selection has been postponed to next year. You should also take a look at who was last season's Silver Boot winner and who is currently at the top of the scoring chart this season. And be careful when you talk to me. The teasing voice from the phone rang again. After being transferred through Manchester United, Inter Milan, and Chelsea, and with Lin Mo's training, Lukaku's level has seen a sharp increase. Currently, he has a place among the top 3 strikers in the world. I'm giving you a chance to reorganize your words. Lin Mo found it somewhat amusing. It had only been a few days, and Lukaku was already mixing up his words. What I mean is, the top assister in the Premier League shouldn't bully the top scorer in the Premier League. Lukaku's voice was noticeably weaker. No time, I have to fly to Rome this afternoon, and the training time is very limited. Be careful these days. Don't get a Qatar and find it hard to adapt and miss out on the game. Chapter 759 Rome Fiumicino Airport, a group of male models dressed in Armani slowly walked into the VIP channel, causing several elegantly dressed ladies to gasp, especially the leading man, who exuded a strong aura of Eastern mystery, deeply captivated their attention. His black pupils seemed to possess an evil charm, making the ladies' chests rise and fall as if they were about to faint in an instant. Many began to take out their phones to take pictures, clearly recognizing that this was the Italian men's national football team about to embark on their journey. In sight, the Italian players, led by the Football Association, approached a coach. At this moment, Lin Mo was barely able to maintain his expression. He was a proletarian, after all, adapting to local customs. The bizarre ritual lasted a few minutes, and as Lin Mo looked at Mancini and his teammates with their devout eyes, he really did not want to say that the coach was very unprofessional. Where are the ritual instruments? Where is the formation? No matter what, there should be at least some offerings, right? No incense or anything, just casually sprinkling some tap water. Oh no, that's age holy water. Watching the reporters arranged by the Football Association clicking away, Lin Mo could only pretend to look devout. Chapter 760 Netherlands Amsterdam Schiphol Airport. Perhaps the streets of Amsterdam already had too many red themes, and the orange tulips became their beautiful yearning for football. Chef Van rubbed his cheeks against the cold wind. Today's temperature had dropped to 2 degrees. Keep an eye on the players' temperatures. I heard the weather at the destination is 31 degrees. I don't want to lose a few players before the match. Behind him, the tulip team, known as the Kings without a crown and enemies with everyone, was scattered and waiting to board. The current Dutch team may not be the strongest in attack, but they have an enviable combination in defense. Red Army, Iron Guard, Vividi Van Dijk, Gulik, a sky-high white Jade Pillar. De Ligt, this 3-defender combination is enough for Van Dijk to have time and energy to train the midfield and forward positions. However, apart from Manchester United's Weghorst, it seems that the only reliable player in the current Dutch team is Depay, while the highly anticipated Gakpo has yet to join Liverpool. For Van Dijk, aside from the reassuring presence of De Jong in midfield, the once all-conquering Dutch team seems to have forgotten how to score goals. Chapter 761 All right. Dear viewers, I am currently in Doha, the capital of Qatar. In the frame, the beautiful figure of Xiao Ma is strolling through the hot streets of Doha in December. Her flowing long dress and hair sway in the wind along with her waist as she walks and introduces. Fans in front of the TV see various posters along the roadside. On the overpass is a sprinting Messi. A giant billboard features Ronaldo's iconic celebration shoe, and at the bus stop is a sliding Mbappe, a samba dancer Neymar. But the most eye-catching is the giant billboard that fans see on camera. Familiar black hair, yellow skin, and the powerful gesture of pointing one finger to the sky. Who else could it be but Lin Mo? Although it is already late November, the local temperature still exceeds 30 degrees. Saying this, Xiao Ma takes out a thermometer to show everyone. It's 11 a.m., and the outdoor temperature has reached 34 degrees. We can see that pedestrians are all wearing short sleeves. just as Xiaoma introduces Doha before the opening match. A group of fans dressed in red cheers as they pass by her. Chapter 762. According to the grouping situation, Italy has been placed in Group G, and this World Cup does not have a so-called group of death. The only group deemed lucky is Group C, where Messi's Argentina encounters Saudi Arabia, Mexico, and Poland, which is practically a free pass. However, after the matches of the past 2 days, many people were taken aback. First, the host country Qatar's loss made many betting enthusiasts cry in the bathroom. All the usual World Cup conventions were rendered ineffective at this moment. The next day, Argentina lost 1-2 to Saudi Arabia, which caused Lin Mo's phone to explode with messages in the Manchester United players group. Holy crap, Argentina actually lost. It seems that Messi's dream is almost impossible this time. With no presence throughout the game, he had only 2 successful dribbles and lost possession 21 times. As if the weather here had completely restricted him. What an upset. Unlike us, who directly swept Iran 6-2. Don't brag. You lost 2 goals against Iran. How can you guys be so shameless? Just as everyone was chatting happily, Lin Mo unexpectedly joined in. Don't underestimate anyone. Maybe Messi will bounce back. Chapter 763. Good shot. Accompanied by Zhu Xiaoyu's exclamation, the Italian team completed its first shot of the match. Barella received a pass from Lin Mo and unexpectedly took a shot from outside the penalty area, but the ball was tipped over the crossbar by Onana with one hand. Nicolo Lin Mo rubbed Barella's head, feeling very frustrated about the near miss. Next time, why not try a low drive? This guy's but is too big, and he is a bit slow to get down, which makes him somewhat floaty. But big? Floaty? Lin, do you even hear what you're saying? Barella looked confused, like an old man on the subway staring at his phone. Although Lin Mo was speaking Italian, he understood every word. However, when combined, it made no sense at all. Moreover, Onana is his teammate, not a Manchester United player. So why does it seem like Lin Mo knows him so well? Forget it, he thought. Over there, they were preparing to take a corner kick, and he had no time to think about Lin Mo's simplified Chinese-style Italian. After the kickoff, Italy's attack was very fierce. In just 10 minutes, they had already taken 4 shots, with 2 hitting the woodwork. It seems Italy intends to take the initiative, but Cameroon set a very low posture after the kickoff. Chapter 764. Say my name. He understood Lin Mo's spoken words, although he didn't know what it meant. He still shouted it out. Lin Montauk. As this name was shouted, all the Italian players' bodies trembled. It was as if something had been activated. Oh right, it was that giant billboard outside the Al Janoub Stadium, depicting their captain Lin Mo stepping on a football and pointing one hand to the sky. Attack! Keep up! The second to shout was Tonali, who called on his teammates to hurry up while running. Today, Mancini set up a 4-3-3 formation, and the wing combination of Lin Mo and Insigne has been Italy's most efficient scoring duo in the qualifiers. Watching Lin Mo lightly lift his right foot to touch the ball as it flew past Cameroonian player Ima's right side was impressive. A quick turn. Lin Mo's dribble drew cheers from the crowd, but Ima was infuriated at being toyed with by Lin Mo. He turned as well, but instead of reaching out, he directly lunged at Lin Mo. It seemed he was doing this to justify the villain script he had in hand. Why? With red eyes, Ima went all out in his slide tackle, but he saw the Blue Eagle take off. Chapter 765. Hey. The staff at Al Janoub Stadium frantically waved their hands to signal the sliding Lin Mo to stop, but with a crack, the corner flag pole flew up. Hey, why are you hugging the staff member holding the spare corner flag? After waving for so long, he thought you were celebrating. Amid the cheers behind him, he held the corner flag pole, maneuvering around the celebrating crowd to pull the broken half out of the turf and reinsert a new corner flagpole. So tiring. Who want to do this lousy job for $3,000 a month? The celebrating crowd of Italians completely ignored the resentful gazes nearby, as Lin Mo's low drive helped the team score again. Leading by 2 goals eased the pressure on the Italians, and it seemed that victory in the first match was already a done deal. Meanwhile, Onana sat on the goal line, unable to comprehend how the previous goal had occurred. Was the angle tricky? Not at all. The ball had flown in through his armpit. It was simply a disgrace for a goalkeeper. In the broadcast footage, Lin Mo's low drive kept replaying, and Hiwei watched it over and over. Chapter 766. Alright, welcome back to our match scene. Both teams' players have returned to the field. The score at halftime is 2-0, with Italy breaking through Onana's goal twice through an own goal created by Lin Mo and a long-range shot. It is worth mentioning that aside from the 2 goals created by Lin Mo, the overall match in the first half was quite unremarkable. Hopefully, the second half will show a better performance. From the tone, it can be sensed that He Wei is quite disappointed with this match. In fact, it's not just him. Many fans came to watch Lin Mo, but the game turned out to be rather ugly. Zhu Xiaoyu continued, it could also be because the weather is too hot. According to reports from Doha, the highest temperature today has reached 36 degrees. If it were at home, classes would probably be canceled, although the stadium has air conditioning. The temperature is still close to 30 degrees, which is a huge test for both teams' stamina. He Wei accepted this reasoning. Yes, indeed. Although this group is not a death group, the failures of Germany and Argentina have made many people cautious. He was right before the match. Many fans were mocked for specifically coming to watch Lin Mo's game. Chapter 767. The startled calls from the stands alerted the fans to Lin Mo, who was charging forward and had already reached the top of the penalty area. Everyone. Why is the foul player down on the ground, while the one who committed the foul has already reached the penalty area? The fans in the stands all stood up. In the footage, Lin Mo's shirt has turned into a flying raincoat, with enough space for Tonali to fit in. The referee's whistle was already in his mouth, but Lin Mo still hadn't gone down. Everyone. In the next moment, a slight tearing sound came from the shirt behind him. The hand gripping the shirt could no longer exert force, and helplessly watched Lin Mo step into the penalty area arc, while he himself fell backward. Hiss! At this moment, the fans were so stunned they couldn't speak. Was this a movie? Is Sister Wang Li returning? The next second beep, as the defender took the risk of a penalty and directly brought down Lin Mo. The referee's whistle finally sounded. Phew! The Cameroonian fans finally breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling of suffocation that had come earlier began to fade, recalling the previous scene. It was indeed too tense. Chapter 768. Both head coaches made adjustments. Mancini clearly wanted to strengthen midfield control, as they were clearly unable to attack anymore. Zhu Xiaoyu sighed slightly and continued. The previous counterattack is the best example. Lin Mo almost single-handedly came to the front. Looking at the late arrival of Immobile in the penalty area, there was hardly any chance. He was right. After the substitutions, Italy had one good opportunity. Jorginho and Locatelli teamed up to intercept the ball from a Cameroonian player, but the pass that reached Lin Mo's feet halted their steps. There was nothing they could do. They couldn't run anymore. The loss of bodily fluids made the players seize every chance to hydrate, especially the older players like Bonucci, who were almost just waiting for the match to end. Forward runs? What a joke. It's easy to push forward, but what if they can't get back? Cameroon continued to bombard Italy's goal. In the 83rd minute of the match, seeing that the middle couldn't break through, Cameroon directly started to launch high balls into the penalty area. The fullback Tolo looked at the 4 forwards, without even glancing. He directly passed the ball towards the penalty area. Bonucci grabbed one with one hand, forcibly heading the ball away. Chapter 769. After 8 years, Italy's hard-fought first victory in the World Cup, Lin Mo causes an own goal. In today's Group G opening match, Italy defeated Cameroon 2-1 with an own goal created by Lin Mo and a long-range shot. From the data, it's clear that Italy did not dominate in possession or shots, and the match was somewhat dull due to the weather. This victory marked Italy's first win in the World Cup after an 8-year absence. With tens of thousands of fans in Venice Square witnessing this moment of Italian football's return to the world stage. However, Italy's journey is still long. As soon as the match ended, the media began to report on it one after another. After all, with Lin Mo's team and Italy returning to the World Cup after many years, the attention was naturally high. However, these external reports had no effect on Lin Mo. Lin's father clearly saw that when the final whistle blew, that son who had been passionate and unrestrained on the field seemed to have become a different person. Indifferent. That's right, when Tonali shouted to collect the money, he also saw that indifferent Lin Mo leaned with both hands on the advertising board at the sidelines, quietly watching the dejected Cameroonian players and the excited teammates hugging and crying. Chapter 770. Lin Mo. The goal is the World Cup Championship. I want to fight for it brilliantly. After this interview, Lin Mo's final statement became the headline worldwide. There have been players who boldly challenged the World Cup Championship before, but no one has made such grandiose claims. However, unlike the outside world, Lin Mo's statement caused a huge stir domestically. Most Chinese people follow the doctrine of moderation, and being low-key and reserved is seen as a sign of a mature man. Even in competitive sports, those standout athletes often attract much criticism, even attacks and insults. For popular sports, if the goal is the championship and they don't win, you should be low-key and not act tough. Now you've embarrassed yourself in front of everyone, right? For less popular sports, if the goal is the championship and they don't win, if you don't have the strength, why act tough? It's really embarrassing if they win the championship, winning once, and you're going to be arrogant beyond measure. Such people are better off losing. After all, most netizens just like to click like on these news or videos, casually saying awesome in front of their phones. These netizens usually make up 90, while the remaining 10 keyboard warriors unleash a torrent of comments. Chapter 771, Doha International Airport. Chun Dong adjusted his sunglasses and looked at the 33-degree weather just before December. Sighing, it really should be held in December. If the match were in July, the temperature would probably hit 40 degrees, right? It would be 45 degrees. A voice interrupted his thoughts, patting his shoulder. Let's hurry up. The kids are tired. It wasn't easy for them to come out. Don't let them get sick from the climate. Chun Dong looked at the leader who came out with more children than he did and shook his head with a wry smile. With so many people from different countries coming here, we are the only ones worried about adapting to the climate. He adjusted the straps of his backpack, which contained a bag of hometown remedies. He said that if he felt unwell, he would sprinkle a little into a teacup, let it settle, and drink it down. Such an old-fashioned saying was forced into his backpack under the pretext of caring for the children's health. The customs back home might turn a blind eye to such official delegations, but he didn't know if the customs here would be lenient. Just the day before, after Lin Mo issued the rallying cry, "We must fight for it brilliantly," the leadership of the general administration, for reasons unknown, instructed Chun Dong to take a group of U9 winter training kids from the country to Doha for observation and learning. Chapter 772. Outside the stadium, a group of Chinese fans who couldn't get tickets were loudly discussing the events of that year. If it weren't for the post back then, we might not have lost to Brazil. Today, Lin Mo will definitely avenge his predecessors. Brazil is getting weaker with each generation. They didn't have an easy time against Serbia, and they should have no chance against the stronger Italy. Exactly. Neymar's ankle was swollen from the last match. Who else is there in this Brazil team? Winnie the Pooh? Ha ha ha. The speaker quickly raised his hands, striking a pose of Bear 2 from the popular domestic animation Boonie Bears. Vinicius? The Brazilian fans nearby, also without tickets, turned to look at the Chinese fans after hearing this, and when they saw the pose, they were stunned. Monkey? To them, the fan mimicking Bear 2 looked like he was imitating a monkey. ZZQS? This is intolerable. Most of these guys have skin colors similar to Vinicius and don't belong to the white Brazilians. Hey, you yellow-skinned guys who can't even qualify for the World Cup. What are you barking about over there? Chapter 773. Zhuang TV Station. Zhuang TV Station. Welcome to the focus match of the second round of the 2022 Qatar World Cup. Brazil versus Italy. I'm the commentator for this match, He Wei. I am Zhu Xiaoyu. In the past 4 days, the other matches have concluded. And after the Brazil versus Italy match, there will be a match between Portugal and Uruguay. Now, let's look at the qualification situation in each group. The two were introducing the results of the 2 rounds of the World Cup matches, and it was surprising that Belgium lost 1-2 to Morocco. Lukaku even called Lin Mo after the match to discuss many internal team issues. Lin Mo didn't have a good solution either. He hoped Lukaku could achieve good results in the World Cup, but many team issues couldn't be solved in a day or two or with just one goal. In the end, Lin Mo could only comfort Lukaku. Hey, if it doesn't work out when I win the championship, I'll throw a party and let you touch the World Cup. As the phone beeped with a busy signal, Lin Mo felt he had comforted his brother well. Chapter 774. Listening to the boos mixed with cheers, Lin Mo slowly stood up despite a dull pain in his back. As he turned around, he saw Vinicius innocently shrugging his shoulders with that cheeky face. He was surprised why Real Madrid chose him as Ronaldo's successor. Skill? Speed? Strength? Spirit? Cristiano. This guy is not even half your level back in the day, yet his arrogance surpasses yours. No wonder you don't think highly of him. Lin Mo's gaze, which seemed to see a disappointing child, changed Vinicius' expression, making him feel that his earlier action might have been too light. In fact, he couldn't explain why, but he felt extremely irritable when he saw the news. And these Chinese fans appearing here, who were they here for? Seeing the number 7 jerseys on those fans made him even angrier. Real Madrid had told him more than once that he was indeed Ronaldo's successor, the future king of Bernabeu. Not only the club, but many Real Madrid fans believe the same. With explosive speed on the wing, superb shooting skills, and excellent technique. Especially his physical condition, he was not inferior to the Ronaldo of that time. Chapter 775. Years later, Vinicius faced a crowd of reporters with a sincere expression. Lin Mo voted for you as the first choice for the Ballon d'Or. What are your thoughts? It seemed he already knew the news. And Vinicius didn't dare to be arrogant. After that match back then, I understood why people compare Lin Mo with Messi and Ronaldo. It was something I didn't grasp when I was at Real Madrid against Manchester United. And that hand raised in the air is still vivid in my memory. Now that so many people are trying to imitate it, there's a reason for that. After going back, I rewatched the match videos of Ronaldo and Messi from back then. After watching, I locked myself in my house for 3 days. I once thought I was walking on the path of my predecessors, very close to them. But since then, I realized that some people are just standing still, not because they are regressing or waiting for you, but because they have already reached the peak. That match is not my dark history, but my journey. Since Lin Mo is willing to vote for me as the first choice, it proves that I am worthy. After saying this, Vinicius slightly nodded, as if thanking Lin Mo out of nowhere. Chapter 776, with Lin Mo's lightning-fast equalizer. Fans thought this was the beginning of an offensive battle. But no one expected that Lin Mo's goal would actually cause the entire Brazilian team to experience a bit of PTSD. Why did Brazil seem to retreat? Not just Zhu Xiaoyu, even Mourinho, who was commenting for Sky Sports, looked puzzled. Lin Mo's performance just now was shocking, but Brazil's team is now tightening their formation. As Mourinho spoke halfway, he looked at the furious tight on the sidelines and seemed to understand. It seems the players have yet to accept that goal. If I remember correctly, since 1998, it seems no opposing player has toyed with Brazil's defense like Lin Mo did today. Zidane had that kind of talent. Players like that can provoke emotions in opponents on the field, which every team needs. Now, what Tite had to face wasn't just Lin Mo's problem, but the players' issues. Mourinho was right. Brazil's current problem was just a psychological one. Watching Lin Mo charging through, Vinicius even made a rookie mistake by passing the ball directly out of bounds. Chapter 777. In fact, it wasn't just them. Many noticed that although Neymar was still the samba dancer on the field, his nimble steps were still avoiding physical confrontations. 1 minute later, Tonali tried to press Neymar closely as he received the ball, but before he could get close, Neymar flicked the ball with his toe and turned away instantly. However, the next second's acceleration made Lin Mo break into a sweat. Neymar shook off Tonali and left the center with Locatelli. Strangely enough, Casemiro surprisingly charged forward with the ball. Someone's being left open. Italy's old problem appeared again. Before the World Cup started, some had already mentioned looking at that year's Italy and comparing it with the current one. Back then, Super Pippo would have been sitting on the bench. Now, it seemed you could only find Insigne, Immobile, and Chiesa, while Mancini had Berardi in hand. Who was Berardi? The forward from Sassuolo in Serie A peaked at a value of 30 million euros. Fans often said, Lin Mo's existence makes Italy perceived as a strong team. It seems that there is no mistake. Chapter 778, after this goal, the fourth official raised the board indicating 3 minutes of stoppage time. The last few minutes quickly passed, and both teams' players returned to the locker room. Mancini was still pondering what tactics to use in the second half, but as soon as Lin Mo entered the room, he directly took off his jersey and tossed it onto his spot, then clapped his hands to gesture for everyone to look at him. Hey, listen to me. Mancini involuntarily looked up. What is he doing? What does Lin Mo want? No one informed me about a passing of the baton today, with Chiellini not starting. Lin Mo was the captain on the field, so it wouldn't be a big deal if he wanted to say something. Sorry, coach, I have to say something. Lin Mo reached out to give Mancini some comforting gestures, though everyone knew it was just for show. Listen to me. Stop thinking that we are still the Italy known for its defense, reinforced concrete. Chain defense. Lin Mo kept shaking his head as if he were hearing a joke. Don't be sad. Don't be angry. Only those who can't win will be angry. If we can't make it to the World Cup, it won't be you who gets angry, but the fans. Let go of those unrealistic thoughts. What we need to do now is attack. Chapter 779, if Italy's attack in the first half heavily relied on Lin Mo, then the introduction of Verratti and Barella in the second half can be said to have directly moved the entire arsenal of the Apennines to the front line. In Immobile's words, damn, I've been in the Italian team for years, and I've never played with such wealth before. In the footage, after Verratti intercepted the ball, he just glanced at Immobile, who was reaching for the ball and directly sent a diagonal pass into the penalty area. Oh, that shot by Mobile was almost off. It seems he was slightly interfered with by his sister-in-law. Very threatening indeed. As the two were talking, Alisson's long kick flew over half the field. He seemed used to looking for the Egyptian pharaoh, but this time the target was Richarlison. Lin Mo turned around, just about to shout something, when he saw Bonucci giving him a thumbs up. The meaning was clear: don't worry, leave it to me. As the football descended, the 25-year-old, strong Richarlison leaned back hard against Bonucci, ready to pass the ball to his teammate. The fast-moving Rafinha and Vinicius surged forward, and Brazil's counterattack rushed toward Italy's position like a golden wave of wheat. Chapter 780 Neymar looked at his teammates, sprawled in the penalty area, and felt a deep sense of helplessness. He placed his hands on his hips, watching the passionately celebrating Italian players, shook his head, and walked toward his teammates. Get up, I still have 2 dances to perform. Saying this, Neymar pulled up Paqueta and others. Casemiro also clapped his hands, encouraging his teammates to perk up. Don't worry, they only have Lin Mo. After he finished speaking, many people's eyes lit up as if they had found an excuse or comfort. In fact, he himself didn't realize that this comforting remark seemed completely unreasonable and full of holes, yet it had an unexpectedly good effect. The Brazilian players quickly regained their spirits. They saw Mancini provocatively on the sidelines, and their anger was rekindled. Soon, the game resumed, and Brazil's attack became even more ferocious. Italy's defense was constantly under siege, especially with Brazil's 2 wings taking turns to attack. Although they couldn't compare to Lin Mo, the impact of the young players was exceptionally strong. At this moment, Italy was almost gasping for breath, with nearly all players retreating near the penalty area. It wasn't a deliberate contraction, but rather passive. Chapter 781 A shot that came close to a decisive goal in the 85th minute caused countless sleepless nights in this Qatari evening. No one expected that the match between Italy and Brazil would present such an exciting attacking scene. As Mourinho summarized after the match, "Look, today's football world is no longer the same as it was 10 or 20 years ago. This match is a clear example. If Italy's attacking line didn't have Lin Mo's support, it would probably have turned into a disaster. The defensive strategies that Serie A relied on have been degrading over the past decade. Not to mention whether any Serie A teams have won the Champions League. Juventus lost twice in the Champions League to La Liga's Real Madrid and Barcelona. But do Italian players still enjoy the same popularity as they did before when compared to top defenders in other leagues? Besides European competitions, do they have opportunities to face players from other countries and leagues? Lacking the legacy of the World Cup and matches against other strong teams. Most of the players in Mancini's chosen lineup came from Serie A, but what a pity it is. Mourinho's words had already silenced the fans in front of the television from their joy of winning, because what he said was very reasonable. The pity is that he didn't focus on a few teams, so you would see a large number of players valued at 10 million or 30 million. Of course, I'm not saying they lack strength. The European Championship has already proven that they have the ability to create a miracle. Chapter 782, after sending off Chendong, Lin Mo was still thinking about their earlier conversation. Why can't universities like Tsinghua and Peking University openly recruit the best players from high school leagues? Wouldn't this not only fulfill parents' dreams, but also select talent and expand influence? However, Lin Mo's words drew laughter from Chendong. Having climbed to this position within the system, Chendong was no longer the same person he used to be. His remarks left Lin Mo momentarily stunned, almost causing his brain to crash. If this door is opened, the league will become an interpersonal field, and capable kids won't have the chance to play. Those spots for Tsinghua and Peking University, how could they be given to kids who can play football? Moreover, if it were really like that, I would worry whether those children from impoverished areas could survive to reach the field. A simple description, yet it provided Lin Mo with a strange yet familiar grand scene. In a dim office, well-dressed parents bowed and scraped to the man in the shadows. "Coach, please make sure my child scores a few more in this final. Here, as 2 million. Thank you for your trouble." A few minutes later, a sun-kissed little boy cautiously entered the office. "Coach, you called for me." Chapter 783, Germany is out again. Everyone is slumped. Famous coaches capable. Japan overtakes Spain to become group leaders. Failed gambit. How to view Germany conceding 2 early goals. Japan advances. Is Asia rising, or is it traditional? At this moment, a wave of blue warriors suddenly swept through the country. Under the trending news of Japan's advancement, various praises for Japan appeared. Captain Tsubasa has come to reality. And Tsubasa Ozora has indeed defeated Germany. The sky in Asia is blue. Only Japan has hope in all of Asia. Alas. I guess my son will never see that day. I don't want to say Japan is the light of Asia, but that is the fact. Why can they do it, but we cannot? What exactly went wrong? Reflecting on a certain populous country. That's you, India. So, is it a problem for our fans to wear the Japanese team's jersey? So Asian. How can you not be proud? The hope of the yellow race. However, the next day, these guys were shocked. Not just them, the whole world was shocked. The invincible Italy lost. Mancini's decision to substitute Lin Mo in the 78th minute while being 0-2 down made someone directly smash their keyboard or screen. Chapter 784. Before entering the round of 16. The World Cup matches will not stop for a day. On December 3rd, the Netherlands defeated Peru 3-1, securing the first spot in the quarterfinals. That night, Lukaku arrived at Wakurla, and Belgium's inexplicable loss led to their elimination by just 1 point at the last moment. There was no passing by home without entering and no punching the bench. Lukaku was arranged to come off the bench in the second half amid infighting, and his 2 shots on goal nearly resulted in a score. The young boy, Lukaku, laughed last, and that night, the team disbanded on the spot. According to media reports, more than 20 players hardly left together, showing how unified and united the Belgian players were. Lin, these guys are simply unbelievable, Trossard started. Can that little guy play as a lone striker? He can't. Martinez, that fool, knows nothing. After 3 consecutive shots on goal that didn't score if Trossard doesn't come, Croatia wouldn't even dare to start their celebration banquet. In the end, that ball, if only it had been passed to me, I would have definitely scored. Why did he insist on shooting himself? I just don't understand. Are there enemies of his in the second tier? Chapter 785. Ladies and gentlemen, this day has finally arrived. In the home team's locker room at Al Janoub Stadium, Moriyasu could hardly hide his excitement as he spoke. Italy. Moriyasu's voice began to rise, raising both hands as if greeting something. 4-time World Cup champions. 2-time European champions. Once the master of Europa. And the world's #1 winger, the Ballon d'Or winner, Lin Mo. So many honors and awards make Italy seem like an invincible opponent, but the more the coach says this, the more excited the players below become. This is the enemy we face today, a formidable enemy. Are you afraid, young man? Think about it. Who could have imagined that we would finally advance as the group leader after the group draw? How do the domestic media and fans evaluate us? Absolutely impossible. Ha ha ha. At this point, Moriyasu laughed, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, laughing until tears came out. The players exchanged glances and nodded at each other, their faces filled with pride. Chapter 786. Hello everyone. Welcome to NHK's coverage of the round of 16 of the 2022 Qatar World Cup. Today, the Japan national team will face the newly crowned European champions, Italy, for the 3rd time in this World Cup. Here, let me introduce our special guest today, Keisuke Honda. Welcome, Honda-kun. On the screen, former national team player Keisuke Honda, who has moved far away from mainstream leagues to Mexico, greeted everyone with a smile. Minasan, konnichiwa, Honda-kun. Today, the Japanese representatives are facing the formidable Italy. What do you think of this match? Keisuke Honda nodded. Previously, we didn't have high hopes for the national team to advance from the group stage, but as you have seen, especially in the match against Spain, Iniesta commented with me, and he was full of praise for these current Japanese national players. Do you mean we will create a miracle? The host's volume suddenly rose. Unlike the domestic pessimism, Honda actually thinks they can win. Hey, the Italian players are not that strong. In contrast, many of our players are playing in mainstream leagues like the Premier League and Bundesliga, except for Limsan. Chapter 787, Masaka. Honda looked at the football already in the net, unable to say a word. How could this be? Even the host was so shocked that they couldn't say anything. Not only the studio, but even Japan was silent enough to hear a pin drop. Female fans covered their mouths, the fluorescent headbands on their heads flashing red light, adding a touch of crimson to their pale smiles. Those male fans who had just been bragging about how the blue samurai spirit would defeat Italy. Their raised arms had not yet lowered, at a 45-degree angle to the sky, as if saluting the lord of the Apennine Peninsula from 80 years ago. In the footage, the blue samurai, standing still, only watched Lin Mo rush towards the Japanese fan stands, then expressionlessly open his arms. It seemed as if he was saying to the ants on the roadside, "Sorry, I ran over you. Is it okay?" Until his teammates surrounded Lin Mo. Mancini turned to look at the constantly jumping old child. Did we score? Then he was hugged from both sides by the coaching staff, creating a scene of excitement and retreat. Amidst the waves of cheers from the fans, Keisuke Honda finally spoke. Chapter 788. The match was paused for a full 3 minutes. Watching Endo Wataru, whose nose was treated, leave the field to change his jersey, Lin Mo somewhat understood that Liverpool, with Fenway spending a little money to buy a sufficiently strong rotation player, was indeed very cost-effective. Watching the fans give applause to this brave Japanese player, Lin Mo smiled slightly. This is good. If there's no resistance, it wouldn't be interesting. He just didn't know that this seemingly evil smile was captured by the cameras. Instantly, this smile made female fans in Europe and America fall for this Eastern evil young man, while Japanese female fans felt conflicted. Bad, right? Love it. Only those male fans watching the match with them looked at Lin Mo as if they were viewing the monsters in Ultraman, Jin from Detective Conan, Frieza from Dragon Ball, Uchiha Madara from Naruto, Aizen from Bleach, the ultimate real-life villain. But the villain is too strong. Who is their protagonist? Just call my dad. It's unclear who led the charge, but thousands of Japanese fans began to shout, cheering for their home team. Chapter 789. Fans around the world watched Lin Mo pick up the football in the goal, shaking his head, and hurriedly ran toward the center circle. Gudong. At this moment, many people swallowed hard, recalling an interview a few days ago with Ruby, the former coach of Almeria who once coached Lin Mo. In the interview, he stated, "For Lin Mo, this World Cup is a war of his own. The Japanese team is very lucky to only encounter one person, but also very unfortunate, because that person is Lin Mo." Is that what it means? Is Lin Mo going to go on a killing spree? They didn't understand, and at this moment, the host in the studio could no longer contain his anger. Yoshida. This Yoshida-kun has made the same mistake again. He didn't respond when facing Costa Rica. Otherwise, our Neon team could have possibly advanced with 3 wins. This cannot be blamed on the host. In fact, the public opinion pressure in Japan is stricter than that in our country. Just after the Japanese team first followed the script of Captain Tsubasa to win against Germany, they immediately lost 0-1 to Costa Rica. What was originally a bright prospect for advancement suddenly turned grim, as Spain, a giant, loomed ahead, truly terrifying. Chapter 790. Over here, Tonali looked at the slightly bowing Yoshida, feeling furious yet helpless. He wanted to confront him, but as soon as he did, Yoshida immediately showed him an attitude and apologized. What more did he want? Just bowing and apologizing was enough? He continued to loudly question. Yoshida appeared to take it for granted. Since I've bowed and apologized, then it should be over. Tonali, listening to his broken English, was so angry he almost lost his Italian temperament. If anything happens to Lin, I will definitely make you pay. Tonali threatened and immediately returned to Lin Mo's side, looking at the wound clearly caused by the studs. He was about to jump up and find trouble again, but was held back by Benucci. All right, don't add to the chaos. Is this how you plan to handle problems when you become captain? Exactly. Let everyone calm down. I'm fine now. Everyone looked at Lin Mo in surprise. Although he was still gritting his teeth, they understood that Lin Mo had already recovered. A heart injury? The team doctor nodded. It's a skin injury. This guy's muscles are really hard. The studs must have brushed against the shin guard, just penetrating the edge of the sock. But the impact is real. It's best to check after the match. Chapter 791. Backhand. A penalty. Honda Keisuke looked shocked. He couldn't believe the final result would be a penalty. It was simply unbelievable. Did you notice? Just now, Yoshida Maki rushed into foul as if he were possessed. The host quickly nodded. Indeed abnormal. In a 2-on-1 situation, just a slight delay. Suddenly, this host seemed to recall something. I don't know if you've read any books from Huaxia, but last year there was a very famous tomb rating autobiography called Bai Tomb Rating Notes, which mentioned this kind of technique. Honda Keisuke immediately perked up. Hongdoni? Listening to the two ramble on, many Japanese fans were rolling their eyes to the heavens. But at this moment, Yoshida Maki was already dumbfounded. He had never encountered such a situation. How could this be in the penalty area? That's impossible. Lin Mo ignored the frenzied Yoshida Maki and just smiled, continuing to look at other Japanese players. His trademark grin, showing his teeth, had become a nightmare for other Japanese players. Chapter 792. Go up. Block him. Everyone together. Be careful of his speed. Several voices rang out simultaneously as Lin Mo's start made the Japanese team's defense tremble again. In the footage, Lin Mo was already confronted by three players on the right: Kamada Daichi, Nagatomo Yuto, and Yoshida Eiji. Top-tier treatment, a grand momentum. But Lin Mo hadn't crossed half the field yet. Many Italian and Huaxia fans laughed. This Japanese team had been scared into submission. No one believed Lin Mo would attempt a 1v3 at half field. It was unnecessary. Even Honda Keisuke himself said, "This kind of defense actually stems from the early defensive system of Europe and America." What does that mean? It means I know you want to attack me, so I defend against you outside the goal. Listening to Honda Keisuke's words, the terrified Japanese fans finally felt relieved. At least it sounded like a reliable theory. Moreover, their American father had indeed always done this with remarkable effects. But in the next second, it was as if the entire island nation had been hit by a paralysis spell, just like the scenes in their own movies, as someone pressed the time pause button. Chapter 793, Whoosh. With Lin Mo's premature celebration, the entire stadium fell into a state of contrasting emotions. Wearing blue jerseys, the northern stand were silent, while the southern stands, along with other neutral fans, erupted in cheers. At this moment, the television screens across Japan only echoed the cheers from the scene, with no commentary to be heard. This sigh seemed to transcend space, ringing in the hearts of countless people. No words were spoken, yet expressed everyone's feelings. Many fans found the beer in their hands tasteless, unable to express the disappointment in their hearts. The swaying, graceful figures nearby now looked unappealing. The female companions beside them constantly pressed against them, trying to cheer them up. But this feeling of loss made them somewhat dazed. Their vacant stares only looking towards the light. He doesn't love me anymore. This became the only answer for these girls. With Lin Mo's goal, the first half of the match came to an end. Both sides slowly left the field with different emotions. Needless to say, the Japanese players who bowed their heads felt as if their footsteps weighed a ton. Chapter 794. Moriyasu has changed tactics. We can see that Yoshida-kun has started to cut off Lin Mo's connection with his teammates. Lin Mo hasn't had the ball for 3 minutes. To educate the fans, this tactic is called the satellite tactic. Lin Mo is like a planet, and Yoshida-kun is the satellite orbiting around this planet, blocking any football that tries to approach him. This is a good change. It's hard to say if we can turn the tide, but Japan's dignity cannot be trampled. Honda Keisuke said this, but the worry in his eyes remained unchanged. Yoshida Eiji's running must be insufficient in stamina, although Tanaka Ao had already been on standby. He always felt that Yoshida Eiji's speed seemed to be declining too quickly. His feeling was not wrong, although Lin Mo hadn't had the ball in these few minutes. He had been maintaining his movement, and his speed was not slow at all. Fans only saw Yoshida Eiji constantly observing Lin Mo's position relative to the player with the ball, making positional adjustments. But they didn't notice that many times. Lin Mo was intentionally leading Yoshida Eiji's positioning. Especially when Verratti and others pass the ball, Lin Mo often makes a quick acceleration, taking the opponent out several meters. Chapter 795. Many years later, after retiring, Japan's Captain Maya Yoshida wrote in his autobiography, "That match became our nightmare. As far as I know, at least 5 people sought psychological intervention after the match. You wouldn't understand the scene of waking up in the middle of the night, with the devil's whispers in your ears, mata, mata mata na. You can still hear it even if you cover your ears." The media and fans' accusations after the match were simply unbearable. They did not understand who we were really facing on the field. Kenna chose to retire after the match. That's right. He collapsed. The devil? You will never understand the kind of despair. We could foul, but he would still score. But actually, I have thought a lot recently by the seaside in Hokkaido. Is there a possibility that we, the lucky Huaxia team, were granted a Lin Mo? After that World Cup, the Japan team did not immediately recover, resulting in a poor performance in the next World Cup, stumbling their way into the top 48. Of course, that is a later story. After the score of 6-0 appeared, Mancini no longer considered the factors on the field. He handed all the arrangements over to the assistant coach. Chapter 796. Lin Mo's 5 goals. Italy crushes Japan 8-0, tied for the 3rd highest score in World Cup history. The Janib incident, Lin Mo directly contributed to 7 goals. Italy defeats Japan 8-0, swallowing 8 goals. Japan's goalkeeper Shuichi Gonda announces retirement. 0-8 crushing defeat. Japan's coach Hajime Moriyasu announces resignation at post-match press conference. Fans demand thorough investigation into match fixing. Extreme fans storm Japan's team bus after the match. mental breakdown after losing 0-8. Japanese players cry and are sent to the hospital. One after another, scene after scene. Almost the whole world interpreted and reported on this match, as if afraid that some Japanese fans hadn't seen it. Especially on major social media, various highlights emerged endlessly. Italy 8-0. Japan. Lin Mo's full match attacking highlights. This video highlight released on YouTube was the earliest and naturally became a traffic magnet. But soon, fans discovered that although it was an attacking feast from Lin Mo's perspective, due to the angle, every Japanese player was clearly visible. This was no longer a social death. It was simply a recording of a judgment. There were mistakes in the cooperation between Shota and Yuto Nagatomo, reckless fouls by Maya Yoshida, and a defensive lineup reminiscent of Halua saving Grandpa. Chapter 797. After finishing their match, the Italian boys looked relaxed. There wasn't much fun in Qatar. There were no bars or clubs, so the players either gathered with their wives in the hotel or played games together. Only Lin Mo brought Tonali to the gym to work out, as there was a peculiar law here. Non-marital sexual activities are prohibited, and violators face 7 years in prison. Lin, who do you think our next opponent is? Are you talking about the match between France and Poland? I think we will face France early. Tonali wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel. Accustomed to being dragged into training by Lin Mo thought for a moment. If we beat France, we will reach the semi-finals, and the final will likely be against Argentina. What? Argentina? Impossible. Given their current state, just making it to the semi-finals would be a blessing, right? Pretty much, South American teams against North American teams. Nothing surprising, and the next match will likely be a showdown between the two stars. You mean? Ronaldo will also make it to the semi-finals? Lin Mo nodded, thinking that this should be the suspense created by FIFA. Chapter 798. While Lin Mo was pondering the intricacies, Martinez had already confiscated Buffet's wild shot. Seeing Buffet throwing up his hands again, Lin Mo knew that this World Cup had made the kid a bit cocky. He needed to be educated when he got back. Hearing this, Tonali paused with the sunflower seeds in his hand. Educate him for not scoring? Soon, Maldini's words were confirmed. In the 21st minute of the match, Argentina scored. Otamendi had just passed the ball to Messi, and an advancing Di Maria was already standing on the offside line, poised to strike. The football arrived as promised, and the Angel took off on schedule. Argentina's deputy king completed the first kill against Portugal. Originally supposed to be in his position, Dalot was nowhere to be seen. 1-0, the Italian team flocked to flatter Maldini. After all, in terms of market value, Portugal was worth 46.2 billion, while Argentina was only worth 34.9 billion. That's right, Enzo and Alvarez's market values hadn't skyrocketed yet. If the same lineup were placed in the present, Portugal wouldn't exceed 300 million overall, while Argentina's players' market values would break 600 million. Chapter 799. Lin Mo didn't know how Ronaldo was doing, but he knew that Kaká couldn't smile at this scene. The strong man didn't show up after the match, and Lin Mo didn't immediately call to comfort him. Such a failure needed time to adapt. After all, he lost to Messi. The two had competed for over a decade, and Ronaldo ultimately fell on the World Cup stage. My dream is over. That night, Lin Mo saw Ronaldo's Instagram, which was posted much earlier than Lin Mo's recovery time. Lin Mo called twice before he answered. What's up? So eager for me to wear your jersey? Just say you want me to help you get revenge, right? A hearty laugh came from the other end of the phone. Good. When you reach the final, I'll wear your Manchester United number 7 jersey to watch the game. It's a deal. Lin Mo quickly hung up the phone. Ronaldo wasn't a 3-year-old child, after all. But it cannot be denied that Ronaldo quickly moved on from the shadow of failure. Lin Mo's understanding of this was simple, although Ronaldo never admitted it. Portugal really didn't have the strength to compete for the World Cup title. Chapter 800. Ricky? In the studio, Mourinho seemed a bit confused and Kaká laughed, explaining, back when I was in Milan, they thought calling me Ricardo was too troublesome, so they simply gave me the name Ricky. Kaká replied with a smile, seemingly reminiscing about those days. But during your time at Real Madrid, everyone still called you Kaká. Cristiano even called me a bastard, although he complained verbally. Kaká's spring-like smile remained undiminished, and his eyes were incredibly gentle. A gentleman is as warm and gentle as jade. However, this answer made Mourinho and the host smile at each other. Their friendship is quite extraordinary. After Portugal lost that day, did you keep in touch? I actually called him. Kaká still smiled. Cristiano doesn't need comfort. He can stand up on his own. If Jorginho were here, she would definitely shout, "These two are frauds." At that time, she had already pinned her hair up, ready to comfort Cristiano Ronaldo. But in the end, when Ronaldo saw the caller ID, he smiled, picked up the phone, and left directly, not returning until she had fallen asleep waiting. As they chatted, the topic returned to the match itself. Chapter 801. Pogba looked at Lin Mo sliding in front of him, and his eyes immediately brightened. "You're not looking for me, but you've come to me?" However, Lin Mo didn't respond, just stared at Pogba intently. He had many tasks today, one of which was to limit Pogba. "Not going to speak?" "Hee. Then I'm coming." Just as Pogba was about to make a move, Griezmann had already raised his hand for the ball. But Pogba seemed to ignore the vacant Griezmann and headed straight for Lin Mo bet right. Lin Mo felt delighted. Facing Pogba's advance, he slowly took a step back, then pretended to prepare to make a move from the left side. "Here it comes." Pogba snorted coldly. His body started to lean, extending his right foot to quickly pull the ball back in front of Lin Mo, completing a spin in the process, and using his left foot to continue dribbling the ball. Marseille turn. But when Pogba turned around, he did not hear the cheers from the crowd. Just as he was puzzled, he saw Lin Mo's indifferent face again. What the hell? Pogba was suddenly startled, and just when he wanted to do something, the ball was intercepted by Immobile, who had rushed in from behind. Mbappe and others expressed their dissatisfaction, as a good opportunity was wasted just like that. Chapter 802. Italy's counterattack came quickly. This was also their absolute core in this match. Mancini's ability to develop new tactics might not be strong, but he is clever. He knows how to copy homework. In the entire football world, whose homework should they copy for counterattacking? Real Madrid's. Why not Mourinho's? Because Mourinho's counterattacks actually have several versions. Chelsea's version, Inter's version, Real Madrid's version, and Manchester United's version. In a sense, all four versions of counterattacking have been successful. Don't be fooled by the fact that Manchester United only finished second in the league that year. No fan would doubt Manchester United's strength in securing that second place. Historically, the one who led Manchester United into the top three was questioned about whether he was worthy of the top three. Chelsea's counterattack is built on terrifying defensive strength, conceding only 15 goals that season, setting a record in the Premier League. The Inter version of the counterattack relies on the absolute execution of the players, with the Losers Alliance composed of old boys gambling everything together with Mourinho. The Real Madrid version of the counterattack is built on the players' extraordinary strength. Cristiano Ronaldo, Kaká, and Di Maria teamed up to create a terrifying total of 121 goals. These are hard to replicate, but coincidentally, the tactical system of Real Madrid in the later stages was extended from Mourinho's original tactics. Chapter 803. Italy conceded that goal too easily. How could they let Verona slip by? Mourinho shook his head, seemingly perplexed by such lax defense. The footage was replaying the moment they conceded, with veteran Acerbi responsible for defending the back post. His jumping timing was actually not much different from Verona's. In fact, both jumped to a similar height. It was just that Verona managed to secure his position first. Not only Mourinho shook his head, many fans who saw this goal conceded also shook their heads. Losing position. What good is height advantage? Corner defense isn't just about height. The key is to watch positioning. However, Lin Mo had already organized his emotions at this point and came over to pat Acerbi on the head. "It's okay, we still have time." But just 5 minutes after Lin Mo said this, Italy conceded another goal. The Italy team, strictly executing their defensive tasks, didn't make any mistakes. Yet they still couldn't hold on. In the 25th minute of the match, France's powerful ball control kept them mostly in Italy's half. But this time, Dembele's breakthrough on the wing fell into Italy's triangle kill, and the ball was intercepted. Chapter 804. Trailing 1-2, Italy, led by Lin Mo, pushed forward. In the 29th minute, Lin Mo, holding the ball in the center, did not actively attack the formation, but instead passed the ball to the wings. The combination of Verratti and Di Lorenzo began to work together on the wing, but before Verratti could get past anyone, he saw Lin Mo pointing towards the penalty area, signaling for a pass. "Pass it bigger, or I'll break your legs." Lin Mo's words echoed in Verratti's mind, and he unconsciously put more power into it. The ball flew straight towards the penalty area from 30 meters on the right. This inexplicable pass left fans bewildered. Was a mistake? But the next second, a blue figure had already crossed Verratti and Upamecano, heading straight for the ball. Danger. Loris's advance. Oh no. Inside the penalty area. Lin Mo was just about to jump up and stretch his foot to reach the ball. After all, the ball was coming too fast and too close to the goalkeeper. Lin Mo had started his sprint early. An ordinary person wouldn't have been able to catch up, but for some reason, Loris chose to rush out early. Seeing Loris coming towards him, Lin Mo still chose to retract his foot. Chapter 805. Tonali, who scored to narrow the gap, did not celebrate by himself, but directly ran towards Lin Mo. A strange scene appeared. Fans saw Lin Mo patting Tonali's head and then turning to leave. Inexplicable. What is this? A parent praising a child? A master comforting a pet? Kaka had a different perspective. Recently, I have been watching the Civil War, which features many excellent commanders from ancient Rome. It's not surprising he said this. After all, such a modest gentleman seems to enjoy reading. He continued, Lin Mo gives me the feeling of being somewhat like Sulla. Of course, I'm not saying he is exactly like him. But in terms of returning to Rome and ruling, it's quite similar to Sulla. Don't you all feel that now? Who is the real ruler of the entire Italian team? Kaka didn't continue speaking, but it seemed everyone already had an image in their minds. In the Roman Senate, Lin Mo pointed west, and Tonali led the troops across the border to conquer Provence, subsequently receiving Lin Mo's accolades. Lin Mo is gradually starting to take control of Manchester United and Italy. Everyone knows this, but no one can stop him. Chapter 806. With room to move. Lin Mo glanced at the two in front of him, a playful smile on his lips. At this moment, Mbappe and Griezmann suddenly stopped, and the breath they had been holding naturally escaped. At the end of this heated first half, everyone's stamina had reached a critical point. Even Lin Mo was no exception. This long-distance sprint required time to recover, and Griezmann and Mbappe were constantly adjusting their breathing and occasionally turning to check on their teammates' positions. Don't worry, this guy can't run anymore either. Griezmann gave Mbappe a push, widening the angle of their joint defensive effort. Lin Mo's breathing was also rapid. If he sprinted like that again, he wouldn't have to run for the rest of the half. Just at this moment, Lin Mo was ready to move, because he felt the wind. But there was clearly no wind in the entire stadium. Where did the wind come from? A gust of wind appeared out of nowhere. Lin Mo's body instantly propelled forward. He was the wind. If the body reaches its limit, then surrender to the will. At this moment, Lin Mo felt the will of the wind. Griezmann and Mbappe's pupils constricted. In an instant, Lin Mo flew past them both. Chapter 807. From the very beginning of the second half, both sides left no room for error. The two coaches surprisingly chose the same tactic, the three-pronged attack. Thus, the fans who had just returned to the screen were stunned. It was simply exhilarating. In the first minute of the second half, Theo's long pass found Mbappe, who took a shot from outside the box without waiting for the ball to land. The ball headed straight for the dead corner of the goal. I have to say, at this moment, Mbappe was truly at the peak of his shooting skills. Unfortunately, Donnarumma stretched out his long arm just enough to deflect the ball over the crossbar. An eye for an eye. Just 2 minutes later, Lin Mo received the ball in the right midfield and, without waiting for the defender to retreat, surprisingly launched a long pass from the spot. DeMarco, making a forward run on the left, suddenly emerged behind the defense, receiving Lin Mo's pass. Wow, it pierced through. But before the commentator could finish his exclamation, DeMarco, not greedy for glory, swept the ball in front of the goal. Insigne, rushing in, took a fierce shot, but the ball was blocked by Varane's flying body. A hair's breadth away. If it weren't for Varane's timely intervention, Lin Mo figured Loris wouldn't have reacted in time. It was too close. A minute later, the French team immediately responded with a similar combination of wing and center play. Chapter 808. Lin Mo looked at Rabiot, who had just been substituted, and then glanced at Deschamps, who seemed to be scheming, and felt a stirring in his heart, turning to look at his own coach. Mancini's expression was strained as he paced back and forth, his right hand unconsciously moving to his mouth, as if he were biting his fingernails. The difference was clear. Perhaps it was better not to win the Euros back then. Maybe it could awaken Italian football a little. A once great footballing nation had not touched the World Cup finals for many years. Yet, thanks to the existence of a Nations League, they were able to train year after year. That year, the underdog Italy's triumph in the Euros swept away the gloom of football in the Apennines. If it weren't for Lin Mo's appearance, Mancini and his teammates might only be watching the World Cup from home on TV. Watching could be considered participating, right? Although the game had long since restarted, Italy's adjustments had yet to come, while the French team made another change. Giroud was substituted. If they were to play defensively, The wheelchair-bound boy wouldn't be of much use. With his speed of less than 20 km/h, Lin Mo could probably catch up even running backward. Oh, the French team took the initiative to make another substitution? Mourinho's tone was filled with confusion. If Italy didn't adjust at this time, were they really waiting for Lin Mo to turn the tide? Chapter 809. Lin Mo's gaze began to turn cold. He had already understood what Tonali was planning to do. So who would defend Mbappe? Tonali looked down at the Italian badge on his chest and said calmly, "Me. You brat." Lin Mo suddenly moved closer to Tonali, gently pressing his forehead against Tonali's, and sternly whispered, "Don't you care about your future? You will become Italy's sinner." But Tonali seemed to have already made up his mind, turning and walking straight towards Bottoni. It looked like he wanted both defenders to contest in the box while he, as a defensive midfielder, would serve as the last line of defense. Watching his younger brother's resolute back, Lin Mo was momentarily lost in thought. Is it that at the end of summer, someone has to step up to save the day? Or is it that some people will disregard their own fame and fortune for their country? Lin Mo didn't hear Tonali muttering to himself as he walked, mimicking Maguire's gesture to flip his bangs and then imitating Lin Mo's style, saying, "I bet everything on myself." Looking at Tonali returning to the top of the center circle, Lin Mo sighed. Then let us walk this journey together. The game was ever-changing, and Lin Mo had never imagined what it would be like if the French team fully retreated. Chapter 810. We played a great game today. There's no doubt about it. The players' performances exceeded our expectations. Although we faced some difficulties at the start, our subsequent attacks were quite good, putting a lot of pressure on Italy in the box. However, after going up 3-1, we kind of lost momentum. Yes, I mean that literally. Lin Mo's performance caused us a lot of trouble. He is a role player, and we all know that. In fact, we had a chance to seal the game. That counterattack in the 86th minute changed the match. Sometimes, that is how football is. If you can't kill off your opponent, you might just be killed by them. Unfortunately, we couldn't hold onto the game in the final moments. As the head coach, I take full responsibility for that. But we have a young team with a future. We have also proven to the world that we are capable of winning any match. But perhaps today was not France's lucky day. After the match, French head coach Deschamps responded to reporters with the following statement. The scene returned to the pitch. And at the moment Lin Mo scored, the tension in the hearts of the French players suddenly snapped. Chapter 811. After the goal, Bottoni had seemingly become Italy's hero after Lin Mo. But this hero did not celebrate alone with excitement. He simply hugged Lin Mo and then rushed directly to the sidelines to the substitutes bench. Indeed, there was a man there who had lost his starting position today, Toloi. With tears in his eyes, it was unclear whether he was happy for this goal or for the fact that Italy's defense had a promising successor. But when Bottoni jumped up to hug him after bypassing Mancini, Toloi still smiled and opened his arms. "Raphael, I did it. Just as you said, a defender's forward run. They never expected it. Listening to the young Bastoni's shouts, Toloi could only nod while crying. At this moment, he wished he could be the one who scored the goal. Debuting at 18, he could only muddle through in the Brazilian Serie B. And it wasn't until he was 22 that he played in the Brazilian Serie A. With dual nationality from Brazil and Italy, he had no chance of joining the national team in talent-rich Brazil. But when has Italy ever been short of defenders? After enduring for so long, this 19-year-old talent, who won the U-20 World Cup silver medal with the Brazilian youth team, had not been selected for the national team even once after reaching adulthood. Chapter 812 soon. Lin Mo's room was filled with people. If it weren't for knowing that they were all players, it would have felt like a famous producer was about to shoot a blockbuster here. Rodri, De Gea, Lukaku, and Agradi Tonali somehow managed to get some beer. Now, the room was truly filled with the aroma of beer, peanuts, and melon seeds. According to De Gea, although drinking was prohibited here, it wasn't entirely banned. There were always billion-dollar fans who could get their hands on these things. As for why it was billion-dollar fans, because in this place, you might casually encounter someone worth hundreds of millions. After all, it is the country with the highest income in the world, with a bunch of fools around him. Lin Mo also rarely opened a can of beer. After all, Maguire had just headed the ball and knocked Enisairai to the ground. It was just too satisfying. He couldn't help it. However, in this match, Manchester United only had two players on the field, Luke Shaw and Maguire. Trippier and Rashford did not get the chance to start, while Manchester City's Prince Foden quietly appeared in Rashford's original starting position. Chapter 813 Penalty. Another penalty, After Lautaro missed a close-range opportunity, Argentina was awarded a penalty in stoppage time. Who would have thought that 34-year-old Di Maria would once again come through for Argentina? Argentina and Brazil ended the 90-minute match in a 1-1 draw, and in stoppage time, it was Di Maria's breakthrough that created the opportunity. Listening to the commentary on the TV and seeing Neymar squatting on the sidelines, almost in tears, many people felt a pang of sympathy. That day, Lin Mo's room became even livelier, as the losing Maguire also came over to watch the game. You ask where Kaya is? Naturally, she is out shopping in Qatar with her supermodel friends, as unmarried couples are prohibited from sharing a room here. Lin, it seems your opponent should be Messi. Everyone nodded in agreement. Although tomorrow is the match between Italy and Morocco, no one thinks Italy will lose. If Foden can't get past Morocco's defense, can Lin not do it? What a joke. Lin Mo remained non-committal. He didn't look at Messi but focused on Di Maria. Chapter 814 over here. Lin Mo provocatively announced a victory prediction before the match, which surely stirred up emotions in Morocco. On Lin Mo's Instagram, many coalition fans directly started mocking. Even Moroccan players came over to respond, among them Ziyech, whose comment received the most likes. The last one who said they would defeat us ended up losing. He was referring to the comments from English legends before their match against Morocco, confidently stating that the team would easily defeat Morocco. Of course, after the match, those legends almost all criticized the national team, sparing no one from the head coach to the players. Typical of England. However, Lin Mo had a habit of not surfing the internet after posting on Instagram. To him, comments were for others to see, not for him. Therefore, he naturally didn't notice when Ronaldo liked his Instagram post and then unliked it. Why was Ronaldo so concerned? Because he had just posted, according to our agreement, I'm ready. And you? In the picture, Ronaldo was holding Manchester United's number 7 jersey, but the name on it was Lin. This is today's second trending topic. Everyone then realized that the two had made a pact. If Lin Mo reached the finals, Ronaldo would wear his jersey to the game. Chapter 815, the free kick position looks good. Let's see how the Italian team handles it. At this point, Old Jong chuckled and said, this ball is most likely going to be taken by Lin Mo. But Old Jong only said half of it and stopped, leaving the fans and Old Luke quite anxious. On the screen, Barella, Verratti, and others all stepped away from the ball, leaving Lin Mo standing alone in front of it. In the distance, Mazraoui and others had already formed a 5-man wall, looking quite wary of Lin Mo's free kick. At this moment, just before Lin Mo took the free kick, Old Jong suddenly spoke up. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but Lin Mo's long shots and free kicks are now a category of their own. Everyone perked up their ears to listen. Old Jong's statement was quite fresh. You see, several free kick masters are well known to us. Juninho, Ronaldinho, Beckham. They all have their own characteristics, including Messi and Ronaldo. But what about Lin Mo? Have you ever thought about it? His free kicks are a bit like Roberto Carlos' powerful shots and a bit like Ronaldo's knuckleballs, yet they're uniquely different, just as everyone was trying to understand. The referee's whistle had already sounded. Lin Mo's body had already charged forward, seemingly not even glancing at the wall, and he swung his right foot for a powerful shot. Chapter 816, as for the tactics of the mobile artillery, Grealish was completely unaware. His previous defensive strategy was to focus on Lin Mo's attacking combinations for both flanks, including his teammates' cooperation, but not this. He couldn't understand why Verratti and Barella were following Lin Mo like little tailgaters. Did they not have their own thoughts and ambitions? In the 27th minute of the match, after being beaten for almost half an hour, Morocco finally launched a counterattack. Perhaps because Lin Mo was tired. During an attack on the left flank, he passed the opportunity to Di Marco's late run. Akraf reacted quickly, stepping in to block the position just ahead of Di Marco's late run. Counterattack. The Moroccan players seemed to have received some kind of activation command. Ziyech, Buffon, and Onahi all rushed forward together. Enisairai, needless to say, had already started to stretch the defense. The next moment, Akraf's pass found the advancing Ziyech. At this moment, Ziyech was already extremely frustrated. How could he let such an opportunity slip by? With a powerful dribble, he accelerated, seemingly determined to complete the attack himself. The cheers from the crowd grew louder, and Ziyech couldn't help but feel a bit proud, seeing that his teammates seemed to have run into open space. So he didn't pass, especially since there was a large gap in front of him. Chapter 817. Heavens, both sides need to be careful. Not only LeBron. But at this moment, fans all over the world are getting excited, as the dull second half surprisingly ends with such a thrilling scene. Just now, when the match reached the 89th minute, Spinazzola, who came on in the second half, directly tackled Enisairai, breaking through the defense of Morocco, who had been attacking for a long time. Before the referee could come over to show a card, the Moroccan players, led by Ziyech, rushed directly to Spinazzola. It's unclear whose hand was so quick, but Lin Mo saw the latter's fall and immediately gave it a 2 out of 10. How exaggerated. But he also had to join the crowd. After all, they had already gotten physical. With cowards like you, even if you reach the finals, you won't win, bastards. Say it again, you can't take a loss, right? Is this what you call pure football in Morocco? Watch your mouth. Guarding the penalty area like a grandson is no skill at all. Go back to your Africa. There's your football in the desert. The players from both sides were almost forehead to forehead, seemingly about to fight, but Lin Mo, who was in the middle, knew it was all just talk. Chapter 8:18. A match that was easier than many expected, but the 2-0 score was not Italy's limit. Mourinho praised Italy after the match. As the team that played later, we all thought Morocco would consume Italy. Indeed, everyone was confident about Italy's advancement, but how to advance is an art. It seems now that Mancini helped Italy avoid exhaustion, which will be beneficial for the final in 3 days. In most cases, the team that plays earlier has a higher probability of winning. At this point, Mourinho smiled slyly, but everyone knows that these conventions are generally ineffective in front of Lin Mo. Mourinho was absolutely right. In the last 4 World Cups, 3 times the team that rested a day earlier won the championship. Italy in 2006, Germany in 2014, and France in 2018 all followed this pattern. And everyone knows that in the 2010 World Cup, Spain was terrifying. That was during the peak dynasty of Spain, whether it was one day more or less. Opponents would be tortured to death by them. This statement quickly sparked discussions among fans, and a reporter found Pelé, hoping to get his comments. Chapter 8:19. Only 20 minutes after Lin Mo made the call, several luxury cars drove into the hotel. The roar of engines and golden paint attracted countless onlookers, and the fans already waiting at the hotel entrance immediately started screaming. The paparazzi were frantically taking photos with their cameras, while asking, "Hey, that BBC, what is this all about?" I even saw Cannavaro. On the other side, a colleague holding a Stand newspaper under the glaring sun was continuously pressing the shutter and sneered. Who knows, maybe they really can't sleep and can't play, so they let the old generation step in? Oh, quick, it's Materazzi. Is he here to teach Battoni how to provoke Messi? At the same time, a plane took off urgently from the Magic City, carrying one of the world's top ultra-low-temperature cryotherapy chambers to Qatar. Meanwhile, across the Atlantic, a CEO of a company was passionately speaking in a video board meeting. This is the most watched event in the world, and our betting amount is the charter fee of $5 million and equipment worth $3 million, but we can reclaim this equipment afterwards. There's only this one opportunity. Gentlemen, no need for investment promotions, no need for bidding. The whole world is watching. We can even go live globally like Puma. Chapter 8:20. Leo, are we still sleeping together tonight? I'm a bit restless. Agüero's voice interrupted Messi's thoughts. But turning around to see Agüero with his hands folded on the table, his head weakly resting on his hands, looking at him with anticipation, Messi couldn't get angry. Just go talk to the staff. All right. Agüero immediately jumped up, bouncing to find the staff to announce the imperial decree. Once Agüero left, Messi fell back into contemplation. This should be my last World Cup, but why isn't the opponent in the final him? The figure that appeared in his mind was not Agüero, nor Lin Mo, but Ronaldo. Although he never mentioned this man in the media or to reporters, the more he avoided it, the more Messi knew that his greatest rival all along had been Ronaldo. Over the years, even if they weren't under the hype of countless people, he had long since accepted it, from La Liga to the Champions League, and then to the Ballon d'Or. To be honest, Messi envied Ronaldo's character, his strong demeanor in facing everything. He was different. Until today, everything had been pushed to the forefront passively. Chapter 8:21. With just one day until the World Cup final, the gaze of the world once again converged on Qatar. At this time, a ticket to Doha had already been inflated to 10,000 euros by major airlines, and it was still hard to come by. A ticket for the final at Lusail Stadium reached an exaggerated new level. Some fans of Messi were willing to offer $100,000 for a final ticket, location unspecified. Some fans of Lin Mo baited with company positions, promising if the ticket was sold to him, He could directly work at his company, signing a 10-year labor contract. There were also individual influencers posting their stunning photos, indicating they were willing to exchange a wonderful night for a final ticket. It was truly a display of various talents. On Shandong's side, the Football Association also tried their best, but in the end, they only got 2 tickets. They were reluctantly given by the Qatari officials to the Chinese Football Association, considering that China had added a fleet to escort in the Gulf of Aden. As a result, although the kids were in Qatar, they couldn't enter the stadium to watch the game. Just when Shandong was planning to take the kids to find a place to watch the game on a big screen, Lin Mo's call came in. Chapter 822. On the day of the match, Lin Mo woke up early. He had forced himself to sleep early the previous night. Even with so many big shots advising him, how could he not be restless knowing it was the final tomorrow? Lin Mo believed that the situation in Argentina was probably similar. However, FIFA should be used to such things. The match time was scheduled for 7 p.m. local time. There was a whole day to recover, which was more than enough. Originally, Lin Mo planned to cancel the morning practice and let the physiotherapist help him relax his muscles. But passing by the gym, Lin Mo saw that familiar figure. Damn, isn't that guy supposed to be watching the game? What is he doing working out? In his line of sight, Ronaldo was twisting around while holding a 10 kilograms disc, and there seemed to be staff taking photos over there. Annoying. For the first time, Lin Mo felt that Ronaldo was a bit too competitive. Pretending not to see, Lin Mo indulged himself in a massage and breakfast, wanting to adjust to the best state for the finals. However, Lin Mo didn't even notice that after finally having to go at Cristiano Ronaldo, he actually felt a bit relaxed. It seems that seeking pleasure ultimately brings some joy. On the other side, Messi woke up with a frown. Agüero, who had slept in another bed last night, was snoring. Let's take a bed photo first. Messi picked up a drink and took a selfie with a half-naked, soundly sleeping Agüero. No wonder the Argentine Football Association has finally come to their senses. Seeing his good buddy still asleep, Messi edited his Instagram post and sent it out. Who cares? This guy is already divorced from Maradona's daughter. A single dog now? After posting on Instagram, Messi felt great. He also got up to find a therapist for a muscle massage. At this time, Lin Mo should be at the gym, right? After spending so much time with Cristiano, they probably would be competing with each other. The two guys who would meet in the finals unknowingly developed a common understanding. As afternoon arrived, traffic around Lusail Stadium started to jam, with various luxury cars stuck on the streets. Gold-coated luxury sports cars and customized phantoms became mainstream, and some even spotted a pure gold Wrangler, which must be the personal preference of the wealthy, right? As for the sky, sorry, that's for royalty. These ordinary folks worth billions don't quite measure up. Pedestrians by the roadside were taking photos of the line of luxury cars while easily overtaking everyone in their know. 11 buses. Many fans from China were curious. Why weren't they riding electric scooters or bicycles? With this question in mind, the crowd slowly squeezed towards Lusail Stadium. Interestingly, on both sides of the road, the LED posters were clearly divided. The left side featured a photo of Messi shooting, while the right side showed Lin Mo sliding on his knees. Looking along the way, most of the photos were different, seemingly showcasing all the exciting moments of the two during this World Cup. As they turned the corner, the two buildings displayed even more exciting scenes. On the left, Messi stood with his arms crossed, followed by a group of Argentine teammates, with Di Maria even serving as a royal guard. On the right, Lin Mo pointed to the sky with one hand, and the Italian players followed closely behind, but Tonali's expression was extremely fierce, as if he were about to transform into a fierce warrior, ready to choose his prey. Thus, the posters of both sides, centered around Messi and Lin Mo, extended all the way to the stadium at the end of the road. On the northern side of the stadium, facing the road, Messi and Lin Mo were head-to-head, creating a tense atmosphere. Only the Chinese fans whispered, "Shouldn't they kiss for good luck?" Chapter 823. At this time, the stadium was already packed with people. On such a significant day, how could anyone possibly be late or forget? Could one really make such a huge blunder? Meanwhile, on the sidelines, rows of reporters were introducing the stadium, the match, and the weather to their respective photographers, with various languages intertwining in this noisy space, making it feel like being at the United Nations General Assembly. Bonjour tous, voici le stade de Russell, où se déroulera la finale de la Coupe du Monde 2022. Hallo, hier ist das Stadion Lussel, wo das WM-Finale 2022 stattfindet. Hola a todos, este es el Estadio Russell, donde se celebrará la final de la Copa del Mundo 2022. Chapter 824. With 5 minutes left until the match began, everyone held their breath in anticipation of this clash of eras. Led by Messi, the old era would face the challenge from Lin Mo. When the match concluded, would it mark the end of an era or the restoration of an old dynasty? People did not know, as the broadcast images swept over a series of expectant, tense faces. The answer might have already been written on their faces. In the tunnel, Lin Mo was not at the forefront of the line because Chiellini was making a comeback. Today's captain's armband would still be worn by him. While on the other side was the Argentine team led by Messi. With a gesture from the staff, the players from both sides began to enter the field. Back in the day when Maradona faced Italy, Argentina wore black shorts, but today they had changed to blue and white shirts with white shorts. Meanwhile, the Italian team wore pure navy blue jerseys and shorts. All right, dear viewers, the long-awaited 2022 FIFA World Cup final is about to begin, and the players from both teams have entered the field. In the center of the two teams lies the FIFA World Cup trophy, which was last lifted by France, who were defeated by Italy. Lu Xiaoyu was saying this when Messi's gaze once again lingered on the World Cup trophy. Chapter 825. Interestingly, Argentina immediately retrieved the ball after failing to score, giving Italy no chance to take advantage. In the 5th minute of the match, Verratti safely passed through midfield under the protection of the two guardians, but seeing Lin Mo surrounded by players in blue and white jerseys, he had to temporarily switch to a second attacking tactic. The ball quickly moved to the left wing, and Insigne's reception made the Argentine players breathe a sigh of relief. In this World Cup, people had two major expectations: Messi and Ronaldo fulfilling their dreams, and Lin Mo ascending to greatness. As the match progressed, Lin Mo's explosive statistics had already exceeded their expectations. With 12 goals and 4 assists, Lin Mo was not joking around. The goal-scoring record in modern World Cup history had been broken by Lin Mo time and again. Only the fallen leaves were missing, whether it was Ronaldo or Klose. Now, when they saw Lin Mo, they truly felt like martial artists facing a bamboo building, just a place of worship. Under such circumstances, many people looked forward to Lin Mo breaking Fontaine's record of 13 goals and achieving his own world #1 status in the finals against Messi. As for players like Insigne, who were highly focused on Argentina, they were merely a small issue at this moment. But unexpectedly, just as Insigne received the ball, Argentina's formation gradually closed in and shifted to the left, and suddenly, the ball flew back. Chapter 826. DePaul had just high-fived Lin Mo, but he didn't show any excitement. Instead, he immediately turned to look at Messi. At that moment, he felt like a girl who had just been confessed to while accidentally encountering her current boyfriend, both secretly pleased and embarrassed. Realizing Messi's gaze only fleetingly passed by, DePaul felt a bit dazed as he looked down at his palm, as if the warmth from their earlier contact still lingered. This can't be right, damn it. DePaul quickly shook his head, throwing all those chaotic emotions aside. Meanwhile, Martinez, watching the nightmare described by the Premier League defender, gritted his teeth. In that moment of breakthrough, he had lost the calmness he had before, but he had promised Messi before the match that he would guard Argentina's goal. Don't be nervous. You are Martinez, do you know that? You have to protect Messi's dream. Continuously mumbling to himself, Martinez received the soccer ball thrown by the ball boy. But why did that ball boy look East Asian? There was no time to think too much. He plunged back into the game. A small episode at the beginning laid the foundation for this match. Just 2 minutes later, Enzo's pass was intercepted again, as if someone had guided them before the match. Chapter 827. Zhu Xiaoyu was now so surprised he couldn't speak. How could someone play so fiercely? At the moment of impact, many fans looked pained, as if a muffled groan echoed in their hearts. Yet, many fans jumped up immediately. This was the speed and passion they had been waiting for. Xiao Ma was one of them. Knock him down. A low shout made Zhu Xiaoyu glance at his partner, who was all peaks and flying hair, looking as if the ball had made her high. In a narrow encounter, the brave win, Lin Mo withstood Tagliafico's charge. He had entered the penalty area. Was this an opportunity? The pace of his teammates' support was a bit slow. Would they make it in time? The continuous commentary quickly put Zhu Xiaoyu into work mode. Otamendi approached. This was their second clash. He got past, and he got past again. However, although Lin Mo's dribbling was beautiful, Otamendi's body still hung on Lin Mo. This scene almost made Xiao Ma shout. Lin Mo, turn off auto pickup. Pass the ball. Block him. Go up, hurry. Where is everyone? Where is everyone? Chapter 828. looking at Messi completely entrusting his back. Otamendi and Tagliafico exchanged glances, both seeing shame and determination in each other's eyes. After a moment, they suddenly reached out and shook hands. It seemed they had reached some sort of agreement. Forget it, this life is dedicated to that man. The match quickly resumed, but Italy had already scored first. The balance of the field had been broken. What remained was only a fight to the death. Room for maneuver? Or was there any room left to speak of? At this moment, Argentina was no different from being pushed to the brink. In the World Cup final, there was no room for mentality. The trailing side was slowly looking for a flaw. Are you sure Spain can still reach the final now? From Argentina's opening move, it was clear they were determined. Messi received the ball first. He just glanced at his teammates, making Tonali, who rushed in, look over as well. But no one expected Argentina to start with a zero frame, with no way to escape. As Messi moved, his figure became elusive. As soon as Tonali turned his head, Messi's figure was nowhere to be seen. Danger. Retreat. Lin Mo's reaction was faster than anyone else's. Just as Immobile and Insigne had just crossed the midfield, they were suddenly jolted. Chapter 829. Italy, having taken the lead only to be equalized immediately, was suddenly somewhat deflated. This was the final, and any lead or deficit would be magnified countless times. Pressure. Losing in the group stage, people would say it was an accident. Losing in the knockout stage, people would say life is full of disappointments. But if you lose in the World Cup final, that can't just be explained as a regret. Even strong players like Messi were disappointed enough to withdraw from the national team in 2014. The players' pressure began to increase, but when they saw Lin Mo, they felt more at ease. Lin Mo, who picked up the ball from the goal, did not kick it to his teammates, but slowly walked toward the center circle while twisting his arms as if to warm up. What is going on? Lin Montag, haven't you warmed up yet? For some reason, Lin Mo's state made his teammates feel more at ease. Keep calm during major events. Maldini seemed satisfied and nodded, more of a general's demeanor. Pirlo rubbed his face. Do we have such players back then? How could we not? But halfway through his words, Maldini looked at Pirlo and closed his mouth. Chapter 830. Facing Argentina's aggressive approach, Mancini's expression softened slightly. As predicted, Argentina's attack still relied on Messi, Di Maria, or quick strikes, trying to gain an advantage before halftime. This should be Scaloni's tactic, right? The coaching staff nodded frequently, but someone stood up to remind him. Today, Scaloni had Di Maria playing on the left, but the ball possession was pitifully low. Is that normal? Everyone's hearts tightened, although this winged angel could play on both sides. He was after all a golden left foot. The threat from the right was clearly much greater than that from the left. Today, not good. Tell Di Lorenzo not to push too far up. Mancini urgently urged the coach beside him to inform Di Lorenzo. Sure enough, just at that moment, Italy's attack had just concluded when Martinez threw the ball to McAllister, who welcomed the ball and directly curled it towards Di Maria on the left front. On the sidelines, a smile finally appeared on Scaloni's face. The real killer move had arrived. Di Maria, receiving the ball, lightly leaped and even had the leisure to perform a delicate touch to control the ball in midair, but the moment he landed, Di Lorenzo's head was spinning. Chapter 831. 10 minutes. A full 10 minutes. Do you know how I spent these 10 minutes? I couldn't afford to miss a second. Heart racing, terrified of conceding. Having grown up watching the national team, I was just as scared as I was when they were besieged. When the match time reached 31 minutes, a domestic fan sent this message to his little group, instantly drawing a wave of agreement. Those unpleasant memories surged to the surface, as if every time their team was pressed, they would concede a goal. That feeling of if I vented, my mouth would be dirty, but if I didn't, my heart would be dirty was unforgettable. In those last 10 minutes, Italy was almost beaten down by Argentina. Messi and Di Maria's thrilling long-range shots were not something that could be explained in just a few words. Just look at what those watching in the small groups are saying to catch a glimpse. Brothers, I almost had to grab a quick-acting heart-saving pill just now. Argentina is really fierce, one shot after another. If it were the league, I would just lie back and watch, but this is the final. Just how my son asked me. Does standing to watch the game show respect? Chapter 832, 2-1. The Italians seem to have shed their disguise, and with one clash, they defeated the Argentinians. Messi still can't figure out how that guy, shorter than him, got past. Why couldn't his teammates hold the defense? Why was no one watching Lin Mo at the end? Why? The memories of defeat return, and the scene of being eliminated by Germany in stoppage time seems to come back to him. The confused defender, the angry goalkeeper. He even saw the two of them arguing. Are they really going to argue about who's right or wrong now? The cheers and applause from the stands are so harsh at this moment, as if saying, Leo, give up, there's no hope. It's all over, Leo. If holding on has meaning, then why does God exist? Everything starts from the beginning. Let's stop here. Messi's head is getting lower, his hands instinctively on his hips, looking as frustrated as he always does after a failure. Is someone calling him in the dark? No. Who can wake a person pretending to be asleep? But this muddled scene was seen by McAllister. He gritted his teeth and then smiled, as if he had made a certain resolution. Chapter 833. Leo, my leg is broken. Memories of the past surge again. This usually silent man falls into a whirlpool of self-doubt. That incident happened 5 years ago, a full 5 years. At the Candy Box Stadium in 2017, a man named Gago told him face-to-face, Leo, my ACL is torn. Yes, that guy with the torn ACL insisted on playing until he could no longer stand. That was Gago's last match for the national team. Argentina 0-0 Peru, almost failing to qualify for the World Cup finals. After the match, he found Gago and asked him why. Why did the team doctor tell him he couldn't play anymore? Yet he insisted on taking the field, disregarding his career. Messi watched the video, in which the team doctor warned Gago, your injury is serious. But Gago, blushing, roared, are you guys okay? Danny, let me keep playing, I want to stay on the field. But your ligament is torn. That's not important. Not important. The man who should have been in excruciating pain only wanted to play. When Messi asked, Gago just sighed, I'm afraid of losing, afraid of regrets, the Pampa Eagles. If I die, I want to die on the field. We were born to be there. Chapter 834. All right, the second half of the match has started, and neither coach seems to have made any new adjustments. The first half ended with Italy leading 2-1. Let's see how Argentina will respond in the second half. Over here, Zhu Xiaoyu spoke in a standard manner, while Mourinho, as a special guest, had already started his commentary. At this moment, Scaloni and Argentina need to stay calm. Many people think that the urgent task is to equalize, which is both right and wrong. Oh, how so? The host cooperatively took over the conversation. In any match, we must deduce from the results, rather than just focus on the present. If your eyes can't see the 90 minutes of the game, you may win in the short term, but lose in the long run. So according to you, what should we do now? Mourinho turned to look at the host. This guy knows how to play the game better than Kaká. Thumbs up. The most important thing right now is to ensure that no more goals are conceded. The opponent is Italy, but there is also Lin Mo to consider, which must be prioritized. The second step is to stabilize the team's morale. Why do I say that? What needs to be stabilized is not to panic in the present, but to hold back. Chapter 835. Lin Mo's move is somewhat provocative. The Argentinian fans on site are getting a bit agitated. Zhu Xiaoyu watched Lin Mo provoke the fans and couldn't help but worry. That's not true. The ball clearly went out after being cleared by an Argentinian player. How is it wrong for Lin Mo not to return a ball? Little Horse's angry appearance is somewhat cute, and Zhu Xiaoyu couldn't help but take a few more glances. Is there still reason to talk? With that, Little Horse made a bow, and there was a surge of waves in the motion. Zhu Xiaoyu immediately straightened up, only forgetting what to say next. On the field, now it's Messi's turn to frown. Lin Mo's unusual behavior left him somewhat puzzled. What he said to Lin Mo was absolutely heartfelt. But Lin Mo is acting so poorly. Messi rushed to the sidelines, and in his sight, Lin Mo carelessly kicked the ball into the stands while competing for a throw-in with Tagliafico, a powerful shot heading straight for the Argentinian fan section. A blatant provocation. DePaul rushed over immediately, pointing at Lin Mo. You bastard, do you know what you're doing? But he was hugged by Locatelli, who arrived just in time. And then Tagliafico came over, but he had a card and couldn't act directly, just kept shouting. You will pay the price. Chapter 836. The dividing line of the match began from the moment Lin Mo angered his opponents. Many football fans often argue when discussing this match. One side believes Lin Mo was arranged by the Italian Football Association to deliberately provoke Messi, leading to a direct confrontation between Argentina and Italy. The other side believes young people can be hot-headed, and as for provoking opponents, if the opponent can't keep their cool, then so be it. Not only are the fans curious, but all the media are also very curious. They often ask Lin Mo what he was thinking at that moment during interviews and programs. But Lin Mo always just smiled and said nothing, seeming too lazy to even make excuses. As a result, in the following years, whenever someone asked him about winning the World Cup, he was always chased down by the coalition. Until many years later, when Lin Mo's first autobiography, Various Matters, was published. People finally understood the inside story. I just stood there, looking at that man who was no longer young, with a beard, short hair, and the confusion in his eyes replaced by worry, having long lost the youth and recklessness of his earlier days, no longer at his peak. Just 1.5 years in the Premier League, this guy made me feel unfamiliar. Is this still the man Chris spoke of who once ruled the roost with him in La Liga? Chapter 837. Here he comes. Lin Mo appears in front of Messi. One-on-one. Fried meatballs? Oh my God, it's actually an oxtail? Is this a battle of wits? He passed. Messi passed. The reaction was too fast, really too fast. Lin Mo wasn't shaken off. Oh my God. Are they going into the penalty area together? Stop. Chiellini has also come up. He doesn't dare to move. Messi is still holding the ball, and Italy's crisis is not over. Zhu Xiaoyu's eloquence can't keep up with the movements of the two players. Their offensive and defensive actions, as they charge into the penalty area, are too fast. At this moment, the fans have already held their breath, their eyes fixed on the constantly changing positions of the two. In terms of agility and speed, Messi has pushed it to the limit. However, Lin Mo seems to be possessed by Maldini at this moment, with speed and reaction taken to the extreme. Every time Messi breaks free by a step, Lin Mo can immediately reposition himself through reaction and anticipation. This is the first time Messi has encountered such a tough opponent. The two of them are almost moving and battling into the right side of the penalty area. It seems neither of them has noticed that this position is actually very dangerous and sensitive. Chapter 838. The all-out attacking Lin Mo gives Messi a feeling reminiscent of facing Ronaldo back in the day, except that he rarely saw Ronaldo smile aside from scoring goals. Facing a player like Lin Mo, who nearly penetrates the entire defense, all the Argentine players have retreated to their own penalty area. Lin Mo, looking at the turtle-like defense, doesn't care and signals Verratti to take the free kick. The free kick from the right front quickly reaches the penalty area, and then the fans see that high leaping figure. Romero is entangled by a mobile and fails to notice Lin Mo charging in from outside the big penalty area for a header. With a muffled grunt, Lin Mo, clearly above the others, powerfully heads the ball towards the goal. Wow. Martinez, an incredible save. It's as if he pulled the ball out from inside the goal. Many Italian players raised their hands, indicating that the ball should have gone in. However, unfortunately, this World Cup football is equipped with a built-in chip. If it crosses the goal line, the referee will receive a notification. It seems that the Italian players have also realized this, and they can only hastily retreat in frustration. Lin Mo almost sealed the game. It was such a pity. But Lin Mo wasn't disheartened. He smiled at the camera on the sidelines, seemingly enjoying the header just now. Chapter 839. Unlike the players, the fans are now heatedly discussing not the outcome, but a bunch of gamblers disparaging Di Maria to Siberia to dig potatoes. Many comment sections of live reports have polarized, with half discussing the game and the other half talking about a deliberate draw. There are always conspiracy theorists who like to attribute their failures, even predicted failures, to elusive conspiracies, as if this could prove they were defeated by some unknown mystery. For the players, the equalizer in the final moments boosted the morale of the Argentine players, while the Italians were almost in despair. But now Mancini keeps explaining tactics and adjusting personnel arrangements, while Lin Mo stands still, smiling and looking up at the bright moon, then quickly closes his eyes. That carefree demeanor seems like a gentle breeze entering the sleeves, a righteous young man under the bright moon, never defeated by any difficulties or setbacks. The brilliant smile on his face instantly dispelled the anxiety and fear of the Italian fans in front of the television. Why a brilliant smile? Lin Mo squints his eyes, grinning widely, as if he sees the result he desires. Chapter 840. Suddenly, as if a spring breeze came overnight, thousands of pear trees bloom. 3-2. Lin Mo's golden goal will be recorded in history. History will remember this day, and everyone will remember this moment. We are about to witness history. A history written by Lin Mo. Zhu Xiaoyu's roar was soon drowned in the surging cheers, whether in front of the television or on-site. The excited crowd had already been ignited by this goal. Looking at the countless Italian players rushing onto the field to celebrate in the footage, one can't help but wish to be among them. I knew you could do it, go, go, go. That's it. Damn it, I'm going crazy, Lin. You are simply a genius. Dad, take my knee. Fuck, you did it. The Italian players crazily surrounded Lin Mo to celebrate. At this moment, their brains could no longer think, only knowing that the man surrounded by everyone in the middle seemed like a deity, radiating brilliance. Truly radiant. Countless camera lenses focused on Lin Mo, capturing him from every angle, as the world's attention centered on one person.